You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and purple glow. And the sinners steal the whole damn show.
Hey, hey.
Oh, there you go. I'm still making bacon, so we have 4 people here.
Yep, got people coming through. We've got
Two of
Opal.
them are us.
Opal was first in chat, so gold star for
Oh,
Opal. Slug
hey,
Racer
Opal.
just popped in, and yeah, I'm sure y'all were just at Joel's live. Joel's always a good time, especially when he breaks out the acoustic guitar.
Okay, I'm gonna go back and before I burn my bacon.
Yeah, okay.
So.
I've got things here.
Okay, cool.
Yep. So happy Tuesday night, everybody.
I need to make a video for the Linkin Park song.
Oh yeah.
So, but alrighty, be right back.
Sounds good.
Oh, I'll take myself off stage in case you want to play some more stuff.
Yeah, I'll look for some videos to talk about in the meantime. Or I guess I could talk about like the whole. So I'm sure many of you have heard about Trump's attempt to turn the 4th of July into some big MAGA festival at the White House. They're having that UFC event where they're constructing an entire stage. I'm sure Dana White's not footing that bill. I'm sure us taxpayers are going to end up paying for that. But just a couple days, Trump decided to like pull Kid Rock out of the MAGA music festival part, and now I believe there's talks of just like axing the entire music portion of it. But another headline. Apparently, was this today or maybe earlier in the week? Trump bought over $1 million in Dell stock before Pentagon signed a $9.7 billion contract with the company. So, if this were a normal timeline, that would be instant grounds for impeachment. I can find the exact clauses that this is in violation of. Hey Mallard, good to see you. Here we go. Thank goodness for the Law subreddit. It was right down. Okay, so the Security Exchange Act of 1934 explicitly says the president and vice president are prohibited from buying, selling, and trading stock. The U.S. Constitution explicitly says the president cannot use the office for financial gain. So this is explicitly illegal and unconstitutional. But is anyone going to do anything about it? Fucking doubtful. With the Supreme Court stacked in Trump's favor, he's going to be able to get away with baby pasting. Like Trump could, do Justin's entire baby pasting scenario, and the MAGA population would probably applaud it, saying, "Oh, those babies deserve to be blended up and stomped on into a goo." So we're just beyond the pale at this point. Right, Slug Racer, what the peanut farm is going on? Poor Jimmy Carter. Turns out he didn't have to give up the farm. Let's see, what else has been happening in the news today? I've been pretty busy today. I haven't been able to keep my finger on the pulse quite as much. RP Jr. is becoming more and more of a handful. He's constantly trying to crawl off the side of the couch or the side of the bed. Really wants to take a dive, but gotta keep him from exploring too hard. I got some stuff about Marco Rubio, but no one really cares about him. It doesn't look like anything too crazy going on, besides that obvious act of corruption from Trump. And what's going on in YouTube land today? Actually, I should pull up the clean profile so I don't have to sift through all the special interest coding videos and videos about Pokemon lore. my main YouTube account's algorithm is just a mess, but it's my mess, so you know.
Yeah, you know what I've been sucked into lately? Is
What's that?
The police department in like American Fork, Utah, and there's a company that sells like collectible Legos and action
Oh
figures and
yeah.
shit.
Basically,
Yeah.
a company took over and claimed that like the entire stock was theirs, and so they sent the police to like raid the store and steal the stock, and like some other YouTuber got involved, and now the police are
Yeah, they
harassing
closed
him.
because some guy had his dad's collection on sale for consignment, and they just decided to keep the collection and tell him, sorry, we don't do that, and they're not giving him the money for it. They're not giving him his stuff back. So they took him to court and won, and they decided to close that part of the company down. So they say we're not responsible for returning any of it. So yeah, now there's a YouTuber involved because they're trying to sue the owners personally, and they've got the local police, like harassing these people. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts, and like I'm sure the corruption goes all the way up to the LDS Church.
Yeah, yeah, in that part of Utah, totally. But yeah, the police just put out I don't know if he's the chief of police or what, but just put out a statement, did a press conference about it, and put that on YouTube. And it's like he was whispering the whole time. It was really weird.
Like you're the chief of police. Have some like confidence behind your voice at least.
Yeah. So.
Also, good to see you, Evan. Hope you're doing well this Tuesday night.
Hey, Evan.
Yeah, that might be a good topic to find a video on, but like I'd have to find a video that's not like Penguin Zero, because like he's so big that reacting to Penguin would probably get flagged for sure.
I don't think so.
Well, I guess we can
think
try.
I don't think he hits people for stuff like that, because didn't he like last year turn off all of his memberships, and you can't even super chat him anymore?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, because he doesn't want, and he lets people make entire clip channels of his stuff,
Okay.
even though they're not his channels.
Well, let's Thanks,
So
Opal,
he kinda has the
for
attitude
giving.
that he's made enough money off of YouTube that he doesn't feel right about making money off of it anymore. So, but hey, if anybody else wants to make money off of his stuff, have at it.
Okay. Well,
So
thanks, Opal, for.
I doubt he's filing any copyright strikes.
Okay. Well, we can
Against
start with
anybody.
Reckless Ben, since he's the source, and thanks, Opal, for giving me the exact name of the YouTuber involved.
Yeah, those are the videos that I watched. The Reckless Ben.
Yeah. We'll do the most recent one, Reckless Ben's response to the police. Let's see, screen share.
Oh, when is this from?
1 day
Like
ago.
today or yesterday?
Yep, yesterday.
Oh, okay, so I haven't seen this one yet.
The American Fork Police Department
police.
has responded to the video I made about them.
I am the Chief of Police for the American Fork Police Department. I'd like to address the members of our American...
You're right. Oh my God, that is like a whisper. Like he's like reading
Right?
a nursery rhyme to a sleeping child. My goodness, so milquetoast.
Fork and Cedar Hills community regarding some videos currently circulating on social media.
So now I will offer a response to their response. There's a lot of new information in this response that I've been wanting to get for a long time, so we'll go over that first. One of the main questions in my video was, why did I get swatted for stealing the Legos?
Hey Oe, good to see ya. Hope you're having a good night. We're looking into the whole Utah Lego heist that's going on right now.
Minifigs, yeah.
Yeah, bricks and minifigs. That's the name of the store, right?
Yeah, that's the name of the store.
This wasn't a mystery to the police officers, and they knew that I didn't steal the Legos, that Josh stole the Legos.
He basically stole a $200,000 collection of Star Wars Legos.
But still, why did they raid my house for stealing the Legos when there's an overwhelming amount of evidence that Josh stole the Legos? When I requested the body cam footage of this to try to find the answers myself, they redacted everything, and they claimed it was to protect the victims. However, one of my friends set up a GoPro as we were getting swatted, and we caught the entire conversation on camera.
Included in the warrant are Legos.
For 3 months, the police department's answer has been, this redaction is important because it protects Josh, the victim of this case. However, we can clearly see that the police are looking for Legos and they saw no Legos. And they redacted this because they were embarrassed that they made such a stupid decision to swat the wrong person. They were so embarrassed of swatting my house for stealing the Legos that in all of the police reports, it is completely redacted. The police department wants this information hidden so bad that they're willing to break the law to hide this from everyone.
Yeah, they need to FOIA all that shit.
Yeah.
Like it should be trivial for Ben's lawyers to get all that information unredacted for the court. Like if there's one good like policy that's come out like in the last 2 decades, it's the Freedom of Information Act.
The only
Yeah,
reason
and
I
they're
know
not just going into this blind. They have an actual small claims court win ordering this company to either pay him for the stuff or give him his fucking Legos back.
Right, and restructuring a company should not be able to absolve you from, that verdict. Like, we've seen Alex Jones attempt to do that for years over the over $1 billion verdict for the Parkland family victims.
Mm-hmm.
And now the Onion owns InfoWars, and Tim Heidecker is now the lead host of InfoWars, and just the best ironic turn of the century.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I love what Ben Collins has done with the Onion since he bought it. Fucking love it. Ben Collins was always one of my favorites, and that was just like the cherry on top. I fucking love it.
Yeah, the Onion has been great and just like increasing in greatness for a long time. One of the and what's funny is like they're actually doing like more hard hitting journalism than a lot of like legacy media outlets. It like this just in the most ironic turn.
Yeah. Well, that's what happened when you actually have a real journalist buy the fucking company, you know?
Right.
Because he was MSNBC, or I think started at MSNBC, but then went to like full NBC News. He was one of their two people, him and Brandy Zadrozny, that were on the QAnon beat, the MAGA people, the anti-vaxxers, all the conspiracy theorist bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
They covered all that shit, and he just decided, I'm just gonna go do this. Period. Now, only I can be as funny as I want.
Yeah, I think he really started to get traction on the Daily Beast, and then moved to NBC, like kind of into Trump's first presidency.
Yeah, I never saw him on the Daily Beast.
Here, let me
I didn't know he
look that
came
up
from
and
there.
confirm that.
I
Here
mean,
we
he
go.
might be, but I've never watched the Daily
between
Beast.
2014 and 2018, Collins worked on various roles for the Daily Beast as senior news editor and technology reporter.
That tracks.
Yeah.
About it is because the receipt I got the night I was released from jail and my friend's GoPro that was recorded.
Oh, also shout out Nessie and Hey Terrible Name. We're looking into the bricks and minifigs controversy right now.
So even though I've been asking them for 3 months why I got swatted, they
why
finally
not?
came up with an answer, which is the Airbnb host told them that I stole the Legos.
During contact with the Airbnb owner, the owner reported overhearing conversations about possible stolen Legos. Specifically, officers wrote in the search warrant affidavit, the homeowner also disclosed that he could hear multiple individuals inside the residence speaking about possibly stolen Lego toys they had taken. Based on that information, officers added a request within the search warrant affidavit seeking authorization to also search for and seize possible stolen property, including Lego merchandise. 4th District Judge Roger W. Griffin reviewed and approved the search.
Get this man a glass of water, because he's swallowing like every other sentence. Right. Like I don't know if like these stage lights are just like cooking him alive, or if like he's actually like super nervous about this, like trying to
He just
put
does
the
not want to
fire
be
out.
doing this.
Yeah. Imagine like you make it to chief of police and like this is the shit you have to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
warrant.
I always like giving people the benefit of the doubt, and I will take the police officer's word on this, but something fishy is going on here, and everything can just be cleared up if you unredact the audio and let everyone see the truth. Also, after we got raided and the police officers found no Legos, all of this footage has been redacted too. And my guess is if the police unredact this footage, we will find out the answers once and for all. While we were
I think
getting
Ben
swatted,
did something to this video.
Yeah, Nessie said specifically he is whispering. Ben boosted the audio.
Yeah, totally. Because the original video was much quieter.
Well, even with the gain boosted, like he's still whispering. Like there is no confidence, no any sort of like leadership behind this accounting of the event.
One of the police officers decided to injure me for absolutely no reason. He claims it's because I was trying to make a fast movement.
Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that. Don't move quick. Everybody just chill.
But when we replay the footage, you can clearly see
looked
I
like
was
what, he was
not making
walking.
any fast movements. However, the police department has an answer to this.
During Snyder's detention, Lieutenant Adamson took hold of Snyder's right arm. Lieutenant Adamson later reported that he felt Snyder tense his arm, at which point Adamson moved Snyder's right arm behind his back to place him into custody.
The police department has made it clear.
They'll always try to excuse police brutality. It's crazy, and like the cops' word will always be taken. Like, how do you feel someone tense their arm? Like, if you grab someone, everyone's going to have a reaction. Like, nobody goes limp like a noodle when they're grabbed in any case.
Oh, there was another part where
Oh, I think you started to cut out there.
yeah, I went inside to check my bacon. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, there's another part where there's another guy that they were going to take his phone, and he grabbed him and twisted his arm and was like, "Oh, you're trying to delete, you're trying to tamper with evidence." And he's like, "No, I was just gonna lock my phone. You don't have a warrant for it, so I can do what I want."
Right, that's super important. And like if I recall correctly, like if you have like a biometric scan on your phone, the police are like legally allowed to force you to open it up using your fingerprint, because a fingerprint isn't like covered under like information that they can't compel you to give. So I never use a biometric lock on my phone. Is always password protected. Not that I have anything illegal on my phone. It's just I value my privacy.
Make any quick movements like the police officer claims I did. So the police officer was lying, but not fully, because I did tense my arm. However, he lunges at me extremely fast before he even touches me. So how could he even know that I was tensing my arm before he even grabs me? That doesn't make any sense. There's only one solution. This police officer has psychic powers, and he could tell that my arm was tensing up before grabbing me. However, this makes no sense, because if the police officer did truly have psychic powers, he would have known that we were not the thieves, Josh and Brandon were the thieves. So this can't be the case either. I'm trying to have an open mind with these different possibilities of what this could be, but literally the only outcome left is that this police officer injured me for no reason. However, the police have another response to this of why I must be lying.
In the X-ray image displayed by Mr. Snyder in that video, a small L is visible in the upper right-hand corner of the X-ray. The L indicates the image is that of the left shoulder. The video shows Lieutenant Adamson handling Snyder's right arm during the arrest.
Yes, the stock footage I used to show what a dislocated shoulder is, an image that's clearly not mine, because I didn't go to the hospital, I went to jail, so how could I have taken this picture? But anyways, the stock image I used is of a left shoulder when my shoulder that got injured was my right shoulder. When I was editing this, I like to think highly of my audience, that they would have known that this was a stock image and I wouldn't have to spoon feed every tiny detail to my audience. But now I realize that there's another portion of my audience called the American Fork Police Department that maybe I do have to spoon feed every single piece of information to. So I'm going to use this as constructive criticism. And
Yeah, cops aren't known for their critical thinking. So
Yeah.
if you got to give them information, you've got to be as specific as possible.
Especially if they're getting warrants based on hearsay, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That means the fucking judge isn't really all that interested in anything justice related either.
Yeah, this judge should be investigated also. Like all the warrants they've signed off on in the last several years need to be scrutinized.
And in every single episode going forward now that I know that the American Fork Police Department's watching, I will be forced to spoon feed every single detail. As a professional slackliner, dislocating my shoulder is almost a monthly thing for me.
The whole weight of my arm is just on this bone.
3 days before I got arrested, I had a really bad
No way, Daniel Tosh reacted to one of his clips. That's pretty epic. And is that recent? Like, has Daniel Tosh returned to like TV?
No, I don't think so. I think he's been off.
That's another one. Yeah. Darn, because I used to love Tosh.0. It's one of my favorite bedtime routines. Put on Tosh.0 and fall asleep by the end.
bad ski accident where I had a really bad dislocation of my shoulder, and any movement at all would have dislocated it. So I will say here, I don't think that the police officer was purposely trying to injure me. I think to a normal person, this would have been fine. But for me in particular, this was not good, but it was still unjustified. And the police officer was just making up an excuse, and now they're making up an excuse to defend it. Another thing I find shocking.
That's good information to have, Evan. I'll definitely look into that. Because a lot of my favorite comedians have been starting their own podcasts, like Pete Holmes. Oh, geez. Who's the guy who was the co-creator of Chappelle's Show with Dave Chappelle?
Neil Brennan.
Neil Brennan, yeah. He has a great podcast. Rainn Wilson, you know, the guy who played Dwight on The Office, he has a pretty good podcast. Yeah. Like that. This is the age of podcasts, and like if you just like look into like who some of your favorite comics are, or you know, celebrities, chances are they have a podcast.
Is the chief of police, even after reviewing the dash cam footage, says that we ran a stop sign.
Richardson initiated a traffic stop on the vehicle for failing to stop before the stop line at a stop sign and failing to stop completely at that stop sign.
The chief of police looked at this video and said, we ran a stop sign. And now he's using that to say, this was a legal traffic stop. The police officers did nothing wrong. At this point, we thought the best thing to do was to take Josh to court so he can be legally accountable for the crimes he committed. However, to do that, we are first required to serve him court papers. So we did what the law told us to do. I got a process server, and we went to his house to do this.
Hey Puggles, hey Equinox, welcome in. We are going over the bricks and minifigs controversy in Utah right now.
The legal way. However, Josh did not want to do this the legal way, and instead called the police on us.
Joshua Johnson contacted police and reported he was going to shoot someone as a result of the ongoing harassment. Multiple officers immediately responded to the area.
Josh was so scared of going to court that he would rather shoot us than accept these court papers. Josh's logic here is that if he can murder the process server and if he can murder me, then he can get away with his crimes because there'll be no one to sue him in court. However, sadly for Josh, murder is illegal. And now he just admitted his...
Wait, since when?
his plans to the police officers. The American Fork Police should at least be arresting Josh for trying to use murder as a way to get out of court. But sadly, for some reason, they arrested me instead.
Am I being arrested? Really?
Something about this seems off, and all of the answers are in the body cam footage. However, they redacted all the body cam footage. So this is where I think if we all come together as a community, we can somehow convince the American Fork Police Department to unredact this footage so we can find out why they arrested me and not the guy who threatened to murder me. However, the American Fork Police does not want to unredact the footage right now, and now have made up a new excuse of why I was the one justified being arrested.
Officer Sumbot contacted the Marion County Circuit Court in Oregon to verify the legitimacy of the paperwork. The court confirmed that the case was indeed legitimate, but that papers had already been served and no hearing date had yet been scheduled.
The police department said the reason they arrested me and not Josh this day is because they called to confirm if this was a real court case, and they said it was real. However, the papers have already been served, and now I'm doing this solely to get YouTube content. And if that's true, I would like to see footage of it. They released all the raw footage, and that part doesn't seem to be in the raw footage.
That's already been to court, or are you allowed to tell me kind of where they're at with the case?
There is no hearing date set, and there hasn't been a hearing in the case yet. All I see is the claim that was filed. I don't see proof of service or anything. A hearing wouldn't be set until a response is filed by defendant.
Okay, so the defendant needs to be served with papers before the case will, I guess, start.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for your help. I think that's all for today. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, bye.
Right here, the police officer admits that it is March 10th.
On March 10th, 2026.
However, you can see here that Josh doesn't get served until 3 days later, March 13th. So how could Josh have already been served on March 10th if he didn't get served until March 13th? Unless Josh is a time traveler. There's only one way to clear this all up.
Man, this is getting so interesting. Psychic cops, time traveling, Lego thieves. Like,
Oh
what
man,
next?
did you see the one where they it was him, Ben, and a process server were waiting in a car around the corner from this dude's house, waiting for him to leave.
Mm-hmm.
And he called the cops on him like 3 times, and the cops kept coming and bugging him. At one point, the cop actually took the court papers and said, "Here, let me go talk to him about it." And Ben even said, "Oh, okay, cool. You just need to have him sign, or you need to sign here that you served him the papers, you know?" And he came back and said, "Oh, here, he doesn't want these." And he just gave him back the papers. Like,
Excuse me?
you know, I am aware, you know, I know that if my husband had been given some actual, like, official court papers, he would have had to serve them.
Mm-hmm.
They don't get you know, if they're officers of the law or they're sworn, like, process servers, they don't get a choice. They have to serve them.
How absolutely feckless.
You don't get to say, "Oh, I don't want these," and you just take them back.
Right.
Those are official court documents.
Yeah, this entire thing just stinks of corruption. Someone up in chat, it was Evan, mentioned that looked into all these cops, and apparently they all went to BYU, which, you know, makes sense.
Not surprised.
American Fork Police Department, show me the time machine. So now they say that I have done all the check marks which constitute stalking. Let's go through them.
Individual commits stalking if the
And I
individual
bet if you
intentionally
look
or
into all
knowingly
the rest of, like, everybody else at the police station, they're like, you look into people at the Mormon church, and I'll bet you, like, someone like one of the deacons or something at the church were probably like a former DA or something.
Yeah, that's probably a safe bet.
That'd be my guess. So,
engages in a course of conduct directed at a specific individual.
So yes, I did do an action that was targeted at a specific individual, but that's what's required by the court if I want to take someone to court. If someone steals your stuff and you go through the legal process to take them to court, it is not considered stalking. I have a right as an American to sue him.
Is reckless as to whether that course of conduct would cause a reasonable person to fear for the individual's own safety or the safety of another.
The second check mark is that if a reasonable person would be scared. The police are claiming that since this action made Josh scared, this check mark is complete. However, they've completely forgotten about the term reasonable. And as we can see, Josh is not a reasonable person. This is someone who multiple times has tried to silence someone by accusing them of being on heroin.
Here's the crazy thing. They told me that they took over that location because the owners were using the location to fund their heroin addiction.
What?
Yeah, and that's how they took it over, and saying they had like a pigeon in there that was crapping all over the Legos, and it smelled bad, all this stuff.
This is someone who threatened to murder me just for trying to serve him papers. This is not a reasonable person. It is not reasonable to threaten to murder someone just for serving papers. A reasonable person would accept the papers, so that second checkbox does not meet the requirements. I even tried explaining this to one of the police officers early on.
What the law says is if the average person would feel unsafe by our behaviors, so I think he's feeling unreasonably unsafe, a reasonable person would not feel unsafe in the situation. Well, I can say the same thing. I feel unsafe trying to conduct business with him, and he calls the police on me to hide. I feel unsafe because of that. Because we had a 3-hour search on our car. He said we had heroin in our car yesterday. We had a 3-hour search on our car. That makes me feel unsafe. I think that's reasonable for me to feel unsafe. It's not reasonable for him to feel unsafe.
So Josh is actually the one who said he was going to murder me if I take him to court. But now I'm the one that's being looked into for threatening to murder Josh. How does this make any sense?
Mr. Johnson alleged that Mansell had hired Benjamin Snyder to harass, stalk, vandalize the store, threaten to murder the manager of the store.
Now let's go to the heroin claim. We got pulled over by the police, and they claimed that we had heroin on us. Most of this footage is redacted, so again, there's a big mystery of what happened. Can we all come together and convince the American Fork Police Department to unredact this so we can find out the truth? However, what the police is claiming now is that they did not get a call saying that we had heroin on us.
If they didn't get a call, then why did they conduct the search? Because at that point, if they don't have any like sort of tip-off, that's just a illegal search and seizure. Like Ben would have had to consent to having the vehicle searched.
Instead, they could just tell from the
He
second
did,
we
I
pulled
think.
over that our eyes were glossy.
During the interaction,
Didn't want to
Officer
start any
Foughton
trouble.
indicated he believed Shaw's eyes appeared glossy and expressed concern regarding possible impairment.
If we look back on the raw footage, this is what the police officer said his first interaction with us was like.
Good with these guys being able to drive?
Yeah, I think so. I didn't see anything clear as day with Tyler that I noticed.
What's the goal?
Right now? Yeah, I was gonna scare him a little bit and let him go. Is all I really was gonna do.
We have
That admission right there, I'm just going to scare him a little bit. Like that should never be the job of the police is to scare people. Like how that isn't like grounds for investigation for that specific officer. It is just like wild to me.
charges, or are we just tired of them being annoying?
It seems hard to take what the chief of police is saying seriously because so far almost everything he said is a lie. So the only way we can actually find out the truth is if we unredact everything. We already know the victim's name is Joshua Johnson. Why do we have to keep that protected? His name is already out there. None of these redactions are protecting anything except for the police. And now I want to acknowledge my friend Sheldon's arrest.
The group stated they were supporting a GoFundMe campaign for a dying man. One of the individuals later identified as Sheldon Norcross. Officer Richardson then decided to seize Norcross's phone, pending the approval of a search warrant, in order to preserve potential evidence and
Exactly, Nessie, exactly. It's rules for thee, not for me.
prevent the deletion or alteration of any data. According to Officer Richardson's reports, when Norcross was informed that the phone was going to be seized, Norcross immediately began manipulating the device.
The police officer claims that Sheldon was arrested because he opened his phone to start deleting evidence. However, we can clearly see in the footage, Sheldon's thumb is heading towards that lock button to lock his phone. His phone was open when he pulled it out, and the phone was transitioning from on to off, not from off to on. From this response, it almost seems like the police officers didn't even watch the video. So American Fork Police Department, if I'm your teacher, here's your homework. First off, learn the facts of what actually happened. Second off, stop lying about the facts. No one's believing it. The third thing is unredact the audio that makes the police look bad. Some of the best lawyers in the United States are reaching out to me right now, so eventually this is going to get released. Wouldn't you just like to get this over with sooner rather than dragging this out? The more we drag this out, the more content we get, so this only benefits me to drag this out. It doesn't benefit you. If you unredact the...
I wonder if Legal Eagle will get involved in this case. See, he usually likes to get involved in like high-profile YouTube cases.
Yeah, or Legal AF.
Oh yeah, they're great too.
Legally redacted parts now, you'll win over audience support much faster. It's kind of funny because a lot of you guys probably think I'm like trying to like make fun of this other cop by how he was talking.
Brother, you mind turning up the volume? Holy, it's actual ASMR. Wow, I cannot really hear him. Why is he whispering?
No, I'm actually just like super sick right now. I haven't been sleeping, so I'm trying to get out part 3 as fast as I can. And that's caused me just to like stay up all night, every night, and not sleep. And now I'm sick and have no voice. But yeah, I guess it kind of, I don't know why that police officer was talking with such a low, quiet voice, but that's why I am at least. I wasn't making fun of him. I literally am just genuinely sick. But if you want to see part 3, subscribe to my Patreon at patreon.com/recklessben. Part 3 will be up there very soon. Part 2, I'm only dealing with misdemeanors, but part 3 is when they start accusing me of felonies, so it gets insane. But yeah, stay tuned. I'm going to crank out videos in the meantime until part 3 is done. But thanks for all the support, and let's find Brian's Legos. The American...
Yeah, Opal, qualified immunity is bullshit. We should just, repeal that, like, across the board.
Mm-hmm.
I think it has been partially repealed here in Colorado. Let me fact check that. So yeah, Colorado effectively eliminated qualified immunity for state law enforcement in 2020 by passing the Enhanced Law Enforcement Integrity Act. The historic bipartisan legislation allows citizens to bypass federal qualified immunity and sue state officers in state court for violating their constitutional rights, making officers personally liable for up to $25,000. That's kind of pathetic. That's a drop in the bucket, but it's still a good start.
It's better than nothing. Yeah.
Yeah. I've always liked the idea of like requiring officers to like have some sort of insurance in order to like operate as an officer, and if they have too many investigations and lawsuits brought against them, they lose their insurance. And now they, can't act as an officer anymore. Put them on desk duty.
That police officers had to be bonded.
Yeah, and that when was that done away with?
When they started deregulated everything in the 80s, they started getting rid of that. So we're, because it was costing insurance companies a shitload of money. So they just got rid of the requirement altogether.
So they understand that this is a problem of, cops just wiling out, and instead of like trying to fix the problem, they get rid of the cost issue.
Right. Yeah, they had a choice where they could. They had a choice where they could basically change it to where you still had to have the bond to.
You're kind of dipping in and out.
Yeah, they had it to where if they originally were going to just change the requirement to where they still had to have the bonds, but then the cities, counties / states would assume responsibility for all that, and the insurance companies were just going to raise the freaking rates, and so in order to keep them from doing that, they just said, well, we just don't need the requirement anymore. So they just got rid of it completely. So now no one has to pay for it.
Yeah, so
unless
such a great,
until the city or the municipality actually loses a lawsuit. So then they're on the hook for all of it.
Yeah, great solution. So yeah, that'll be interesting to watch unfold. We can hope that justice will prevail, but when you have the arm of the Mormon cult behind you, that's kind of a Herculean task to fight against.
Yeah, the whole thing that I'm talking about, it was sort of a knock-on effect from the Rodney King thing. Those 5 cops cast a long ass shadow, I tell you.
All right. Well, what do you have on the agenda for tonight? Anything you want to take a look at?
Me, no. I'm still trying to get through my dinner/breakfast.
All right. Let me pull up my my stream then.
I was planning on doing all this while, Joel was still finishing up, but then he decided to end, and I'm like, fuck. Doesn't give me any time.
Looks like Professor Dave is talking more about Eric Weinstein. I started watching this Blitz clip earlier. About this idealist who argues that, like, everything has consciousness. That'll be probably a fun one to do.
Do you think that
Yes.
rocks have free will?
No, I don't.
Do you think that bacteria have free will?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And
That's crazy. But do you think that plants have free will?
Yes, I do.
Do you think that viruses have free will?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if viruses are alive.
Leonard, how's it going? You are currently muted.
Oh, hi. Hi.
Leonard, do you believe in a God?
So I believe in the eternal being, and one of the premises that I think that I should clarify for this dialogue here is the difference between the only eternal being there is versus any God, any deity, that are not the same concept as the eternal being. So yeah, I believe in the only God, the eternal being.
Okay, why should I believe that it exists?
So I don't know, first of all, if I'll be able to convince you, but it's very hard to have a dialogue if we don't believe in the same premises. So I don't know exactly where you stand on your beliefs, and you don't know where I stand. But I believe that a good way to start would be, where does your consciousness arrive from?
I think it comes from the brain.
Yeah, this is a very common argument.
Not an argument, it's just a claim.
Yeah, it's a claim. It's a claim. But there's an implicit argument that, hey,
I could give you an argument, but there's not really an implicit argument. It's just a claim about what I think is true. But anyway, what does this have to do with God?
Right. Okay. So I claim that the consciousness does not arrive from your brain.
Okay, and what does that have to do with God? Suppose I agree with you. What does that have to do with God?
Because God, the eternal being, is the source of consciousness.
Why should I think that such a thing exists?
That's a good question, right? Because why you should think, there's no why. You shouldn't think anything. You have the right to think whatever you want.
I'm asking you why you think it's true.
Okay. That's a better question. Why I think it's true that the consciousness does not arrive from the brain, right?
No, I'm not asking that. I'm asking why you think it's true that there is a source for consciousness. Suppose I grant that consciousness is not does not come from the brain. Why should I think that there's a source?
Okay. So you're asking me the evidence, right?
I'm asking you, or some sort of argument, just something.
Okay. When has, I know this is rhetorical, but when has consciousness arrived? How can we pinpoint?
Is this going to be an argument? Because it sounds like a question.
No, it is an argument.
Okay, so then make the argument. But arguments aren't questions.
Well, they could be.
The amount of times I have to explain this to an interlocutor that, like, you know, a question isn't an argument. An argument has premises that are followed by a conclusion. Questions aren't premises. Questions aren't conclusions. Just basic grammar.
No, they can't be.
Yes, they can.
An argument is a list of premises followed by a conclusion.
But questions can't elicit contradictions and limitations.
So rather than doing that, just make the argument.
Okay, so I argue that consciousness does not arrive from the brain.
I've already granted that. I've already granted that. For the sake of argument, I'm already agreeing with you on that. Now, why should I think that there is a source for the consciousness?
Okay. All
what
right.
Is the
so
argument
you agree
for
with that? Why there is a source? Here's the thing. I saw that one of the arguments that you make about, and I know it's a long stretch, but please bear with me. One of the arguments that you make is that there's no reason for the universe not being infinite and, as I understand, eternal. Like, you think that
Can you
there
just give me
is a
the argument for
possibility?
there being a source for consciousness?
No, wait. I'm getting there.
Okay, well, it shouldn't have anything to do with my arguments in the past. Completely unrelated. You should be able to write down your argument on a piece of paper without talking to anyone. So what's the argument?
So he's clearly seen Blitz before. Why the hell if he's not good at this, why the hell would you start with Blitz? That's what I don't get.
So many people think that they can take a shot at the king. They know so little about this debate environment that they think they know a lot more than they do. It's just, you know, basic trend of the Dunning-Kruger curve.
Yeah, I've seen people that don't know the fucking Bible try to go at Justin, and it's like, are you fucking serious? You've watched his show before, you know?
People that don't know the Bible, so you mean most Christians?
Yeah, I mean, most but then you've got people like fucking Golden Arm, you know? Like, he spends like every day in Justin's chat the whole time. He's never called in once because he's not ready.
Oh, absolutely not.
At least he's doing the homework and saying, you know what, I'm gonna wait until I have a good argument, and then I'm gonna call him. You know, I mean, I don't think he'll ever be ready, but he thinks he will be at some point. I mean, at least he recognizes that he's not ready. But so many of them just like, fuck it, let's take a shot, you know?
Yeah.
Even though I don't know what I'm doing. I've seen what Justin does to these people. I've seen what Blitz does to these people. And we're going to try it anyway.
Yeah, Golden Arm needs to, stay sober enough to get on Justin's live. And, we all know how rare that is.
I think during the day he is sober.
Yeah, it just so happens that our streams are at night.
Yeah. Because I've talked to him in Justin's chat before, and he's definitely more salient than he is late at night.
Well, maybe someday he'll feel brave enough to jump up there with Justin.
Yeah, that's a call I would definitely want to see. For sure.
Oh, we got Jessica jumping in chat. Hey, Jessica. Hope you're having a good afternoon there down under. Let's see. Did we miss anybody else that's jumped in chat? Oh, yeah, we got Mandolin B in chat with us now. We got Calf jumping in chat. I think that's everybody so far since the Bricks and Minifig video.
Still talking about that?
I'm coming from previous knowledge that I have, but if you want me to erase any previous knowledge from other debates that you've had and just had the argument, I'll try to do that. So, the universe can have existed. The universe can be eternal, but it also can not be eternal. There might be a point in the past where the universe came into existence. At the same time, there might be a point in the past where the universe already existed and has always existed, and we cannot say, hey, in the universe started existing here. Through my observations and my reasoning, I believe that there is a source for consciousness that comes before the universe came into existence.
So he said all that and then followed it up with, I believe this thing, and I guess he's not going to give any sort of justification for that belief. It's just going to be the claim again without an argument.
And I believe the universe did come into existence.
Okay, so
and the reason for
I was waiting for the argument, and you said, from my experience and my reasoning, I believe that
Yeah, I called it.
there is a source for consciousness. I'm asking for the reasoning for why you think there is a source for consciousness.
Yes,
you just told me that you do believe there is a source, not the reason for why you believe that there is a source.
I was setting out I was still building the argument. So the reason I believe there is a source is because, for me, it is a logical impossibility that there is a eternal sequence of causality that infinitely stretches to the past and never ends.
Yeah, there isn't really a law of logic that an infinite regress breaks. They're probably going to be.
There was still a jar in here, like not. It was dented. Oops. Sorry, guys.
You're good.
And
what's the logical impossibility?
That there is an infinite sequence of causality.
I know. So like, what is the contradiction that you're saying exists if there's an infinite past?
It's like even just like a couple months ago, there was one.
There cannot logically be an event that leads to an event that leads to an event in the past that never ends.
Why not? What's the contradiction?
Yeah, too many people equivocate on, logically impossible being just, I can't fathom it, and I can't come up with any sort of argument for why it's possible. And they just, use an idiosyncratic definition for logical instead of, the proper definition for logical. That just being the laws of valid inference.
Because then there must be a, then you cannot know the origin of the single origin of anything. Basically.
What's the contradiction?
I don't know what the contradiction is.
Why'd you say it's logically impossible then?
How do you know what logic is?
How do I know what logic is? You won't like the answer that I give.
Conclusion.
Hey, Robin. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good evening. Or, I guess, a good night at this point.
How do you come up to a logical conclusion? How when you observe
Oh, we also got Hayden Walton in the chat. Good to see you.
A equals B and B equals C, therefore A equals C.
Yeah,
How
that's
do you
that's
come?
called transitivity, and it's defined in the equal sign. The equal sign is defined as a transitive operator.
Okay,
but look, that's a question, not an answer. I just want to know what the contradiction is.
I'm trying to show you, like, because you're asking pertinent questions, but you it seems to me that you don't know how you come up with your own conclusions.
I can explain it to you. You just won't like the answers. I can explain to you my thought process with regards to where logic comes from, but that does seem unrelated, right? Seems unrelated to your claim. Seems unrelated to your claim that an infinite past is logically impossible. That's an extremely strong claim, and I don't know of a single philosopher, even a theist philosopher, who agrees with you on that.
Well,
yeah, if an infinite past is impossible, then that means God existing for eternity would be impossible. So the theist trying to argue that is just plain cooked.
You asked me what is the contradiction, or how do I know that an infinite past is illogical and is a illogical contradiction?
Yeah, so I'm asking for explicitly, what is the contradiction?
I'm telling you that is self-evident.
It's
you can either,
okay. It's okay. Well, I'll tell you, it's self-evident that God doesn't exist.
Isn't it self-evident that?
Okay, so it's self-evident that God doesn't exist. I'm glad we agree.
Wait, I'm trying to have a dialogue here, but you're not allowing me to explain. It seems to me that you don't want to be convinced of anything at this point.
Well,
because
I don't want to be convinced by bad.
Now the crying after that, dog shit blunder. I mean, you can almost see this coming from a mile away.
Arguments, that's true.
You don't listen to my arguments.
You just said that it's self-evident. That's not an argument. That's just an assertion. No,
that's an argument. How do you know? That's the principle of identity. How do you know a rock is a rock? How do you know you're alive right now? There are things that are self-evident.
I take it that those laws of logic, I take it that they are formalizations of the way that humans think.
Exactly, because there's never a symmetry breaker to self-evidence, because the other party can always claim that it's self-evident of the opposite of the original claim. That's why it's important to have arguments instead of just these platitudes.
They're formalizations. Okay. You're trying to go to the definition, but...
No, I'm just telling you where they come from. They come...
Right, Jessica? As Forrest likes to call them, they're everlasting thought stoppers. Like they're just meant to throw a wrench into the entire discussion and grind things to a halt. It's yep. It's never productive to the dialogue.
From the human thought process, and then we formalized it, and we came up and wrote down these laws.
That's true, because that's an abstraction. Is that what you're saying?
To an extent, yeah, but yeah, to an extent.
Okay, but it is still a fact that when I said to you a logical sequence, you grasp by your own ability to apprehend reality, right?
I don't know what that question means. Can you say it a different way?
Yes. A way of conveying knowledge is through
just weighing in on the discussion about the bricks and minifigs event going on in chat right now. I don't think Nessie is crashing out, but I see merit on both sides. Yes, Ben is kind of taking things further than are necessary, but I also believe it's sort of with the intent to bring more light to it to the public. But yeah, it's a messy situation, and it's going to continue to get more messy, as is the nature of these kind of things. Things tend to be pretty dramatic. I don't know whether Ben's actions will hinder things later on in court. If the affected party, I believe his name is Josh, will have any sort of legal recourse available against Ben. But all we can really do is sit back and watch things unfold.
Analogy, which I see that
Sure.
you used before in
Analogies are fine when they're analogous, sure.
Yeah, and I can set you an example, an analogy, and you can observe for yourself. So again, let me go to the analogy that I was using, or the example I was using.
Is this going to lead to a reason why I should think that there's a contradiction, a logical contradiction in an infinite past?
Yes,
Okay, sure.
I may not be able to prove you the contradiction, but I may say
then
this.
You shouldn't say it's logically. You shouldn't say it's a logical contradiction or a logical impossibility. If you can't substantiate the contradiction, you shouldn't say that. You can say like metaphysically impossible or something, and then I'll ask you what that means. But you shouldn't say logically impossible. And this is just me giving you like debate advice here.
Yes, you're right. I cannot prove right now that it's impossible for there to be a logical, like a sequence of causality that stretches infinitely to the past. Even though it seems absurd to me, I cannot prove you that. But
yeah, sorry about that. I did that. There was some kitchen noises going on.
No worries. Yeah, I was totally not. And anyway, and I'm still in the kitchen, so that's a good thing you did that.
Okay.
But yeah, the Ben thing, I don't see how it could actually come back and he could be hindering it, because he's only doing what the court is telling him he has to do. Like, the only reason he showed up at their houses in the first place is because the court wouldn't even file the case until he could show that he made a good faith effort to settle with the guys. And all that took was him showing up to talk to him in person, which is why Josh is hiding from him.
Yeah, I think
the other partner he sat and listened to him and called the cops, but it gave him enough video to send to the court saying, "Look, I tried." And the court, when they filed that case against Brandon, I think his name is.
Yeah, I think the main contention is the impersonating like UPS drivers and like leaving a box of ducks. Like, I can see how that can be viewed as like a threat.
Time.
It'd be different if like there are legal papers being served at the time, but like leaving like a vague package could potentially be seen as a threat. Like I could see how it could be taken that way. But like we understand that it was meant to like troll, but we don't know the mental state of this Josh guy. He could be like just complete psycho, like barely hanging on by a thread. So who knows? But yeah, like I don't see like Ben's actions being detrimental enough to like completely lose the case, but like there might be a course down the line for like a harassment lawsuit potentially, especially if everything remains in Utah with all the biased judges, and when you're playing against someone with a loaded deck,
because they can't all be biased because that guy won his first case.
Right. There's only so much a biased judge can do for you. Like it's not like the judge is willing to risk their entire career on like, a blatantly like bad call when they can just, try to kick it up the court hierarchy.
Yeah, and as far as the rubber duckies, I don't think they're gonna get them on anything because the process servers depend on being able to disguise themselves and be able to go up to people's doors unnoticed, and there was one case years ago in California. There was a process server that left an empty box, and it just so happened it was during the anthrax scare of the early 2000s. So they made it to where you can't just leave an empty box. That's fucked up because that could be poison or whatever. So I know there was one process server started like leaving like envelopes of doilies, just old grandma doilies from antiques and stuff.
Oh, jeez.
Because figured that can't possibly be threatening, and I imagine that's probably what the rubber duckies was about.
I'm being gang stalked by a group of grandmas. Help me.
Yeah. And once the guy noticed recognized the person at the door and knew that he was there about a court case, then he's got no fucking leg to stand on as far as being threatened for his life. Because nobody's going to show up with fucking court papers and try to fucking hurt you. They just want to serve you.
Yep.
So.
Oh, looks like we got Blexican hopping in chat. Good to see you tonight.
Hey, Blexican.
But let's go back to our
and
source.
Puggles and
I started saying
everybody that I
consciousness
missed
arrive
one.
from? And you agree with me that
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I shouted out Puggles and Jessica and everyone else who's popped in over the last 5 to 10 minutes.
That it doesn't come from the brain. I granted for the sake of argument that it doesn't come from the brain. So, so the question is why should I think that there is a fundamental source of consciousness?
Why should you think there is a fundamental source? There is, for instance, a greater consciousness where your consciousness arrives from, right?
Yeah, why should I think that?
Okay. So it makes more sense to me to believe there is than to believe there isn't.
Okay, it doesn't make more sense to me. It doesn't make more sense to me, so why should I believe it?
Okay, so are you open for me to tell you the reasons why it makes more sense to me?
Yeah, hopefully these are pieces of evidence or arguments or something like that.
Okay, so one evidence for that is that
Hey, Godson, if you want to convince anybody of anything, you got to make your sentences more coherent. This just feels like a run-on like sentence of just complete gibberishness. Man going there in the very beginning, given primordially in the spiritual image of the garden of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, before unalived all mankind. What are you even trying to say there? Maybe you can take a second.
I thought we fucking told you you can't quote the Bible if you don't claim to believe in it.
Yeah, I don't remember the guardrails we put onto Godson, but they'll eventually get ran through.
There is no single proof of how you think or why you think how you think, why you are you.
What does that have to do with the source?
Because we don't know what causes, for instance, a synapse. We don't know the trigger. We don't know.
Well, yes, we absolutely do. Like, obviously we do. It's neurotransmitters. But even setting that aside, I've already granted that the brain is not the cause of consciousness, that consciousness doesn't come from the brain. I've already granted that. I know you're used to arguing against materialists or physicalists or something. I've granted. Suppose idealism is true. Why should I think that there is a fundamental unifying source for consciousness?
Do you believe that any living being has consciousness?
I think that some living beings have consciousness.
What is consciousness for you? What is your definition?
The ability to have experiences, perhaps.
Okay. Because we have to be in the same page on that. The ability to have experiences. Can a bacteria have experiences?
I don't think so. I don't think it has the machinery to have experiences. But to be clear, you're pivoting now. You are moving away from trying to provide some sort of reason for why I should think that there's a fundamental source for all consciousness.
I don't think so, because I'm trying to understand if my definition of consciousness is your definition of consciousness, so that, because if you say, hey, I agree with you, now we're on the same page, you still haven't convinced me, but we may not be on the same page. We may be on the same page.
Okay, then give your definition of consciousness.
So my definition of consciousness is the ability to make your own decisions, to have free will.
Okay. Do you think that rocks have free will?
No, I don't.
Do you think that bacteria have free will?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And
that's crazy. But do you think that plants have free will?
Yes, I do.
Do you think that viruses have free will?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if viruses are alive. They are. They may be just.
Wait a minute, so you just think that anything that's alive has consciousness?
May be the case. I'm not sure.
Sorry, anything that's alive has free will. That's an even crazier claim.
I haven't said that.
Can you give me an example of because just to be clear, bacteria are extraordinarily simple organisms, so much so we can just simulate them on a computer. So where's the free will?
You can understand something to a depth where you know how it will behave, and it still may be something that has its own.
Well, no, we know the mechanisms that causes these things to do the thing.
Yeah, Equinox. That's why it's always important to get their definition to make sure that they're not using an idiosyncratic definition of the word, so that can make sure that we're not equivocating on anything. But yeah, trying to kind of smuggle free will in with consciousness is going to be a problem, I think, down the line in this line of questioning that Blitz is currently going through.
Things that they do. And it's not some vague free will, it's just chemicals.
Right. Still, can you prove that they are completely driven by the external events to it?
I'm pretty sure we can, but let's go look together. Yes, we can. We have complete computer models of organisms, so yes.
That affirmative is very vague. I'd have to investigate for myself before I agree with you.
Let me just show you the thing that I'm looking at.
If I recall correctly, we've perfectly mapped fruit fly, neural pathways, and some other less complicated organisms. And so yeah, these types of models definitely exist.
Oh, you won't be able to see it, but the audience will.
Okay.
Researchers produce first complete model.
To be fair, Calf, I do have the video on 1.25 speed. But yes, Blitz is lightning fast at typing. This is just a little more accentuated due to the increase in speed.
Computer model of an organism. This was July 19th, 2012. This was 14 years ago. This is old science.
I'd have to go deep on it. I'm not saying you're wrong or right, but I'd have to go deep on it, because you're saying that bacteria is super simplistic. I don't know if I agree with you. First of all, let's go into the genetics part of it. For instance, bacteria can.
By the way, here's another one which is interesting. This one's from this year actually. Simulating life, 4D whole cell model of a minimal bacteria. And so here they say simulating the complete life cycle of a minimal bacterial cell in 4D space and time, from DNA replication to protein translation to metabolism and cell division and nanoscale resolution, has recapitulated how every molecule within that cell behaved over the course of a full cell life cycle. So they have simulated the entire life cycle of a single bacterium.
But simulating and building a model for a possible hypothetical bacteria that is just like the real bacteria doesn't mean that all of those bacteria will behave just like the model. Plus, there is an important thing: bacteria change constantly. They mutate their DNA constantly.
All right, let's Google. Can we prove that bacteria behave mechanistically? Let's just type.
I'm willing to bet that the caller is going to say, yeah, bacteria change constantly, but it's not the same as evolution. They'll try to have their cake and eat it too.
That into Google. There is a paper that we can pull up called "Can Bacteria Think?" This is from 2024. The mapping of the Drosophila neural, and this is where was this published? Embo Rep. I don't know what Embo Rep is. I don't know where this is published. I actually don't know if this is a real paper. The mapping of the Drosophila neural connectome is a scientific tour de force, but could bacterial communication be just as sophisticated? So they talk about bacteria. This is a long article. Wait a minute, hold on. Never mind, this is not an article, because this is not a reputable article, because the guy says, although I am not in any sense a neuroscientist. So I'm just not going to read it anymore. Let's go find another source, see if there's anything else. Here's one from 2015 called "The Mechanical World of Bacteria." In the wild, bacteria are predominantly associated with surfaces as opposed to existing as free-swimming, isolated organisms. They are thus subject to surface-specific mechanics, including hydrodynamic forces, adhesive forces, the rheology of their surroundings, and transport rules that define their encounters with nutrients and signaling molecules. Here we highlight the effects of mechanics on bacterial behaviors on surfaces at multiple length scales, from single bacteria to the development of multicellular bacterial communities such as biofilms. So here they're giving a mechanistic description of bacteria. Here they're talking about bacteria.
Hey Blexican, do an extra puff for me. I'm currently abstaining.
Real mechanosensing, which is a mechanism. It's like a physical mechanism. So I mean, it seems like there's a lot of mechanisms describing how bacteria function, like actual bacteria, not simulated ones.
Right, please. But listen to this. Even if you build a model that could predict a certain bacteria or a group of bacteria, whatever is the case, bacteria change all the time. They exchange DNA with their environment.
It's an argument from ignorance.
Yeah, this is a problem when you try to extend as much good faith to a caller as possible. You kind of let them pivot and get off topic. Sometimes you just got to strong arm them into remaining brutally linear.
For what?
This is an argument from ignorance.
No, not necessarily.
It is. You're saying, oh, well, they haven't simulated every bacteria. Maybe there's this other bacteria that they haven't simulated, that because bacteria change all the time, that will have free will.
That's not what I'm saying. Sorry,
Sounds like that's what you're saying.
You, but that's not what I'm saying, though. What I'm saying is that even if we could simulate every bacteria that exists right now, even if we knew, we don't know all the bacteria that will exist in a second from now in the world, or in
that's irrelevant.
10 years from now.
Your claim is that bacteria have free will. If we can simulate even a single bacterium, then it proves that not all bacteria have free will. Right?
No, because my point is the change in life itself, evolution, is part of the evolution of consciousness. So you're arguing that since bacteria can be simulated, therefore they don't have free will. What if their own ability to mutate is free will itself?
Because mutations mutations can be simulated.
They can be simulated to an extent.
Mutations can be explained mechanistically.
They cannot be completely predicted.
Well, that's just because we can't predict when a cosmic ray is going to strike a piece of DNA, right? But we know that when a cosmic ray.
Damn, Puggles, that's wild. I'm glad you're doing better now. Hope things continue to go well for you.
Strikes DNA, it can cause a mutation depending on where it hits and things like that.
Right, but the proof of an absence is not the absence of a proof, and vice versa, right?
Yeah, you're the one saying that we can't prove that they aren't conscious. I'm saying we have all of these mechanisms, we have all of these features that indicate that indeed bacteria are not conscious; they're biological machines. And you're saying, oh well, but what about all this stuff that we haven't simulated? You're making an argument from ignorance here.
I don't agree with you, because you're saying that if we can simulate something, which by the way is just simulation, is not reality, therefore we can prove.
And the simulation maps onto reality, by the way.
If I could simulate a human right now, would it be a human or just simulation?
It'd be a simulated human, but if it
point.
behaves identically to a human, then that would give us a lot of information about what humans are and what the human mind is, right?
It would.
It would tell us whether or not humans have free will, for example.
Maybe not. Maybe not. You know, there's a Nature paper that argues that mutations are not random, and they're actually driven by, factors that we don't completely understand yet. But
okay, what's the name of the paper?
Let me see here real quick.
Is the paper called Mutations Are Not Random?
Possibly is one that they did with plants. They observed it like thousands of generations, and
it is so. Okay, so I'm just going to read this for everybody so we can all see what it says.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody ever expects me to actually read the thing. So this is reviewing the paper that appeared in.
Such a true statement. Like, if anybody ever offers you a paper, always bring it up. Always, try to confirm that like the paper is saying what they are claiming it says. Look for things like reverse causation. Just hold their source to the fire.
Yeah, and I'd say about a third of the time the papers don't even exist.
Right. Like, oh, I can't remember the name of the study or the authors. It's like, well, then don't bring it up if you can't remember enough to actually cite it. Not going to take trust me, bro.
Nature in 2022. This is going to summarize it, hopefully. It's widely accepted that mutations occur randomly regardless of their effects. Under this principle, observed variation along the genome reflects selection acting on random mutations. Writing in Nature in January 2022, Monroe et al. Show evidence for natural selection acting directly on mutation rates in the plant. Latin name. The authors analyzed several genetic datasets, including mutation accumulation lines in a global set of accessions, and found associations between mutation frequencies and several features of the genome, including epigenomics, gene structure, and function. For example, mutation rates were lower within gene bodies than in intergenic regions, and higher in genes that lack introns. Essential genes, such as those involved in translation, had lower mutation rates when compared to genes with environment-related functions, such as response to stress. These differences in mutation rate are probably associated with epigenomic features. The authors then relate differences in mutation frequencies to evolutionary constraint and show that genes that are subject to purifying selection tend to stay in epigenomic states associated with low mutation rate, and do indeed have lower mutation rates. Altogether, the authors suggested that the observed bias towards a reduced mutation rate in specific regions of the genome is adaptive because it reduces deleterious mutations and is mediated by a link between mutation rate and the epigenome. And then there's more to read. But all this is saying is not that the mutations are reduced, but it's that the mutations that stick around are reduced. It's not saying that like DNA isn't damaged in a random way. It's saying that at least this is what I'm getting from the abstract, it's saying that the response to that damaged DNA, which is what causes mutations, at least it's one of the things that causes mutations, differs depending on where the DNA was damaged.
Definitely.
And that's explained mechanistically.
Yes, you're right. And this is not the only mechanism. This is one of the mechanisms. But my point is, in a general concept, now we are understanding that it is not just like life and how it evolved. It is not just hey, my DNA is mutating like randomly here, like anywhere, and just natural selection is acting upon it. No, there is many mechanisms that rule where DNA changes and changes in different rates and changes in different ways, like there are preferential codons that may be different, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm not just randomly mutating here as a blob that is like thrown in this universe. No, there is a tendency. Now, this doesn't prove that I have consciousness or I do not have consciousness. Again, Blitz, I cannot prove you that. But I think that...
So you haven't provided any argument here.
Well, I think I did, but I can try to provide more arguments. Again, you're saying where's the outside source of consciousness, right?
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking how you know that there's a source at all. How you know that there's a single unifying source. That's it. But we have now circled the drain here like 5 or 6 times, so I'm going to let you go. But thank you for being here, Leonardo.
Okay.
Oh, just another person who tries to step up to Blitz who doesn't have the chops. Let's see if Will Duffy is in the comments on this video. Might have been long enough that he crashed out and then deleted his comments. It's the final. Just doing a quick Control F to speed things along. Yeah, I'm not seeing any replies from Will yet. Maybe he's finally learned to chill out and not run to the comments right after the stream. Oh, this was a comment that, yeah, I definitely wanted to read. The gall of him telling Erica your fundamental assumption about reality is that God does not exist pissed me the fuck off. Not only has she explained before that she's agnostic on God, but evolution is entirely agnostic on God. He doesn't understand epistemology, biology, or philosophy. Even most atheists don't say God does not exist. They would simply answer no to the question, do you believe a God or gods exist? And it just kind of demonstrates how, like, I don't think Will is really absorbing any information from these talks, and ultimately by the end, like, Will's position isn't going to change, but at least, you know, Erica is doing her damnedest to try to make that happen. You know, she has the patience of a saint. You know, she is truly a teacher, and to be a good, effective teacher, you have to have that patience. Maybe I should probably look in all the show more replies, because Will is probably like ratioed to like fucking oblivion. Nope. Wow, this is surprising. This is, I think, the first stream where Will hasn't, like, ran directly to the comments to start fighting with people. I guess we can take that as a slight improvement. Maybe I'm misremembering what his handle is. Let's try that again. Yep, nope, his handle is definitely not showing up. Okay. I'm not going to continue spending time on that, because the juiciest comments are definitely at the top. Is there a controversial? No. One feature I like about Reddit is being able to sort, you know, comments and posts by controversial, because then you can really see where the real mudslinging is happening. I'm not so sure that he's blocked from the comment section, because like he's been in the comment section like in every other video, unless like Erica's doing that as like damage control to like kind of help save Will from himself. But I get the feeling that Erica would like be a proponent of autonomy. So I'm not quite sure. It's possible he's been blocked since the last time, but it's possible that he's just abstaining so far in this discussion. See, yeah, we did not get an Ian stream today, which was kind of nice. I was able to focus a little more on things at home and get a couple chores done while juggling the little one. This is probably a flurf. Flurfs are always fun.
What is it that you find fascinating?
That you make fun of flat earthers when you believe your ancestors are inanimate objects.
Called it. Fucking called it. Let's go.
I don't believe that.
Of course you do. You believe in modern cosmology, don't you?
That doesn't mean that something is my ancestor. Just because a process unfolds in a way doesn't make something my ancestor. But you literally do believe this, by the way.
I believe that you believe the universe expanded out of a ball of energy. Yes, I think that's pretty dumb.
No.
What you believe.
You literally believe that your ancestor is an...
Yeah, based on the video thumbnail, I think that's accurate. Equinox.
Inanimate object. So I don't know why you're saying that it's stupid of me or crazy
I would
of me
ask you to
say
explain that, but I don't think you can.
What was Adam formed out of?
The dirt. But that's not all Adam is.
I hate that nickname for Planet Peterson, Nevin. I just hate it. But it made me laugh. Good job.
Surprised out of. He's not just the dirt.
Hold on.
Right?
Hold on. Give me a second here.
Oh, hey, terrible name. Not sure if we greeted you in chat yet, but good to see ya.
Did God breathe into him something? Life, right? But where do your humans come from? Your humans come from a pool of free amino acids, which somehow form functional proteins over time. Hey, Planet Peterson, can you tell me, are we able to get functional proteins to form right now in a laboratory?
Wait, can you hear this?
Planet Peterson, can you tell your viewers whether or not scientists are able to get functional proteins to form right now in a laboratory randomly?
Do you hear the laugh track?
Just so everyone knows, he does this because he can't answer questions, but it's all good.
Okay, I was just making sure. So you believe that our ancestors...
That laugh track was definitely lifted from like a Hanna-Barbera cartoon. Like that laugh track has Scooby-Doo like written all over it.
is an inanimate object. Yep.
Yeah, so can you explain to me how life forms out of free amino acids?
I will when you concede that you believe that your ancestor was an inanimate object.
Well, no, it doesn't qualify because God breathed life into Adam. So if it was just dirt, you would have a point. But since
it was just dirt, he was formed from nothing but dirt, and then some extra stuff was added. So
well, that's called life. But
well,
that's
extra
the part you
spiritual.
don't have.
What is life?
Well, that's the part
let me ask a slightly different question. What did God add?
His own spirit.
What does that mean? What the hell is that?
It's life force.
What is that?
It's an epistemic limitation.
I have a feeling you're just gonna give me a big list of adjectives, none of which you can actually explain, which means you're just making it up.
I'm going to give you adjectives that I can't explain.
Yeah, like they're kind of nouns and because when I ask you to describe the noun to me, when I ask you to describe the noun to me, which is the spirit or the breath of life, you're going to give me adjectives that don't have any actual properties or anything that you can actually.
Well, there's an epistemic limitation there.
Okay. There's an epistemic limitation to a naturalistic origin of life, but it's still true.
Do you know what an epistemic limitation is?
Yeah, a limit of our knowledge.
Well, in this case, you're
is
trying
the study of knowledge.
Right. Yes, right. But in this case specifically, you're trying to apply categories to God that you can't apply to him. You're trying to understand what a spirit is. You want me to...
Oh, Gretchen, you see a Cafe's comment?
Nah, read it to me. I'm still in the other room.
Caf says, "Oh man, there's a crash out on Taco stream between J Money and Tacos."
Uh-oh. Is it good? As long as they're not mentioning my name.
It takes quite a bit to get Jay to crash out. So like Taco must be like just being brutal right now.
Well,
I'd say let's respond to it at a later date, but that's probably a quick way to get a copy flag.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish my food here, and I gotta admit, I'm curious.
Yeah, Jay, if you're listening in, jump up. We'll listen to your side of what happened.
Explain
if
that
you
in
want
finite
to
terms.
admit that you can't possibly know that your beliefs are true or that you can't have any justification for them, then that's fine. I've been saying that for years to you guys, but most of you guys pretend that's not the case.
Wait, we don't have a justification for what we believe. What's the justification that you believe that you evolved out of pond slime?
The evidence.
What evidence?
All life on the planet shares genes.
That's proof from genetic mutations being able to code for body plans of DNA.
Yes, because we share genes with them. But we have many more genes, which is kind of a necessary component of how you go from a simpler to a more complex organism. So it's 100% consistent with what we thought would be the evidence.
Mutating DNA from a single cell to a pterodactyl to you is a scientific position.
Well, yeah, obviously. Because if it's scientific, based on the evidence.
What studies have been done to show that you can code
genetics?
So there's a study in genetics that shows that it's possible to randomly mutate DNA and get from a single cell to a penguin. Do you know what that would require?
Because penguins share genes with single-celled organisms.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Evidence that is actually necessary to find for that idea being true.
No, it's not. It's not. How does that explain?
No, it is. No, Jacob, it 100% is. If life evolved, then it means that the more complex life of today needs to share genes with all life, and it should share the least genes with the simplest forms of life. And that's 100% what we find.
Actually,
that is
no.
the case.
Given the amount of species that are on the, given the amount of species that are on the planet, the mutation rate must have been massively much more fast than it is now. So you're talking about going. Well, think about it. You're going from a single cell to over billions of years, thousands of species of animal. The dinosaurs go extinct, and then humans evolve.
Jacob, it took 3 billion years for the life to even go from single-celled to multi-celled. So it takes a very, very, very long time. But then once you have sexual reproduction, it can all go into turbo mode. But even after turbo mode, it still took many, 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 many tens of millions of years to get to the point where you have like the different phyla that we see in the animal kingdom. And then from that point on, yeah, thanks to the recombination and all that other stuff, now some pretty cool stuff can start happening.
So, okay, I'm trying to wrap my head around this. So you're telling me that let's go to the ocean before humans. There's this fish-like creature. Who cares what it is? It's going to have children. It passes down about 3% of these mutations down to its child. You really believe
3%?
You're a smart
How would it
guy.
only pass down 3%? It's going to pass down half its genes.
Only about 3. No, it's not. Well, no, I'm talking about mutations. Only about 3% of these mutations are going to be possibly beneficial to the animal.
Oh,
so you're
that's
telling me
totally different than what you said, but sure, go ahead.
Yeah, what I meant was relax. So you're telling me that through these 3, and by the way, only about a half of a percent of these mutations are going to be expressed as dominant traits. You're telling me that through like 3% of these mutations, you're going to go from a single cell to a pterodactyl.
Yeah.
And
Your inability to wrap your head around it is not an argument or evidence.
Would you at least say that it's unexpected, or do you think that this is like natural?
I don't see how those are the options.
Are there natural processes that cause functional proteins to form, or is this something that's like, wow, this is kind of a miracle?
Like when a cell transcribes its RNA, that makes a functional protein. That is a completely naturalistic
part of an
process.
existing system. I'm talking about a functional protein.
Yes, a naturalistic system. Yes.
Okay. A pool of free amino acids doesn't just form into functional proteins.
What does functional mean?
A functional protein is a protein that's formed into a 3D shape and is the right sequence to make it viable for life. It has to be a functional protein.
Okay, and makes it viable for life. I mean, okay, but proteins form naturally.
Not functional proteins. Yeah, proteins do form naturally, but they're not in the right sequence.
If those proteins aren't associated with life, then it's not that they're not functional. It's just that they're not doing what biotic proteins do. But to say that they're not functional,
that know what they're talking
makes
about
no sense.
functional proteins.
We have iron in our blood. We have iron in our blood.
This is such a dumb joke, but whenever I see this this idiom like typed out in text without someone like pronouncing it, in my head I always go potato potato. It's like no difference in the pronunciation of the potato. I don't know, it's just something I do for myself that makes me giggle.
But to call the iron in Earth's crust
It's
non-functional,
called a functional protein,
because
Peterson.
yes, I know, but you're not really making
So
much
in
of a
your
point at all.
universe with no God, it expanded from a ball of dominant energy, essentially, only fundamental particles. And over billions of years, this ball of energy with no God or intelligence expanded into penguins, kitty cats, and squirrels. That's your
Even if you
scientific
did believe in God, that would be the only possible conclusion you could draw if you were actually
Based on
using
what?
based on the evidence. We can see
What
for billions. If the Bible is true, how far should we be able to see?
What?
If the Bible is true, how many light years should we be able to see?
How many light? We can't see light years. What are you talking about?
Well, that's factually incorrect. I don't know what to tell
We
you.
can see the light that's coming to the Earth from stars that are far away,
Yeah,
and we can try to
and
determine
we
how
can
far
measure
they
the
are.
yes,
but we don't
there you
have
go.
anything that can see light years into space, Doofy. I don't know if you knew that.
I know you don't
You
think
really
the Earth
think
is
these
flat.
things are seeing light years away? Is that what you think?
Jacob, I know you don't think the Earth is flat, so what are you doing right now? You don't think that the Andromeda
what
Galaxy...
I'm having a hard time
You
understanding
don't think
is
that the Andromeda Galaxy is 2 million light years away?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm
Yes,
saying
it is what you're saying.
don't
You're saying we
seem to
can't
think-
see for many light years.
That's
we
not
can.
even. Who cares? The point
I
is, you
care.
seem to think
I
that
care
life
so much.
exists as the result of natural processes. I'm wondering what those natural processes are that serves as a catalyst to turn inanimate objects into you.
And what I'm telling you is, whatever I believe, even if you believe in God, is the only acceptable avenue you could get to.
Just 'cause
and
you
we're
believe
getting
it?
there. Because 100% of all of the evidence says so. And
No, it doesn't.
I'm proving
All
it
of
to you right
science
now,
points
and that's
to
why you
no.
don't want to talk about it. How far
All of
should we be
science
able to
says
see
no.
if the Bible is true?
What?
How far should we be able to
That's
see?
a ridiculous question. It's a
if-
stupid question.
No, you just have a stupid book and stupid beliefs, and you know it.
You gotta love how they always run away from questions that like will absolutely cook them. Like refusing to answer the question because they know they can't answer it. There's like not really any like epistemic justification within the Bible to tell you how far you can see like away from the earth.
Because you know the
I
answer
have stupid
can't
belief- okay, but can you
possibly
answer
be
my
billions of
question?
light years,
What
even
natural
though you and I
processes are
both
reversing
know
entropy in your universe?
it is stupid, your book and your beliefs, and even you know it, because
Okay, if it's
which
stupid,
is why
then can you explain to me?
Why are you interrupting me? You know it, which is why you won't talk about this, because you know
It's
that
a
the
dumb
answer,
question.
you know that the only acceptable answer is thousands of light years,
No,
and
it's
you
not.
know, and you know that
No,
that's
it's
not
not.
the answer.
That's not true at all.
Then explain
What
to
you're
me,
saying is-
if the Bible is
Okay, I
true,
will.
how far should we be able to see?
I don't even understand what that means.
Yes, you do. If the Bible is true, and what the Bible says about the universe, including how it was created and how old it is, then how far should we be able to see?
As far as we see now, the scripture says he stretched out the universe.
So, do you realize that this is completely circular and unfalsifiable?
Wait a minute. This is circular, but you telling
Because
me that
you're
balls
taking
of
the
energy
evidence and
expand
saying
into
the
swirls
evidence
not.
is true because God would make the evidence look the way it is. You are
You're
starting
not
from
posing evidence. That's false.
You're starting from the conclusion.
I tell
You're
you what,
saying how far
make
we
a
can
video.
see is how far we should be able to see. You're not putting your idea.
What Collar's arguing is similar to like what young Earth creationists will say, like when we're able to radiometrically date things back like several billion years, like, oh, God made the Earth to look old. They're using it that similar argument more on a cosmic galactic scale.
To the test, you are taking the data and
Can you
making it
explain
part
your
of your
question?
belief.
Explain your question. Why are you asking it? Explain the nuances of the question.
Because according to you, your Bible says the universe is 6,000 years old, right?
I don't believe the universe is expanding, Peterson. You do.
That has nothing to do with how old the universe is.
Then why would it matter how old the Earth was?
According
Can
to
you explain?
your beliefs and your Bible, the universe is 6,000 years old, isn't it?
Right.
How far can light travel in 6,000 years?
Oh, that's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant at all.
How is that relevant? If the universe is not expanding and it's not infinite, like
I love that incredibly easy question. It's like, how many miles will you travel if you're traveling? Or how many miles will you travel in an hour if you're moving at 60 miles an hour? You know, how far will light reach in 6,000 years? 6,000 light years. Come on, let's keep up.
you probably think it is, then stars are not light years away as you think they are. They're not.
So you just doubt all of the cosmological data we use.
The same way you doubt all of the
So you doubt all the cosmological data we use to measure distances in
I tell you
space.
what, since you want to keep
I'm
muting
just
me,
asking you a yes or no question. So you doubt all
I'll
of
make
the
a video
data.
for you, buddy.
Yes, I know. You make 10 videos every day, and you tag Blitz and I because you have this huge crush on both of us. I'm aware.
Oh, no way he tags Blitz. That's sad. Gotta find sometimes when this guy's up on Blitz. So I'm sure they're just as gold as this.
That you have videos. 100% of your personality is wrapped up in my identity and Blitz's identity. I know. Believe me, I know. I get... How many notifications do I get saying, Graphics has tagged you in a video? Let me go look. I'll pull it up right here. Mentions. Oh, I knew he would leave if
Oh,
I
it's
did
Graphics,
that.
of course.
I knew
Yeah,
he would
they're on
leave if
Blitz
I
all the
did
time.
that. Oh, man, that could have gone on for so long. Damn it.
Planet Peterson loves to mute people that come on his live. So today I went on there, and that'll be the last time I make that mistake. Well, Jake, if your book is only
Wow.
6,000 years old, how far in space should we be able to see? I think he thinks we can see into space. I think he thinks that, like, these satellites are, like, looking into deep space. And that's not what they're doing. It's not like binoculars, Peterson, that they're looking into deep space. That's not how those images are taken of stars. Did you know that? I think you think that. Well, if the Bible's only 6,000 years old, then how come we can see light years into space?
What's even his argument, like, for that we can't see into space? Like, does he believe in a firmament? Is he like a rare, like, globe earther that still thinks that there's like a firmament, like a hard barrier that separates Earth from the greater waters, or however it's said in Genesis? It's just wild. I hope he actually clarifies that in the next 40-ish seconds.
We can't. We can't see light years into space. What in the world?
I mean, it is possible.
So irrelevant.
The guy from CNN that does all the polling, he put up a thing like last week or over the weekend or something that 10% of Americans believe the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
And another and 13% believe that we never went to the moon. So there's 3% there that aren't flat earthers, but they don't believe in anything regarding space. So there's that.
That's got to be such an interesting, like, lack of overlap there. And graphics probably fits within that that little group there, that 3%.
Probably.
A terrible name. It's been 10% for at least a couple years.
While.
I've heard that figure ever since I started listening to Blitz and Planet Peterson.
Yeah.
And I agree, Nessie. A lot of drop in intellectual pursuit due to AI. People will just take what AI says as word and not investigate it any further. Too much confirmation bias.
10%, because it's only 10% that are willing to admit it.
Right.
There are plenty of flat earthers that believe it but aren't willing to admit it in public.
They have the
Definitely
awareness
not
to not spout that. Right.
Yeah.
Question.
I'm just saying, if humans came from monkeys, why are there still monkeys? You can't have an atmosphere next to a vacuum. The Big Bang violates the second law of thermodynamics. Everything that's created requires a creator. Show me curvature. There are no missing links. Evolution is...
Gotta play the greatest hits of all the typical tropes. All the catchphrases from all the science deniers.
Such a pretty thumbnail, that purple and orange.
Where at? Oh. Should I react to last night's stream?
Oh, did I tell you I'm God now? Oh, I did tell you that.
Yeah, you mentioned that earlier. Oh, that kind of gave me pause. Like, I don't usually see that amber color in the background for calling it now.
Mm.
Okay, that's the video we just watched. I guess a good crash out will be fun to watch. Here, I'll get this started, and then I'm going to run upstairs and start my oven preheating, because
So what God do you believe?
My stomach's starting to kind of grumble.
Well, I believe that God is a divine consciousness, a loving divine consciousness. It's not the creator of the existence. It's in existence. Existence is a mystery. Spontaneous combustion or eternal. We don't know. We can't wrap our human brains around it, but we can know that the shaper and there's a conscious force in existence that's shaping and sustaining the universe, which is a collective conscience.
The evidence for this would be
logic and reason. So, for example, we can logically conclude that there's no one who existed before existence. So that's one step in understanding that there is no creator of existence. But within, we do know that we exist. That's the logical conclusion. And within existence, there is a conscious force that tends to lean towards life and construction. Like,
what's the evidence for this conscious force?
That there's a tendency towards life. There's a tendency towards like there's 8 billion people, there's trillions of plants and animals that live and continue to try to thrive to live in something that seems to be
99% of the organisms that have ever lived on this earth are now extinct and will never live again. That seems to me to be a tendency towards non-life. And we're just part of the lucky 1% that seem to have made it so far, tenuously holding on to life on this planet where 97% of the water will kill us and the sun will kill us and there's lots of other things that will kill us. I'm not seeing this tendency towards life.
The vast majority of the universe is lethal to any form of life. But even if we were to grant that there is a tendency of the universe toward life, it's a non sequitur to say, therefore, there is like some divine consciousness. One doesn't follow from the other.
Which isn't God, according to you as well.
Use reason and logic. Like if there's a car driving on the freeway, you could use logic to say that there's someone in the car driving it, well before,
we can for that, and I can articulate the logic, but articulate the logic for life exists in the universe, therefore there's a divine consciousness.
Do I correctly understand you? Because you came in and you said that God is not this creator. So you seem to think that there is a creative energy, but that isn't God. And then as well as this unprovable creative energy that we so far haven't heard a convincing argument for, as well as that, to add...
Oh, we even got Andy weighing in on Jay and Taco. Good to see Andy.
Insult to injury, we now also have a thing called a God, which isn't the creative energy, but we need to believe in this God for some other reason. All I'm hearing is lots and lots of claims. A kind of cool story, bro, but no actual evidence for any of them.
Well, you said a lot there. I don't know what you want me to answer first.
We're trying to clarify the reasons that you have for the beliefs you're expressing, which are quite unusual. So most people don't come in here and say, I believe in God, but God isn't the creator of the universe. Most people think that those two things are the same, right? So if I understand you correctly, I stand to be corrected. But if I understand correctly, you said, you believe in God, but God isn't all-powerful, and God isn't the creator of everything. So there's something else which is the creator of everything that you're alluding to by referencing laws of logic and things like that. And so there's something else which isn't God, which is the creator of everything, a nameless thing of some sort. And then you also have a God, but I just don't see any evidence for any of this stuff. So where are you getting all of this from? Because this just sounds a bit like, they call it bong rip philosophy. Give me some evidence for any of this.
Okay, so we got to take one thing at a time. So first thing, let's just see if we could agree on this. There's nothing that existed before existence, because that would be a contradiction within itself. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and I don't know if there ever was a before existence.
There's
It
no
could be
reason to
something
think
is
that.
already
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
I agree with that too. So
Yeah,
it could be eternal, right?
Yeah. Agreed.
Yes,
All right,
yes,
so we're on the
agreed.
same
So we
page.
agree on that.
Yeah.
So we're
Yeah, I have kind of a syllogism to, prove that existence has always been, things with ontology have being, things with being exist. Nothingness lacks ontology, therefore nothingness lacks being, therefore nothingness can't exist. If nothingness can't exist, then something must exist. And if something exists, then existence exists. So from the impossibility of nothingness, we just have existence as just a brute fact.
I'm not going to say that the definition of the word God does not mean a creator of existence. That doesn't have to be. If anyone says that, that's their own interpretation of God.
No, agreed. You don't have to believe that to believe in a God. Some people believe in Thor, and Thor isn't believed to be the creator of the universe. So I'm good with that.
Okay. So now the next step is, what is an existence? What will be when you look at the word definition of the word God? It's not a question of if there's a God. Just according to the definition, without any bias, it's just like, what is God? What is the most powerful force? Okay,
I don't accept that. Yeah. So
no, it's fine, because all I need to know is your definition of the word God.
I'm going to explain why I disagree with what you said, and then you can respond. So you said that it's not a question of if a God exists. Yes, it is a question. I'm sure I could find leprechauns in the dictionary. Just because it's in the dictionary doesn't mean it exists. So yes, if you look up Merriam-Webster, they're going to have the classic theism definition, and they're going to have the more broad definition. That's definition 1 and 2. I don't believe either exist in actual reality. So yeah, existing in the dictionary does not necessarily mean existing, period.
Well, one of the definitions is what is the most powerful force in the universe. So that's not a question of if there's a most powerful force in the universe. It's just saying, what is the most powerful force?
That's actually not one of the definitions. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, yes, it is in the Merriam-Webster's dictionary. You can look it up right now.
Okay, so again, it doesn't mean that the thing actually exists. Do you agree that a word existing in the dictionary and being defined in the dictionary doesn't mean that the thing being defined actually exists in reality?
Yes, in this particular case, because it's not saying is there a most powerful force. This is saying, like, let's just sit here and speculate and see what is the most powerful force in the universe, in existence, or in the universe. So it's not a question of if there is a most powerful force. You just have to decide what is the most powerful force.
The most powerful force doesn't even have a coherent.
I'm looking at Merriam-Webster right now, and I don't see the most powerful force as a definition. The state or fact of having being especially independently of human consciousness as contrasted with non-existence, manner of being that is common to every mode of being with respect to a limiting condition under a particular aspect, actual or present occurrence, the totality of existent things, a particular being, sentient or living being, reality as presented in experience, reality as opposed to appearance. So no, caller is just lying out their ass, which is pretty common occurrence.
Meaning, like if I push a ball along the ground, I'm applying a force to it, and if my brother, who's stronger than me, pushes a ball along the ground harder than I do, and the ball accelerates more, under F equals ma, he's applying a more powerful force. But does that mean?
We talk about a force in the context of God and religion. We're talking about a force that creates and sustains life in the universe.
But that's making.
Is resist in chat? I see Puggles saying resist hugs, but I'm not seeing any of your messages, buddy. If you're in chat, good to see you. Glad you're here.
A whole load of assumptions that would have to be demonstrated that such a thing exists, right? So do you see what you did there?
That God doesn't exist.
You equivocated. You equivocated between the most powerful application of force must exist because we know that there are instances in which forces are applied. Therefore, one of them must be mathematically of greatest magnitude. And you then said because we know that must exist, we are now entitled to believe that there's a creative I can't remember exactly what your frame was, what your framing was, but the last thing you said, the last thing you defined, as if recognizing that there's a most powerful force then defines that thing into existence. All the work is ahead of you to do that, to show that it exists. Can you?
Well, when we say most powerful force, we're looking towards like what is the creator and sustainer of the universe.
But you can't demonstrate that the universe requires a creator or a sustainer. And you've already admitted in this conversation that if we accept that there's probably an unlimited sequence of events and there was never a point where something didn't exist, that there isn't a creator.
Well, you have to look at the word universe is different than existence. The universe is basically just a collective conscience.
The set of all things that exist is the universe.
Hey, Hizzle. Welcome in. Good to see you.
So I think we can just go with that. In that definition of just being the totality of all things, we can't then jump from that to saying it's a divine consciousness, because you would have to first do the work of establishing that anything divine exists. You have not done that. And then you would have to do the work of making the ludicrous claim that everything that exists is consciousness. But I can show you things that exist that are not consciousness. So universe cannot be taken to mean exclusively consciousness, divine or otherwise, or a creator of anything. Because to call something a creator,
a divine consciousness
yes,
is the first thing that appears in existence. And then once
if you believe in magic, yes, if you believe in magic, then a divine creator is the first thing.
Why is that magic? Why is that magic? Do you have a consciousness?
I have a consciousness, yes.
Yes, so their consciousness does exist. So
it comes from the operation. It comes from the operation of my brain. It comes.
Okay.
It comes from the operation of something physical,
so you're saying
which existed.
The only thing that has consciousness is brains. Are you saying that the only thing that has consciousness is things with the brain?
At the moment,
as far as we can tell, yes.
At the moment, we don't
have a consciousness.
No, plants don't have
consciousness. As far as we can tell, don't have particular consciousness.
Animals have brains.
Yeah.
No, not all particular animals don't have brains.
Now, hang on a second. Oysters aren't conscious. Now, I'm not going to make. I'm not going to make the claim that it is impossible. I'm talking right now. I'm not going to make the claim that it's impossible for consciousness to arise without a brain, because there might be other ways that consciousness that could happen. But the time to believe that is when it's demonstrated, not when we've had a good old tug on our bong and we've decided that it sounds cool.
If you're not going to use logic and reason, I'm going to end this call right now. Can you commit
logic and reason aren't going to get you a license for making the assumption that consciousness can happen without a brain.
Are you going to be able to use logic and reason? Yes or no?
I use it every day. It seems like you could use a little more.
In this conversation, are you going to be able to use that? Yes
I think I'm doing that right now. I think you're just getting a little emotional about the fact that you've made a claim that minds can exist without brains, and I'm saying that whilst that might be true, we have no reason to think it's true. And the time to think it's true is when someone demonstrates
it. That's not true.
Because you haven't provided any.
That's not true. If you see all different types of life, including fungi and different things that show forms of consciousness.
You need to just calm down.
Ninja, guys are actually not here to learn. You're spiteful contrarians.
Okay, so we're not
using logic. You're just mad.
We're here to have a conversation, and you're shouting and you're talking over people. It's very simple. You made a claim. You claimed that there's some sort of divine consciousness. John said the only thing that we can reasonably infer are actually conscious have brains.
You guys,
you claim.
Does anybody recognize the voice who's co-hosting here with John? Because I recognize his voice, and I think he likes to hang out with Thinker from time to time, but I can't quite put my finger on their name.
You claimed there's more to consciousness, and John said it may be the case. The time to believe that is when there's sufficient evidence to believe it. So
Sean, that's it, just Sean. That doesn't really ring any bells. But Sean's voice is very familiar. And I'm usually pretty good with voices. It's kind of like my autistic trait, like just audio things, like really like trigger things in my brain.
So if you believe it's true, provide the evidence. Okay, so enough with the meta. What is your evidence that consciousness exists anywhere besides the brain?
Ignorant.
Say willful ignorance if you have no evidence.
Willful, weaponized ignorance is what you're spewing.
Okay, all right. Thank you for your cooperation.
Spiteful apathy.
Okay,
is what you guys do.
Okay, the thing is, let me give you an example. So at the moment, rain falls from clouds, right? Every time we see rain, it comes as a result of condensation from moisture in clouds. If I was to say that you can have rain without clouds, you would be entitled to say well, we've never seen rain fall without clouds. By what mechanism could we have rain without clouds? If I then started jumping up and down and accusing you of being willfully weaponized ignorant, it's a reasonable question to say, so far, we have no evidence at all that consciousness can arise as a result of anything other than something that does thinking, a brain, right? A brain of some sort.
No, that's not true, sir.
What would be an
example?
So then give it. So respond to then. Show us what consciousness can happen without brains. How does that happen?
We could even just look at plants, for example.
What reason do we have to believe plants are conscious?
Because they have mechanisms to grow, continue
It's
life,
called
heal
chemistry.
themselves.
Chemistry.
This is where we use logic
hold
and
on.
reason.
Let's take them. Hold on. Let's take.
Yeah, plants respond to stimuli, but like solely responding to stimuli is not enough to like say something is conscious. Like it has to be able to like have some sort of ability to act otherwise. But like if like you can't act otherwise to the stimulus, then you know it's just chemicals doing their thing.
Logic and reason. Just do logic and reason, sir.
Stop shouting
just
logic.
Let me speak for once, man.
I'm trying to do logic and reason. You make one argument at a time. Okay, so argument number one. One premise. Okay, so you can end it if you want to. If you want. We asked you for evidence. We're taking that. We're not going to let you know it.
Another major crash out. This is another major crash out. So
yeah. So one at a time. Plants grow. What is your argument? Please draw the logic.
Yes. great reference. That's Little Shop of Horrors, right? Was Rick Moranis in the theatrical adaptation of that? I might be hallucinating that. In fact, let's take a look together, because it's fun to learn together. Oh, it's not Shop A, it's just Shop. Yep, there's our boy, Rick Moranis. Oh, I forgot Steve Martin was in it too. Good cast.
Conclusion from this: X grows, therefore X is conscious. Do crystals grow? Things grow throughout the universe that are not conscious. So we're taking. Okay.
But finish your point, Sean, because it's a good point.
Yeah. So I mean, because basically we asked for evidence that plants are conscious. So his first argument was plants grow. Growing is not a unique trait to something that is conscious. There are many things that grow all throughout nature, or what have you. There's no logical entailment that X grows, therefore X is conscious. And so I just wanted to take them one at a time.
Yeah,
one argument at a time.
He wasn't match fit. So even if you can say something like, look, plants grow towards the light, that looks like conscious behavior, right? It's responding to the environment. If you take a plant and it's growing towards the left because that's where the window is, and then you rotate it to a different position and it starts growing towards the right because now that's where the window is, you could go, aha, the plant is conscious. It's chemistry. It's chemistry. That's how photosynthesis works. It's chemistry. There's no reason to think that plants are conscious. That is an asinine argument. It's idiotic. We have precisely zero evidence of consciousness arising without a brain anywhere. Now, I wanted to make the point that that doesn't mean that it can't possibly happen. It might be the case that there are alien species somewhere that don't have brains. They evolve consciousness through some other means that we wouldn't recognize as a brain. Let's put our sci-fi hat on and say some kind of energy field that forms as a result of some special thing that for which there's no analog here. Okay, well then that would be an example of consciousness arising as a result of a different physical process that we just don't recognize as a brain, but we would categorize it as some other consciousness.
Or if AI ever becomes conscious.
Or if AI ever becomes conscious.
That could be the case, but you still have a substrate.
You still have a substrate.
Physical thing that is creating that consciousness.
Right. None of these things would be divine. Divine is just another word for magic. So if you find yourself arguing for divine something, stop. Check yourself. You're being silly. You're arguing for wizard stuff. Don't do it. It makes you look silly.
I always love a good crash out. Always happens when they're backed into a corner. Was this the one where? Oh yeah, this is the clip where Ian makes Liam take an IQ test like live on air, and Liam doesn't even score above 100. Like when you take this particular IQ test on the Mensa Challenge website, if you score below 100, it just will say you're below 100. It won't give you like an actual figure. It's brutal. I really like Ari. She's really good when it comes to like the political topics. So let's see what this clip's about. I don't know why I'm getting this experiencing interruptions notification. Like it's in the middle of the fucking night here. Like bandwidth should not be at a premium right now.
All right. Okay, next caller. We actually lost your screening info, so I'm going to bring you on here. Caller from the 540 area code. I'm afraid we lost the screening info, so we're just going to fill that out again real quick. What are your pronouns?
Well, first of all, my pronoun is genetic male.
Well, that's not a pronoun, though.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what I choose as my pronoun. I'm starting to disagree with it.
That's actually not one of the options.
So I don't get to choose my pronoun.
Correct.
Starting out just like screaming into his phone receiver. You can tell this is going to be a good one. But actually 15 minutes. Yeah, that'll be perfect. I'm going to run upstairs and take like 30 seconds to throw something in the oven. I'll be right back.
Yeah. No, you have to choose from actual pronouns. It's like if I said, hang on, genetic male.
No, I'm not going to. No, I'm not going to.
All right, I'm going to mute you there for a second so I can explain this to you. If I ask you what your favorite food is, and you said genetic male, I would either have to call the police because you're a cannibal, or I would have to inform you that that's not a food. So, genetic male. Again, I don't know your screening info. If you could just tell me let's try this again. What is your pronoun?
I really wish I was the last caller. Because I have answers to all of the questions that you asked him.
Well, hey, we'll be able to get there. Can we get through the screening real quick?
Can we get through me? You're not going to.
Hey, I don't know what you're saying. I'm not going to do. I don't know what you're saying. I'm not going to do. I did mute you again. We just need to get your info. We can do the conversation that you want to do and answer all the questions. I just got to get your info. So, coming back, it seems like you don't want to give us your pronouns. Okay. No pronouns. So, who are we talking to? What should we? What should we call you?
Male is my pronoun.
What's your name?
My name is Stephen Tracy. I live at 3233.
Hang on. Hey. Okay, I'm beeping again. That beep is you being muted again. Take a breath. Slow down. I have to fill out a form so that the tag above me works correctly. Okay, guy? I just have to fill out the form. So let's go slowly. Let's start again. What name should I put on the tag?
Steve.
Excellent. Steve. Okay,
fantastic.
Great. Steve. Next question. What are your pronouns?
Genetic male.
Okay. Well, that's not a pronoun, but we'll come back to it. How old are you, Steve?
60.
60 years old. Excellent. And Steve, who is 60. What are your pronouns?
Genetic male.
Okay. Hang on. I'm going to ask Grok real quick. Hey, Grok. Is genetic male a pronoun? Maybe I'm the dumb one. Is genetic male a pronoun? Let me check this. Steve, you'll have to wait for a second while Grok is checking on this. No, genetic male is not a pronoun. It's a description of a biological sex, specifically someone whose chromosomes are typically XY, not a word to replace a person's name in a sentence. In English, pronouns are words like he, him, his, she, her, hers, they, them, theirs. Non-binary or neopronouns such as ze, zir, zirs, they, them. Those are what Grok is letting me know would be pronouns. So anyway, are you MAGA
geez, they're
or
still
are you
on the
liberal?
pronouns.
Okay, my pronoun can be XY. There you go. Call me
Oh,
XY.
I'm sorry. Those are letters. Those also aren't pronouns. Are you? And did you say you're liberal? Did you say you're liberal? I'm just filling out the form. You said you're liberal, right?
No.
Oh, are you liberal or MAGA or what are you?
All right. Am I going to be allowed to speak?
Sure, Steve. I have to fill out the form, and you're being difficult. I'm excited to do this with you. Okay, I've got Steve is 60. Are you MAGA or liberal? Are you MAGA or liberal?
Okay. Here's what it comes down to. All right.
Nope. No. We got to fill out my form, Steve.
It's more.
So that beep was the mute again. Steve, we got to fill out the form. Okay, Steve, there's a form to fill out, and I got to know whether or not you are MAGA or liberal. I will tell you, if you insist on using X, Y as your pronouns, fine, but I do believe the correct pronunciation of that will be she. So we'll be referring to you as a she all night long.
Oh man, that's actually killer. That was quick thinking by Jimmy, because yeah, taking the sh sound that an X can make, and the YE. Wow, gold star. Jimmy always on top of it.
Usually, it and its pisses them off even more than she does.
Yeah.
I kind of wish they would like use that more, but they don't.
Well, I think it's more in solidarity with Lux, because Lux's pronouns are it's. So like they don't really want to, disparage Lux's proper pronouns that it prefers.
Could be, but that's not really why they're asking the question out of solidarity for Lux. They're asking the question to get them to crash out on the fucking screening questions, And it's what you're getting. And if that's what you want, then fucking go all the way with it, Use the one that's going to piss them off the most.
Right. Well, and I really feel that like asking for like pronouns at the beginning is like a good barometer to like see how good faith like this person is going to be willing to be, because if they can't like just like engage with proper English grammar, then like
I think it used to be, but I think it's become something different now.
It's good content.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's become now. So
anyway, Steve, I need to know the next question, because I got to fill out this form. We have all this database we keep track of and everything for our archive and everything else, Steve. So Steve, for the name tag and everything, are you MAGA or are you liberal?
So you're not going to let me speak?
I will after you answer these questions. In fact, answering the questions would be a type of speaking. Are you MAGA or liberal?
So you're not going to let me have a discussion with you?
I absolutely will after we're done with the form. Are you MAGA or liberal?
No, wrong. I'm done with the form.
Okay, but I'm not. And so wait, I'm not. So
okay,
that's when we'll get to have a conversation.
Here's the answer to the question.
Are you MAGA or liberal?
It's more nuanced than that.
Okay, so give me a one-word label that does represent. If not MAGA, not liberal, what's your one-word label?
I don't believe in labels.
Okay, so Steve is a 60-year-old gay man. And what were your pronouns? Wait, you told the screener you were gay. You told the screener you were gay.
That's a lie. Now so you don't want to have a
Steve, you told the screener. Steve, are you straight?
No, I didn't. Look,
okay, wait, are you straight?
I don't. Yes.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
When they say I don't believe in labels, you call them generic.
Steve, I'm going to bring you back on. Steve, I apologize.
Generic Steve.
Store brand Steve.
Yeah.
Kirkland.
Steve.
Kirkland Steve.
Great value Steve.
Yeah. Oh man.
Apologize. Steve is 5'6" with a receding hairline. He's 60 years old. He's mostly bald. Steve is not gay. I believe he said it's more nuanced than that, which I believe establishes that Steve is some type of bisexual, gender fluid, probably fairy. So Steve's political affiliation is fairy.
Happy Pride.
He's not gay. It's sex flirt. He is sexually fluid. So Steve, is that why you're having a hard time giving us pronouns? Because your sexual fluidity is more nuanced than that, and you don't want to be restricted to simple pronouns. Steve, is that what was going on?
This is personal stuff that has nothing to do with anything I want to discuss.
Does your wife know you're gay?
That you have discussed.
Does your wife know you're gay? No, she didn't. She faked her death because she didn't want to talk to you ever again.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha. So you don't want to have a discussion. Yeah,
my guy, you literally yelled at my girlfriend. Hey, my guy, well, your DMs asking me to show hole would completely disagree. You are in my DMs. Just so everybody knows, this is Steve, the 60-year-old from Virginia, who is constantly in my DMs trying to show butthole. And Steve got to speak to the screener, who was my girlfriend, and thought he could yell at my screener doing her fucking job. Your wife didn't die of cancer. You were the cancer in your wife's life, and she faked her death to never speak to you again. Steve, did your dad, do your parents know you're gay, or are they dead too?
This is not a conversation. Let's have a conversation.
Oh, okay, fine, Steve, fine. Let's reset and let's start over. We're going to start over the way we always start over. Okay,
Yeah,
Steve,
by cutting me off,
Steve,
not letting me speak,
Steve,
and
we're gonna start
silencing
over.
me.
Steve, we're resetting.
Have
We're
some
resetting and starting over.
decorum.
We're resetting and starting over. Steve, we're resetting and starting
All
over.
right, so I want to
Steve, hang on, Steve. We're resetting it. Jesus, I'm muting you because we're resetting and starting over. So I'm acting like the call is new.
It's always me, though.
Oh my God.
I'm just
All
going
right.
to point that out.
Everybody call reset. Pretend none of this last shit just happened. Everybody, please welcome onto the show Steve, who is 60 years old from Virginia. Steve, welcome to the show. Before we get started, what are your pronouns?
So I'd like to address something she said earlier.
I agree. What are your pronouns, though? Because you just use she to refer to her. I'm going to be so fucking confused who you mean until I know your pronouns. So, Steve, what were your pronouns?
About it, I'm not.
No,
Okay, then answer the question. Then answer the question, Steve. Answer the question if you're not confused. What are your pronouns?
And that's the thing. You're not going to allow me to have a discussion with you.
You yelled at my girlfriend. Hey, Steve, you yelled at my girlfriend. I don't give a shit. Fuck you in your fucking face. I fucking
you know what? You're a neat person. How about this? I'll give you my address. You can come
apologize.
Pussy,
Apologize.
pussy, pussy,
Apologize.
pussy. How about this?
Apologize.
Come over to my address. Come over to my house. Let's meet in person.
Okay, I'm on my way.
Now that you say that, Nessie, I can totally see that. Like Jimmy's definitely like starting to take some of Parker's tactics, and like also kind of developing that Parker cadence, that Parker excitement. I'm a Parker fan. I like what he does.
I'm on my way.
I'm an hour from DC.
The playground.
I am
the playground.
Less than an hour from DC.
Let's meet at the Steve, let's meet at the playground and resolve this. We're going to the playground and we're going to. By the way, Mister, we're not having a conversation. We're not having a debate. Meet me at the playground, guy. I'm gonna die. Oh. You won't let me in and say my dumb shit, so I need to solve these with violence. By the way, Steve, you're 5'6", 400 pounds. You are made mostly of Pillsbury biscuits. You are.
But he's also.
I'm 35, 200. In my prime and a woodworker. You think
that's why he's inviting you on a date?
Oh, it was a date. I'm so sorry. I thought you were trying to get me to fight. The playground is now fucked up. We are not. I know usually you would go picking up people at the playground. That's what your party likes to do. You're a bunch of fucking pedophiles. But no, I'm going to pass on that. Steve, all right, let's reset. I'm bringing you on. I'm unmuting you. What are your pronouns?
Wow, you're really upset, aren't you?
What? I'm really upset. You just tried to fight me.
Yeah.
You think I'm emotional? You literally just tried to fight me. You literally just said, "Come to my house."
Oh wait,
where are we meeting up?
Wait, Jimmy. He just said it's not a fight, so it was a date. It was a date. He was inviting you on a date.
Date me?
Yeah, he's not inviting you for a fight, so it must be a date.
Hey, Steve, what is the diameter? What is the diameter of the dildos you've managed to dilate your anus to? Can you get a whole head up there yet? I mean, that's where you store all of your facts and informations. And obviously, you needed more space because your prostate's the size of a grapefruit, but you don't want to go to the doctor. That'd be gay, getting that finger up your ass. How many times have you had a doctor's finger up your ass? And I mean for medical stuff, not recreationally.
So it's not fuck immigrants. It's fuck illegal immigration.
Okay. Hey, Steven. Hey, Steve. What are your pronouns?
Yeah.
Hey,
don't let me speak, bro. Don't let me speak.
But what are your pronouns?
Stop and finish your introduction.
I will clarify. I'll clarify everything for you. I'll clarify all
Wait.
Hey Godson, this isn't an airport terminal. You don't need to announce your departure. You're allowed to just leave if you want to leave.
Great. I muted you for a second because you said you clarify everything for me. I want to make it extremely clear. I would like you to clarify what your pronouns are. Unmute.
Tranny. Your girlfriend sounds like a tranny.
Jesus Christ. Now the T slurs.
And don't forget my rule. If you say you're leaving, just leave. If you post again, I will help you leave.
Yeah. Well, we'll tuck you in, kiss you on the forehead, and say goodnight.
That's a rule I developed for Mezzo's trolls, and I like it.
Yeah, that's honestly like a great rule.
Does?
Yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
Okay, cool. Hey, here's my impression of what your wife sounds like.
Oh, that's kind of tasteless if his wife really has passed. But like he's almost certainly a troll. But like, ooh, so sometimes Jimmy does cross the line, and like this is one of the times where I'm having it like.
Let me make sure that's a 24-hour deal, please. When they do that, that's an automatic 24 hours. So, sorry, go ahead, RV.
Well, I'm just saying, like, sometimes Jimmy takes the joke a little too far, and this might be one of those times, but like.
Straying out of Parker territory into Dean Withers territory. Right?
Yes, perfect analogy.
Hey, what's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Hey, yo, Jay. Oh, we also got Jackie in the chat now. What's good, Jackie? And let's see if I missed any other friends. Daniel Taylor jumped in chat. I swear there's another name that I think I forgot to say hi to. Where is it? I'm really scrolling far. I'm lacking. Sorry to whoever this is. Charles Oliver. Yeah. Sorry, Charles, that I missed you for this long. What's good, Jay? How's your
A lot of gallon bags.
Same old shit, man. Just making some chicken nuggets, you know.
Nice. I'm cooking up some hash browns right now.
Oh yeah, that's good, man. That sounds like it's a combination. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just finished mine. You're good.
Yeah, Gretchen, you gave me the craving. Like you said, hash browns. I'm like, oh, I've got some Trader Joe's hash brown squares up there. I can throw in the oven real quick.
Yeah.
You know how I was talking about the bacon grease I saved earlier? I slathered a little on the bottom of the glass pan and then put some on top so it soaks in and cooks nicely. Then I just throw a piece of American cheese on it.
Yeah, I just had like the hash brown nuggets, like the little flat hash brown or flat top kind of deals.
Oh, like the circles?
Yeah.
Yeah, I call those Olays, like because I grew up loving Taco John's.
I took some and slathered it in the bacon grease from the bacon. And then threw that all in the air fryer together.
Ooh, air fryer. That's nice.
So good.
I got the 3-in-1. The oven, air fryer, microwave.
Hell yeah. Cook anything to perfection with that. That's the real Holy Trinity right there.
Yeah, that's a fact, man. But for snacks and munchies, yeah.
Up against white sides. I know. Oh. Yeah. I know
So
he's a Republican.
what's this about? What he's reacting to?
Yeah, it's pretty much a given, you know.
Just
election day, huh? Today's election day, huh? Uh-huh. So I guess they got the results quick enough. So, yeah, that was pretty much understood. Yeah, and so far, but now all the draggers in. Yeah.
Yo, Hayden, that's wild that the line banned you. Do you remember what it was for? Like I got timed out on the line one time, but it was a night when we were visiting family, and they had put several drinks into me, and so I was getting a little too wild in chat, like calling out Nazis. So I definitely deserved that timeout. But like, yeah, I wonder like how they justified banning you.
You probably said something crazy. It's all good though. I don't knock it. You probably meant it. As long as you stand on your square, it's all good.
Yeah, stand on that business.
That's it. Stand on your square. You said it, you meant it. That's it. No do-overs. But sometimes you could fuck up, and that just you clarify that. But they're probably not gonna give you that chance. You know what I'm saying? So there's that.
Oh, not agreeing with everything someone was saying. I guess that tracks, especially if it was early the line, like 3 years ago.
Yeah, true.
They've probably chilled out a little since then. Like I think I started watching the line 2-ish years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's always usually some stupid shit.
Yeah, every community has their issues.
That's a fact.
You exist long enough, you'll definitely have some drama surrounding you.
Yeah, it's always that way, you know what I'm saying? But that builds up to our own individual shows. Like I always think about how would I do a show? Like what would I do if I did a show? You know, kind of makes me wonder.
Well, I'll give you 60 seconds to experiment with that while I run upstairs and grab my hash brown. It's the J show for 60 seconds.
Yeah.
Well, I'm still here. Well, at least I'm back now. So
Yeah,
I got my apples. So
you got your apples.
Yeah.
And I don't have oranges.
I'm making apple pie filling or cinnamon apples, I guess.
That's good.
I'm gonna make a spice cake with apple filling and cream cheese frosting. So that sounds fucking awesome. So
yes, it does. You're activating my munchies.
yeah. Hello, Eugene.
That's gonna be a delightful treat. Let's get more backwoods.
I guess I'm in the cooking kind of mood today because I actually cooked a whole dinner. Well, breakfast for dinner, except it's breakfast because I just woke up not too long ago. So
that's cool.
So breakfast for dinner for breakfast. That sounds right.
Yeah, pretty much. I do that. I put eggs on my burgers.
Am I gonna share what? My cake? Sure.
Hell yeah.
Coming up to Santa Clarita, I'll share. Absolutely.
All right, I'm back.
For that pie, I'm considering it. Now let me stop.
All right, should we jump back into Jimmy's reenactment of the caller's wife?
That's crazy.
Like, who here are avid Redditors and understand the joke? I also choose this man's dead wife.
No, I don't.
I do not.
Yeah.
Oh man, there's some deep Reddit lore. Like there was an Ask Reddit thread of like if you could sleep with anyone like in history, like they come back to life, who would you choose? And this person was like, I would give anything to sleep with my wife one more time. She passed away from cancer several years ago. And then the top comment right underneath it was, I also choose this man's dead wife.
What?
Fucking Reddit.
That's what.
That's funny.
Oh man, Ari couldn't handle Jimmy's
So you said you could clarify anything. You said you could clarify anything. But I still haven't heard you clarify your pronouns.
Oh no.
Republicans are going to win midterms. I'll tell you what.
Have you ever had consensual
goodness, she's
sex?
catching
Also,
the
not
vapors.
pronouns.
Why do you got to get personal? Let's have a discussion.
If you've only ever raped people, don't tell me your pronouns.
You're upset.
Oh my God, you're a rapist. Oh my God, Steven's a rapist. I give a fuck what anybody thinks about me. You fuck with my. Oh, by the way, Steven, I want you to know what happened before you came on the air. 10 minutes ago, about 15 minutes ago now, it became clear you were yelling at my girlfriend in the other room. So I went to chat and I said, if they will raise $1,000 for RFR, I promise to only troll and rage bait when I pick up your call.
What do you mean? Like shit, the moderation is moderation is like a community to community basis. So like if you encounter shit moderation in one subreddit, doesn't necessarily mean like there's going to be shit moderation in the other subreddit. Like I run a house music community of like about 15,000 members now, and like we run a tight ship. Like we don't fuck around with anything. Don't let no shit slide, you know. Oh, the admins. Yeah, the admins like don't really give a lot of support to the actual moderators. I can agree with that. Yeah, that's true.
So thank you, because we raised $1,109 for Recovering from Religion, which is an amazing organization that helps people that are deconstructing and getting past the trauma that is losing their community and their lives when it was so intertwined with religion. Stephen, I got to tell you, thank you for the $1,109. I'm a man of my word. I promise you, this call will never be anything but rage baiting and trolling you. Because, Stephen, let's be so honest and let's be so clear. You are a sensitive, hormonal, 5'3", 400-pound, emotional bitch.
Ooh.
And I don't
He's
give a
very
shit.
upset. And just
All
so
right,
upset over a
now
simple
that you got
question
that
of
all
pronouns.
said, cut it all out. Let's have a
So what are your
discussion.
pronouns?
I dare you.
Yeah, okay.
What are
I
your
dare you to have
pronouns?
a discussion.
Yeah, let's do it. What
I
are your
dare you to have a
pronouns?
discussion. I
Hell
dare
yeah,
you to have a
discussion starting
I
right
dare
here.
you
What are
to
your
have
pronouns?
an
Yeah,
actual
we're doing it.
discussion
We're doing it.
about-
We're doing it right now. We're doing it
I
right
dare
now.
you,
What are your
I dare
pronouns?
you, I dare you. I dare you.
I accept your dare. I had to mute you again because you're not listening. I accept your dare. Conversation beginning now. I will ask the first question. What are your pronouns?
Well, I want us to respond to what she said.
And what are your pronouns?
Yourself?
Yeah, Nessie, I was banned, permanently banned from our videos for calling someone a coward who made a comment, like a really snippy, snarky comment, and then immediately blocked me, so I couldn't respond to them. And so all I did was like make a separate comment saying, "Hey, nice, or something like, oh yeah, run away, coward." Like if you want me to respond to something, like keep the replies open. Otherwise, like it doesn't need to be said. And I was like no warnings before that. Like that was the first like moderation action I ever received in our videos, and just boom, perma ban. So yeah, it happens sometimes.
Yeah.
You know what's funny is that these MAGA guys are so used to the whole "what are your pronouns" thing that, like, when I get on TikTok, sometimes they actually say, "Aren't you going to ask me my pronouns?"
Oh, like they want to get into that?
Yeah, they do. And I'm like, no, actually, I'm not, because all that really does is, it's like you guys volunteering to crash out and become the thing you say you hate. You guys gonna get all fussy about a figure of speech or about a part of speech, and you guys act like little girls when you're saying that you're fucking biological males, and I don't really find it funny. It's kind of pathetic. I'd rather talk to you, so how about if we just do that? And they're like, well, if you're gonna give me that mom tone, I'm like, okay, now you're crying about my mom tone. This isn't going well for you already. Maybe I should just ask you your fucking pronouns. But yeah, they actually, it's gotten to the point where they get upset if you don't ask them now, because some of them I imagine they think they have clever responses.
I respect it, but
I think they want to show them off, but
I don't think to ask. I don't think to ask about that. Like, I gotta probably do that more. Ask people that.
Ask people what their pronouns are.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Do you debate MAGA people?
Not, but I mean, isn't that like the respectful thing to do? Like to respect people's pronouns and like ask them so that way you address them right.
I don't know. There's a couple of schools of thought on that. Some people think that it's a respectful thing to do, and I think it used to be, but now I think it's just like a rage bait thing.
I mean, what it is like, hopefully doing.
That's why I would do
helping.
it. If I did, it would be purely for rage bait reasons.
Oh, that's crazy.
Well, I think normalizing it.
Doing it.
I think normalizing asking for someone's pronouns helps, protect our trans friends, because like trans people are the most likely to be asked about what their pronouns are for clarification. And so like if someone is being asked their pronouns, like it's kind of automatically outing them as being potentially trans. And so like if we normalize it in a way that we ask everybody, regardless of whether they're cis or trans, for their pronouns, then like it kind of, gives them that umbrella of cover.
You think so? Because I think that honestly, I feel like at least I have one trans friend that said that it's the opposite, that trans people are least likely to be asked what their pronouns are because everybody's
I've got
so
Jessica
used to
agreeing with me right
assuming.
now.
Yeah, I know, but it's gonna go both ways because I've heard both sides of the argument, and I'm not trans, so I'm not exactly gonna take a side in this, but I've heard that, that from some trans people, they're like, well, we're actually less likely to be asked. So we kind of, we would like it normalized so that, yeah, we are actually asked for a change instead of people just. He is one that he just said that he doesn't like having to wait until he's misgendered to speak up and correct everybody. He would prefer he was just asked in the first place. And he doesn't see what the big deal is that, because as soon as people, gender him as a her or, she, her, then he immediately, no, I'm not. So, but then he feels like kind of an asshole. So he thinks in his point of view, he would like it that it was just normalized, so everybody has to answer it, and then doesn't make trans people have to feel like they're fighting for the most basic respect. I mean, and I can totally see that. I can totally see that too.
I don't know, like how to really go about that. Like when I see a person who, I don't know, like I'm not gonna say like you can tell, like you can't tell, right? Like people are people, they're gonna just be how they are. But like maybe like if a person, like if it's a trans person, I don't know what's the political correct way to say it, you know what I'm saying? But like you can, and I don't know if the appropriate thing is to ask them, you know what I'm saying? Like there's one person I delivered to who's a trans woman, you know what I'm saying? And I just refer to her as she and Miss, you know what I'm saying? I never asked her. I don't know if I ever should.
Yeah.
That's why I even pondered this at the moment, you know what I'm saying? Because of that. Like I'm like, should I have asked her?
You're gonna have varying points of view on any issue. Look at something as simple as veterans, like I'm one of like a third of veterans that fucking hate it when you thank me for my service. I don't like it. It makes me feel fucking weird, and I don't want to hear it. And just thank you, please don't. But the other 66% are like, yeah, fuck yeah, thank me. It was my honor to serve, ma'am, or whatever. It's like, yeah, I'm never gonna fucking say that. But you're gonna have varying positions on something stupid like that. So of course, when it comes to your actual identity, there's gonna be varying positions.
I'm just clueless when it comes to that whole dynamic of all of that. Like it's that there is ignorance. Like it's just I don't have the data, the information. Like I know, like I respect a trans woman as a woman. You see what I'm saying? I call them women. You see what I'm saying? It's just it's a woman. It's a different woman. That's it. It's women like other women, you know what I'm saying? It's just there's genetics, but like to be a woman is an aesthetic. You see what I'm saying? Like you wouldn't consider a female that looks like Hulk Hogan. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think it's more than an aesthetic, to be honest.
It's an identity.
Yeah, that's
identity, expression.
It's way more than just an aesthetic.
That's what I meant. That came out. I meant like the look, right? Like the look of a woman versus the look of a river. You just going by the look, like a person could like you put up makeup that's like womanly, like, you know what I'm saying? If you put it on a certain way, right? Like if you put it on a certain way, like anybody could put on makeup. Wrestlers put on makeup.
Yeah, but now you're in danger of comparing a tomboy to a trans girl, you know.
No, I'm not trying to do that. You see what you see?
I know you're not trying to, but you're on a slippery slope is all I'm saying.
You damn it, you see the fucking spider web that I'm getting caught in. How about me post this? I'm about to dig myself hole. I'm about to cancel myself while I roll this blunt.
Yeah, I kind of operate under like a rule of they until hey. Like I never try to assume anyone's gender and just use gender neutral language until like they introduce themselves to me and like I know them on a more personal level.
No, what I'm saying is I don't assume. Oh, my fault. I'm saying I don't assume. Like I never assume. I don't ask though. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm wondering if I should do. If that's the appropriate thing to do. You know what I'm saying? If I don't know, or just take the chance and then risk getting it wrong. Cause like she probably goes by they them and just doesn't tell me.
Well, I mean, if you normalize just asking people, like asking everybody, the only ones you're going to end up offending are, you know, the anti-trans people, really.
Yeah, that's
most
likely.
Oh, so if I ask a person,
like if you ask someone who, you know, is just taking it wrong and they're not trans, but they're like at least an ally or something, then they say, "Oh, what, do you think I look like a man?" You say, "No, I just ask everybody just as a rule," and they'll accept that. The only ones that are going to be pissed are the fucking MAGA dickheads that, you know, like this guy. They're the only ones that are going to be upset by it, and really all you're doing is, you know, adding an extra question to speech, really.
I mean, that's how I be doing it though, Jackie. That's the funny shit. Like that's what I did. Like that's not just how I be doing it. It's how I did with her. Like, you know, even now I say her. Like it could be them days. Like I don't know, but
well, yeah, I can definitely see like your reasoning behind that, Jackie, is especially if like people are like afraid of not passing, and like by like just assuming their gender allows you to kind of affirm their identity right off the bat.
Yeah, but it's like
but it's kind of like, you know,
probably be
a potential
Absolutely.
potential to misgender someone. So like I definitely see merit on both, like assuming or not assuming,
So,
as long as like you're trying to assume like with good faith in a way that like does the least amount of harm.
But like
I would think having that backup, I ask everybody just as a matter of principle. I mean, I think that would go a long ways to, you know.
Well, I think offering it first, like you offer your pronouns first, is probably a safer way to go, because it gives the other person the opportunity to offer theirs instead of like asking for theirs. It gives them a little more agency over that choice.
That definitely is true. I just that's a social barrier that I never not a barrier, like a social hurdle, right? Because you don't want to offend. Like you try to like, you know, in trying to like not offend, you might end up triple offending. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy. It's wild because you're basically saying different people could take the same thing differently, and it's like in one instance it's not offensive. In the other instance, it is. So I wonder if it would offend her if I asked her pronoun, which I'm not gonna do, but I wonder. You know what I'm saying?
I know for a while when a lot of the pronoun thing first became a thing, I made the mistake of putting myself in their position and trying to infer what I thought would be preferable, but that was a big mistake that caused me a lot more trouble than was necessary. Now it's like, I am not trans. I don't know what it's like to be trans. I'm not going to pretend that I know what it's like. I'm not putting myself in that position, so I'm just going to fucking ask. Sorry if it irritates you, but, you know, like, I done fucked this one up before, like 10 years ago, and I'm not doing it anymore.
Yeah, people get easily offended. That's my whole thing. So I'm like, you know, I don't know. I don't want to offend nobody, but that's a lot to keep up with.
I don't generally have a problem with offending people, but when it's something that's like, you know, your identity or something that you can't help about who you are, then that is not something to fuck with, you know? That's why I don't think it's funny when people call each other gay just to be fucking funny, you know, or to, you know, dunk on their friends. I don't think that's funny, because that's not something that, you know, I think that's something innate to who you are, and
you can't change it.
It's like using the R slur, you know, even if you're just doing it among your friends to be funny, you're fucking wrong. And
I agree. I don't like that word. I really can't.
That's where I draw my line for slurs. If it's something that you can't help, then it's off the fucking table, as far as I'm concerned.
So that's a pretty good rule to follow. Whenever I say like good rule to follow, like the back of my head is trying to say rule of thumb, but like, you know, I know that idiom has like problematic origins, and so like it's.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, I believe like rule of thumb was like you were allowed to beat like a slave with like a stick that was like as thick as your thumb, but like no thicker.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think we got to talking on Mezzo one night about certain other ones, like down to the nitty gritty.
Yeah, that's about slave boats
in the slave trade too. And I guess idiot and moron, we're supposed to start thinking about whether we should be using those words. I'm like, oh god, man.
You can say whatever you want, Aiden, but like consider like that there might be like a problematic origin behind it, and like if continuing to use that idiom is perpetuating that problematic origin.
Yeah.
Like I don't think anyone's going to jump down your throat for using it.
Yeah, I'm not sure using rule of thumb or nitty gritty is really perpetuating the, you know, the slave trade, this transatlantic slave trade. I think we pretty much got that one nipped in the bud, you know? As far as perpetuating it, you know? I mean, no, we've never made reparations fairly or anything, but I mean, I don't see anything we say that's gonna bring it back, you know? So
yeah.
But you know, perpetuating hate against trans people, that's like legit happening every fucking day. So that
happening and getting worse.
I don't do that shit, man.
Yeah.
Live and let live, man. Fuck that shit.
Well, we're almost done with this clip.
Okay.
Anybody in chat, like if you have anything you'd like us to you know, react to or listen to and ponder about, let us know.
Ma'am, calm down, ma'am. What are your pronouns?
Ma'am.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Ma'am.
Whatever, dude. That doesn't
Wait,
matter.
Steve, I double dog dare you to tell us your pronouns.
Your wife went to the doctor and asked them to.
Was that Gretchen?
I said we could do the Professor Dave thing.
Which one?
Didn't he release one this morning?
The 3-minute video.
Is it 3 minutes? I thought there
Yeah.
was like an hour one. Never mind.
We'll check it out after this. We got literally 60 seconds left.
Inject her with cancer because she was tired of living with you. Did you know that, Steve? Do you know that's what happened?
Oh no.
She asked for the cancer.
Jimmy, no.
You probably celebrated Charlie Kirk's death. I get it.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. Do you know that Charlie Kirk's pronouns were he, him?
You're a bitch. And Charlie Kirk was cool.
Oh no.
I am.
Oh no. Okay. So anyway, Steven, feel free to call back when you figure out how to emotionally regulate. We're going to go.
Oh, goodness. All right, so Prof. Dave explains. Oh, the Weinstein one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be a good one. This is the one I was thinking about. 3 minutes and 6 seconds. Oh, yeah, that's great for a reaction.
Oh, his normal content, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's dive into the grifter Eric Weinstein. Unless yeah, I'm not seeing any suggestions from chat.
Anybody have any objections in chat?
Oh yes, the other night someone would have definitely had an objection to Terry Howard.
Who?
I don't remember who it was, but they came in and they said, "Oh, fucking Terry Howard, no, thank you." Yes, let's bring back the ablative case.
Y'all don't be watching Dave McKeegan?
Is that the guy that you mentioned the other day?
Yeah, he does a lot of flat earth shit.
No, he does a lot of moon landing denial. Like he gets into I'm talking about the such intricate detail that I don't go nowhere else for my moon information. Like that's who I go to. That's my go-to for the moon stuff. You know what I'm saying? The landings, and he doesn't just be like, "Oh no, we went." He gets into the pictures. He goes to this database, that database, this mission, that mission. Like he shows different angles of the same craters, like showing how.
Yeah, don't you ever watch this guy, Jay?
Who?
Professor Dave?
I used to. He be dunking on people. I don't like that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Jay has a problem. Remember we had the whole
that's right.
discussion about Tone Police.
We
would rehash it.
It's not. Yeah, I don't have an issue with him. Like I'm gonna listen to this if y'all play it. It's no problem.
I love the tone policing.
I don't got nothing against it.
I love the dunking. Sorry, not the tone policing.
Hey everyone, many of you.
Charles
You've made it
says
to the point where Professor Dave is doing a video on you. You deserve everything he fucking calls you.
No, and that's why I don't actually hate it, right? Like it's just not my favorite thing. Like, I rather watch his other material because he got other material where he doesn't dunk on nobody. I know why he does what he does. I get it. You know what I'm saying? No knock. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, Madeline. Yeah, I used to be a fan of Sabine, but I stopped watching her when I saw her kind of taking a right-wing turn. And then about half a year, almost a year later, Professor Dave started up the controversy videos about her. But yeah, the downfall of Sabine Hosfelder is quite sad. She was a good science communicator, but now it's obvious that she has a lot of biases.
The Peter Thiel payroll will do to you.
Oh, is she a Peter Thiel shill now?
Yeah,
wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
You know who's becoming my favorite scientist, and I already told Gretchen about him, but she probably forgot.
Probably.
Sean the Science Kid.
Oh God, I did not forget that fucking kid. And
what?
No.
What?
I did not forget about him.
Chris Perry.
That's just no.
Gretchen,
Absolutely fucking not.
Come on, man. I love that kid, man. I love all those kids that they're talking about. Them, the kids that's the next generation. Man.
I love that for you, Jay.
Uppy, he's a neurocardio.
He is fucking not. He made that fucking word up. There's no such thing as what he says he's going to be.
He's going to create this because he says that the brain and the heart is necessary for life. So he wants to be able to fix both. He wants to basically, if he could fix the brain and the heart, he could repair any human. You see what I'm saying? Everything else.
The lungs are necessary for life too.
Yeah, no.
He also has the theory that the brain and the heart work together,
replace those.
as one unit.
Well, because they send signals.
I
and
call
they have,
bullshit.
And they have key things that work hand in hand. Like there's signals. He doesn't just say it, right? He tells you why.
All organs have like an IO with the brain. Like,
but it's like
they regulate through hormones and everything.
Like it would be cool if you listen to it, Aubrey, because Gretchen is apparently.
Look, I looked into the whole thing with that kid, and I want that fucking 20 minutes back. You owe me 20 fucking minutes of my life.
This sounds like pseudoscience, like right off the bat.
No, it doesn't. It's a kid, man. He's a little boy.
It's a fucking 10-year-old kid.
He's in college. Like he's already going for his degree at 10. Like, come on.
Yeah, and he's probably learned enough to understand that like the idea was, dumb.
Nah, I'm telling you, like he's kicking some real stuff. You gotta listen to this boy, man. Like, can't just write him off like that.
All right, hit me up when he publishes his first study and it gets peer reviewed.
Yeah, but that's gonna take time. That's years in the making. I'm talking about 10 years.
I looked him up,
and I'm not going to waste my time until that time has passed.
I'm not asking you to. I'm just saying there's content to react to. That's what you was, that's what we was talking about.
I took your word for it, and I looked
brought it up as a suggestion.
I regret it.
You don't have to watch it. You know what I'm saying? It's all good.
All right, well, let's jump into Eric Weinstein because he's definitely worthy of getting dunked on.
100%.
You're aware of my distaste for the Weinstein brothers, the most insufferable pseudo-intellectual douchebags on the planet, whose entire purpose in life is to enrich themselves by spreading lies on podcasts. Today we have an opportunity to make fun of big bro Eric some more, so let's get to it. If you're new to my channel or generally unfamiliar with these boners, check out my playlist on them so you can see how deep the rabbit hole goes. Once champions of the so-called intellectual dark web, they have done quite a lot of societal harm. Brett spreads medical misinformation that kills people, and Eric is a major figure in the academia bad, private sector good propaganda landscape that aligns with the shift towards fascism we are seeing in this administration. On the bright side, the influence these bozos wield has dwindled quite a bit lately. It's commonly known that Brett is always lying about vaccines or ivermectin or whatever dumb thing he's grifting on at any given time. This goes even more so for Eric because his bloated bloviations are even more transparently baseless, and most people don't put an ounce of stock in his ramblings anymore. I can't take sole credit for this, but I do believe my content has pushed the needle measurably in helping people see what a pathetic fraud he is. From my first video on both brothers exposing his fake theory and toxic behavior, to the whole debacle surrounding him on Piers Morgan with Sean Carroll, and the bonus episode of Sabina Hassenfelder humiliating herself by coming to his defense. Peter Thiel's favorite media puppet is not well regarded even amongst the delusional podcast bro viewership that once championed him. This spells out a severe existential crisis for Eric. This is all he has. Despite his fervent cosplaying, he's not a scientist. He's not a mathematician. He's not an economist. He's not anything. His entire identity is some guy who spews pseudo-intellectual bullshit on podcasts to polarize the public against academics and legitimate sources of information. If people no longer care about what he has to say, he becomes meaningless. And believe me, he's received the memo. But Eric doesn't go down without a fight, and he has one powerful ally he can call upon in this time of need, and that is is, who the hell else, Joe Rogan. Joe almost single-handedly created this monster, and he's not going to leave Eric high and dry. Joe invited Eric on his show recently for yet another 3-hour turd fest, and Eric was so manic and unintelligible that even Joe seemed to be at a loss for how to greenlight the constant tsunami of excrement coming his way. But that only spells amusement for the rest of us. So today, let's sift through this episode for some gems. We won't have to reiterate previous content explaining how geometric unity is a fake theory that he uses to trick lay people into thinking he's a genius. That's a given, after having been exposed by the real academics he's been hiding from, and considering how all over the place Eric is in the episode, it seems like he knows the curtain has fallen on that venture. But there are still countless opportunities for Eric to wedge himself into current events, pretending to be relevant and adjacent to anything and everything, like the fucking Forrest Gump of the conspiratorial podcast universe. And witnessing it is equal parts hilarious and tragic, like watching a slow-motion train wreck on the Muppet Express. So with the relevant context covered, let's make fun of Eric on Joe Rogan, right after a quick word from today's sponsor, Incogni. As you all know, my debunking activity attracts a lot of hatred. Of course, there are thousands of these new they can't.
So you got a nice head of hair.
What?
See, for me, it doesn't matter. I feel bad when people like work on their hair real good, like especially ladies, and they get it all nice, and then they have to fucking smush it with this thing.
Okay, if you ever have that kind of consideration for me, I'm going to be very disappointed. I thought we were closer.
Some people worry about that.
No, I worry about the gray.
That you have gray in your hair?
Look at it.
Well, you're like pretty dark for your age. How old are you now?
60.
Yeah, you have fucking dark ass hair for your age.
Look, I'm gonna give Eric the benefit of the doubt and presume that his hair isn't a wig, it just looks like one. But even if it's real hair, he's very obviously been coloring it for decades. The pageantry of Joe and Eric going back and forth, pretending that this is his natural hair color, while we all sit here with our eyes rolling out of their sockets, serves as the perfect symbol for the astronomical levels of delusion that are going to be enacted for the next 3 hours.
How was what was it exactly? How would you describe it? A speech? A presentation?
I gave a talk on dark energy to the Karch group at the UTexas Austin Physics Department.
This is what I wanted to ask you about. Sure. Michio Kaku has been saying that he believes that dark energy is possibly something leaking in from another dimension. Is that? Look at that face. Look at that.
Of course, Eric, the not-a-physicist, gave a talk on dark energy, which he doesn't know anything about. And Joe's first question is about something that former physicist turned pop-sci crackpot Michio Kaku said about another dimension. Because to Joe, that means a separate magic realm, like the Twilight Zone. Who needs academics when you have this kind of intellectual banter, am I right?
Michio Kaku is doing a tremendous amount of damage to theoretical physics.
How so?
Theoretical physics is, in my estimation, the most beautiful, most powerful, most economically potent thing you can do with your life. And we are the best. The United States is, in my opinion, the greatest nation in the history of the earth for theoretical physics. Because we are cowboys, we are irreverent, we are the people who invented the atomic and hydrogen bombs, the semiconductor. This is what we do, and we've lost the ability to do it at a level that I cannot believe happened during my lifetime. So from 1984 to the present, those 42 years have been the greatest intellectual implosion, I think, that I know of, where people just got dumber.
And we're already off to the races with Eric jumping into his favorite simulation, where he pretends to be the wise old grizzled veteran of the physics community, looking down from his perch of accomplishments and judging all the clueless young upstarts, despite never having been a physicist or ever having done literally any physics literally ever. It has the same energy as when old drunks shout condescension at world-class athletes on the TV when they couldn't jog half a mile even in their physical prime. Eric, every single working physicist in the world is smarter than you, and you're fooling nobody.
And what do you think is the cause of that? I'm going to disconnect this humidifier.
Quantum gravity.
Quantum gravity did?
Yep. In 1984, there was a result, and it's called the Green-Schwarz anomaly cancellation.
There's something so amusing about Joe queuing up Eric for his tired old pageantry in the most half-assed manner possible. Oh yeah, Eric, what's the deal? Quantum gravity, huh? Crazy shit, man. Anomaly what? You can start with your dumb stories. Don't mind me rummaging around over here not giving a shit. If you haven't heard this script before, string theory, a subfield that around 10% of theoretical physicists are working on at best, has destroyed the entire physics community because Eric, the not-a-physicist, says so.
And the guy that I've talked to you about before in UFO context, the guy who is Lewis Witten's son, Lewis Witten, happy birthday, turned 105, was the anti-gravity guy from the 50s. His son, Edward Witten, decided that the 1984 Green-Schwarz anomaly cancellation meant that we should all the smartest people should pile into one narrow subspecialty, and that was the future. And because he was so much smarter than all of us, people listened, and I didn't.
Eric relies on the fact that absolutely zero people listening know what he's referring to. Nobody listening to Joe Rogan knows what the Green-Schwartz anomaly cancellation is. I don't know what it is, and I'm not even going to look it up. Do you know why? Because it doesn't matter. It could be a real thing or not. It could be significant or not. The only thing we need to pay attention to is what he does with it. He is claiming that one guy, Ed Witten, personally decided that all of the theoretical physicists in the world must pile into one narrow subspecialty, and he physically forced them to do so. This is not how the scientific community has ever worked or will ever work. It wasn't true in the 80s, and it's not true today. If one illustrious figure is falling down an allegedly fruitless rabbit hole, absolutely nobody will follow them, except perhaps a portion of their own research group. Eric is first fabricating a lack of success for string theory, and then pretending that nobody in the world is doing anything else. You don't have to understand a single thing about theoretical physics to instantly know.
This is kind of the similar poisoning the well that Sabine was doing about like particle physics. Like basically she is like saying that like, oh, particle physics is at a stagnation point where like we're not actually learning anything new about it, where like that couldn't be further from the truth. We are hitting kind of a technological hurdle where like the LHC might be like hitting an energy threshold where we need something more powerful in order to view a little further. But that's something that like we can propose a new, even larger collider and just continue exploring. It's more an economic issue at that point.
We gotta do better science, basically.
No, not necessarily. We need more funding to be able to do.
Yeah, that's what I'm
to
saying.
continue the scientific track that we're on. Like we're already doing really good science.
No, we're doing good science. My meaning is like when we do the better science, when we get these things, the bigger collider, we could do better work.
Yeah. Yep.
That Eric is completely full of shit. This is a total fabrication that is being used to sell the desired conclusion. All academic physicists are dumb and wrong, and only the brave rebel outsider cowboy physicist talking on the super awesome free speech podcast is right. It's a profoundly stupid story, but Joe's viewers are pretty stupid, so Eric lets it rip. In order for all academic physicists to be dumb and wrong together, they have to all be working on the exact same thing, and that one thing must be dumb and wrong. Eric can pretend the one thing is dumb and wrong by confidently saying physics words, and he can pretend that all physicists are working on that one thing by lying. One huge lie plus some random jargon equals all academic physicists are dumb and wrong, so universities are all dirty woke commie hellholes by extension. And Eric is the rogue trailblazer who sees the future, and that future just happens to be the one that lines the pockets of Peter Thiel and Elon Musk and all the other oligarchs he glazes on a regular basis.
Mandolin, we watched that entire Professor Dave takedown of the Terrence movie like 2 or 3 nights ago. It was a long one. It took us like fucking 4 hours to get through. But we got through it.
Fucking convenient, huh?
Eroded year by year for 42 years.
And specifically, it was the pursuit of string theory?
It's not string theory itself that's the problem. String theory is harmless. It's just a bunch of equations, a bunch of ideas, and it's beautiful mathematics in many places. So that's not an issue. The issue is the exclusion of everything else.
Right, which very obviously is a lie, since once again, only a tiny percentage of theoretical physicists are working on string theory, which means that all the rest are working on other things. Even if you consider only the portion working on grand theory of everything type research, it's a long list of candidates. Plenty of people are working on bold, exotic ideas that most likely will not bear any fruit, and absolutely nobody is stopping them, because that's how the fucking scientific community works, which Eric has never been a part of for a single day in his life.
So specifically, like, what's isolationist about string theory? Like, what is it about this one?
Evan, I can't hear Joe Rogan without thinking Fear Factor. That was my initial introduction to Joe Rogan, the Fear Factor guy. And then I got into stand up because I was like a mid to late teen. I thought his edgy humor was the most hilarious fucking thing in the world. Then he talked about DMT. And I was like, oh, that sounds so scary. But yeah, now we know Joe Rogan is like everybody has like, you know, that stereotypical like older brother's friend who's like, you know, a moon landing denier and a conspiracy theorist and like smokes way too much weed. Like that's basically what Joe Rogan is.
Yeah, I remember seeing this.
Oh, you might have dropped your mic connection, Gretchen.
Yeah, I saw him doing one of his stand-up things, like back when he was doing Fear Factor, and I actually thought it was kind of funny that he's like, "Well, you know, if we came from monkeys, why are there still monkeys?" And I thought it was funny because I thought it was just comedy.
No,
And then when I realized,
really believed it.
oh my God, he thinks he's a fucking genius. I'm like, this is bad. This is not good.
Yeah. No, he's always been a dumbass. It was only after like we have like literally like thousands of hours of him confirming his dumbassery that we're able to be like, oh man, he's just dumb. He's a dumb guy.
One particular theory that all this thought has been pushed into that.
The claim is that there's this thing called UV complete physics. And there's no way that we can have a discussion about that directly. If I could ask Jamie, could I impose upon you to call up on you?
The Man Show.
Hey, Jamie, pull it up.
I thought that was Adam Carolla and Jimmy Kimmel.
Yeah, I don't remember Joe Rogan being on the Man Show.
Or Doug Stanhope.
I think Doug Stanhope was on there. But there's a whole controversy of the Man Show game, like featuring a topless underage kid. And so yeah, like
I don't know. I never watched
really bad.
it, so yeah, anything called the Man Show was never going to be funny to me. So I don't even think I gave it a chance. So.
Oh, I guess Joe Rogan was a part of the Man Show. Fuck me sideways and call me Arpy. Yeah, he wasn't a creator, but he was like a star on it. So Adam Carolla, Jimmy Kimmel, Joe Rogan, Doug Stanhope, Bill Foster, and Aaron Hamill. Wonder if Aaron has any relation to Mark Hamill.
YouTube Wheel of Fortune, and then use I've got a good feeling about this.
1L.
Oh, that makes sense. So apparently, after Adam Carolla and Jimmy Kimmel quit the show, Joe Rogan and Doug Stanhope filled in for them. So that kind of breaks it up into like different eras.
What's that?
Can I solve?
Yeah, Andy, same. I was pretty young when it aired. Like all I really remember is the women on trampolines like section that they do. That's like the only thing of the show that I can remember, and I think that's mostly because like Daniel Tosh did a parody of that like later on.
Yeah, that I think I remember. That's weird they have Doug Stanhope doing that because he's... I don't know, I guess it wasn't until he got older that I realized that he's not as, like, deep in the manosphere and the fucking MAGA-verse as the rest of them are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Doug did kind of chill the fuck out.
Have you ever seen his video about pranking Fox News?
I don't think so.
Oh God, you gotta see it. It's called Never Say No to Live TV.
I'm gonna quickly pull that up and see.
During the Hunter Biden laptop thing, they contacted him to see if he wanted to, pop off live on Fox News about the Hunter Biden thing. And he's like, I don't know who the fuck Hunter Biden is, but yeah, absolutely, I'll do that.
Oh, that's great. I'll definitely check that out later.
Oh yeah, he made them look like idiots.
Okay. It is a prize puzzle.
I mean, fair, Greg. The man show did to masculinity what Ancient Aliens did for history. Kind of that area or that era of the 20-aughts was like really weird for like the hyper masculinity, because that's when like Spike TV for men, came out.
That is an excellent fucking analogy. But yeah, I mean, I could see why it happened, because the early aughts was when the whole metrosexual thing was happening too,
Yeah, that was kind of a weird dichotomy.
So,
Probably why the masculinity side tried to like take it even further to combat the other pressure from the cultural direction.
Mm-hmm.
But like I remember when Spike TV first launched, what's his face, the creator of Ren and Stimpy, like rebooted Ren and Stimpy as like super adult themed. Stan Lee made some like animated like hero show starring Pamela Anderson as Stripperella. And then there's a third show in the animation block that I can't quite remember. Maybe that's where Axe Cop got its start. But yeah, Spike TV was something else.
Yeah.
True.
I've got a good feeling about this.
That's right.
That's insane. That lady's a wizard.
That lady is what I want to do with my life. That is what great physics looks like. It's totally irresponsible.
This is what great physics looks like, you guys. Great physics is just like winning a game show puzzle. How can anyone take this ass clown seriously? He simultaneously throws out technical jargon to sound intelligent while infantilizing the scientific process by comparing it to Wheel of Fortune. It's his fake April Fool's Day paper all over again. What Eric wants to impart is that physics should be guided by magic intuition and not closed-minded empiricism. He neglects to acknowledge that lots of physics has been achieved by precisely this method, brilliant insight guiding inquiry. It then just took a lot more follow-up than saying, "I'd like to solve the puzzle, Pat." But don't worry, Eric prepared a monologue to back up this analogy.
Think about all of those blank squares as orders of magnitude that you are away from the energies that would allow you to do experiments that would explain physics. And think about the apostrophe, the L in that pattern, as well as the fact that there's no R, as the standard model of physics. So right now...
Did he have plastic surgery on his face? Or is that just Botox or something? Because he was on Tucker Carlson not too long ago, maybe like 5-6 months ago, and he looks quite a bit older than this.
Yeah, it could be Botox. Like
I wouldn't say older, but different. A little looser.
I love this quote from a comedian. She was talking about like a conversation she had with her Botox technician. She's like, "How much younger is this Botox going to make me look?" And the technician said, "It's not going to make you look any younger. It's just going to make you look your age, but with Botox."
Mm-hmm.
But like, what the fuck is this analogy that Eric's trying to paint here right now? Like trying to compare the field of quantum physics to like having just like 2 bits of information in this puzzle. Like it doesn't really seem to be landing, but like he thinks he's being like super duper deep right now.
What you have is a debate about whether or not we should buy more and more letters with higher and higher energy, or like should we build bigger accelerators and spend more treasure?
I mean that fact about like needing higher and higher energy is correct. I think LHC is like topped out at like 10K or like it's in the teens, like between 10 and 15K GeV. I think that's like up to 15 TeV, but like experiments looking for stuff like the graviton might require a higher energy threshold. Thus why we might need to build a bigger collider or accelerator.
Trying to collide particles.
Comparing it to buying a vowel?
Right. Like this analogy is just nonsense.
Our way out of this. So Caitlin Burke is my model of what I think we're supposed to be doing.
First of all, pretending that an apostrophe and an L can represent the standard model is fucking insane. This is probably the single most successful model in the history of science. I have very recent particle physics tutorials if you want to learn about this model in...
I just looked it up. It's 14K GeV is what the LHC is capable of right now.
Depth, but the claim that it can be represented by knowing 2 tiles out of 28, one of which was given, is not an intellectually honest thing to say. Having every single tile known except for 2 would be a more honest comparison. But second of all, who the fuck is suggesting that it is frowned upon to make some brilliant prediction based on some nebulous intuition? Who is stopping anyone from doing that? If somebody could decipher what dark matter is, whether it was a top physicist or some random asshole eating chips on his couch, and the claim came with rigid quantifiable predictions that were validated empirically, then the physics community would follow that thread and expand on it, and that person would get a Nobel Prize. But physics is a lot more complicated than guessing a common English phrase. Eric wants the viewer to think it's this easy because he's in the business of convincing them that they're smarter than physicists, but only science-illiterate narcissists will fall for it.
Like the most marvelous thing about that exchange is she says, can I solve? And there's like, he's not even sure he's hearing her properly. And then finally he says, okay, that's gatekeeping. Can I put this article on the archive? Can I give a seminar in your department? I want to solve the puzzle. And a lot of what we're arguing about is that the string theorists are the only ones who have the right to try to solve the puzzle.
Problem with this analogy is like we don't have the answer to the puzzle. And so like if someone quote tries to solve the puzzle, we have no way of verifying if the phrase that they gave is the correct phrase in the game show.
Right.
So that's why this is just kind of a failed analogy.
Yeah, Pat was totally gatekeeping by immediately letting her do the thing that is the whole point of the game. Fucking hell, what a tool. Any legitimate researcher can put any legitimate research on the archive, and people give seminars on all kinds of fringe topics all the time. They're just at the edge of what is empirically sound. That doesn't include pretend scientists like Eric, who are perpetually butthurt that real scholars ignore his fake science.
I wasn't allowed to say that I gave a talk in the physics department, even though any normal person would say that happened. And I wasn't allowed to do that when I visited a physics institution in Canada. I wasn't allowed to say that I was visiting for a week, nor was I allowed to say that I gave a seminar that lasted 9 hours.
But you just did.
Yeah.
Are you a lawbreaker?
I'm breaking the rules now because I've had it.
Ooh, Eric the Rebel in a leather jacket has had it up to here with your stinking rules, you stupid nerds. I already did a whole video on his Perimeter Institute visit, so go check out that one if you haven't seen it yet. It illustrates magnificently how he coerces some kind of soft visit to somewhere reputable once in a blue moon, exclusively to launder their credibility and fuel this narrative of being canceled by the ivory tower. It's all he's got.
I agreed to not do this, and with these missing scientists, I've changed my mind. I'm not going to deal with these people anymore. And whatever is going on with science and the suppression of different ideas is terrifying.
Yes, Eric, cash in on a dumb conspiracy theory. Missing UFO scientists. No, it was always just a handful of unrelated people who either died because sometimes people die, or they aren't even actually dead, just retired. But whatever fuels this delusional narrative about the distributed idea suppression complex, right?
Right now we have a situation. I gave a talk at the University of Chicago. There's no record of it.
No, we all know about your pathetic economics tantrum at the University of Chicago. I did a video on that too. You just wish there was no record of it because you humiliated yourself and were exposed by brilliant minds in the field in real time who were live tweeting the train wreck.
Look, I've been lying my whole life about my relationship with the physics world because of this pressure. They can't listen to me if I say I'm a physicist, so I say I'm an entertainer. Yeah. But people say, well, why would you do that? Why would you say that you're an entertainer when you obviously are conversant in all this stuff? And the answer is, I don't want to die. I don't want to lose my ability to enter a physics department. So I take on this completely wrong persona.
You tell people you're not a...
Right. The I don't want to die, like that is crazy. And like, trying to perpetuate that kind of conspiracy theory is also dangerous.
Yeah, I love the little light in Blitz's eye every time someone mentions all the dead scientists. He's like, "Ooh, let's go there."
Yeah, which ones? Which ones died?
It's like a little puppy when his fucking owner comes home. He's like, "Yes."
physicist because you aren't one, Eric. You've never done any physics. And you publicized that fact for years because you wanted to discourage real physicists from ever looking at your fake theory, since you knew that once that happened, the facade would crumble and reality would come crashing down. To academia, you said this is a work of entertainment released on April Fool's Day, so please don't even look at it. And to the podcast bro masses, you said this is the most revolutionary science of all time, and why is big bad ivory tower academia ignoring me? It's so incredibly transparent that you have to be an intellectual toddler to not see the tactic. But no, the evil lizard people are coming to murder Eric because he's too close to the truth. Lay the fantasy on nice and thick, jackass.
I was told, we're worried that you're going to use it to legitimize yourself. It's like, I'm going to do that. Of course I'm going. I have a PhD from Harvard, you stupid. I mean, like, you guys imagine I'm a podcast
In what?
guest?
Yes, that is literally all that you are. You are a fraud who tells lies on podcasts. That is your precise job. That is what you get paid by Peter Thiel to do. You have never done any science whatsoever, even during the time you fumbled your way through a doctorate and had your Israel...
Yeah, I'm sure Dave will give Eric's credentials, but yeah, it's not in any related field.
No.
connections pull strings at Harvard to get someone to help you finish it, as I elucidated in another video. You have never published a single thing, not even your shitty dissertation. You have 0 publications. You are irrelevant. It's your moneyed connections that earn you sporadic FaceTime at these institutions, which bring shame to those institutions, so they tell you to keep your mouth shut because they know you're going to use them to pretend that you're a real scientist. You can't publish anything since you don't do anything, so I gave a talk at Place is the best you can hope for.
I am the greatest danger to the narrative. I'm the most followed mathematician in the United States.
Jesus Christ, the fucking Walter White energy he's trying to exude, like, I am the one who knocks.
Right.
I am the danger. Okay, buddy. Okay.
States, maybe the world, Hannah Fry, maybe above it. That danger to the narrative is the problem.
Having lots of gullible followers on Twitter doesn't make you a mathematician, and it doesn't make you a threat to any narrative. You're a threat.
Oh, missed that message from Andy. Hope you have a good day at work. We'll catch you later, Andy.
Bye, Andy.
To democracy, but science doesn't give a shit about you any more than science can be accurately characterized as a narrative.
Could you briefly just describe, like, what is the so there's not a problem with string theory, or is string theory not complete, or is string theory has...
This is such a good diss from JR. South Park should do an episode on Eric. Oh wait, he's not relevant enough.
Huh. That's a good
It
one.
reaped actual results.
Good thing it's funny,
Mathematically,
JR. Not in the mood for retribution tonight.
Reap results. And string theorists have occasionally done really great work in a subject called quantum field theory. But quantum field theory isn't about the quantum field theory of the world. Quantum field theory is like calculus. It's some thing that's very useful, and it grew up in physics. But we've now found out that quantum field theory has to do with pure problems in mathematics that have nothing to do with physics.
That's right. Quantum field theories have nothing to do with physics, you guys. They definitely don't describe the fundamental forces that physics studies. QED isn't about electromagnetism at all, and QCD isn't about the strong nuclear force at all. It's just a bunch of stupid math that has 0 correlation with reality. Anybody who knows literally the first thing about quantum field theories can immediately identify this as total horseshit. It's just a baseless claim that is used to sell the narrative that physicists are off doing silly math that has nothing to do with reality. It couldn't possibly be further from the truth. QED predicts the anomalous magnetic dipole moment of the electron to 12 decimal places. It is the single most precise agreement between theoretical calculation and experimental measurement in the history of science. When somebody says something as insanely stupid as what Eric just said, something so instantly and demonstrably and profoundly false, they should be totally discounted for the rest of their lives. Nobody should ever give a shit about anything Eric says ever again. And fortunately, we're getting close.
And what was the purpose of it? But by saying that physicists became too dangerous, the ideas became too dangerous, is the idea that the weapons would become so immense and powerful that they had to do something to stop and curb that?
Well, we didn't know how to control it, right? So in other words, for example, in 1940, we set up something called the Reference Committee, which I'm sure your listeners have never heard of. And the Reference Committee lived inside of the National Resource Council. Now, why was it important? Because change...
Gretchen, you can't forget you're a god. You have responsibilities now that you've been elevated to deity status.
No, I did not forget. In fact, I think I already told Arpy like 3 times.
Yep.
I'm make sure everybody knows that I'm God now. Doug can kiss my fucking ass.
Oh man, we're gonna start like a schism between the wet box, the lava lamp, Morton Salt Girl, Doug, just all the deities. Doesn't Planet Peterson have one? Spanky.
Yeah.
Yep.
Although the wet box technically isn't God, it's just the natural it's the natural state of the universe.
Yeah, the ultimate foundation that everything sprang forward from, because we all spring forward from a wet box.
Yeah.
Does Mezzo have a deity?
Yeah,
character?
Mezzo's firm stick. It goes along with the wet box.
His firm stick?
Yeah.
Huh.
Mezzo's firm stick.
I don't think I've heard that theory.
The
from
wet
Mezzo.
box being, an analog for pussy, and the firm stick being a dick.
Oh
Yeah.
Great.
Reaction physics was so hot. Once the neutron was found, right? So think about neutrons as bullets. They can go right into the middle of an atom because they're not positively charged, so they're not going to be repelled by the nucleus. And they can bust apart atoms that are barely being held together. And that's why you get bullets begetting bullets, and that's what a chain reaction is. The people who were doing that in the 30s suddenly found that when they mailed off a paper to a journal, if they weren't part of the secret group in Los Alamos, their paper got held up and sent back for revisions.
What a perfect demonstration of the Eric Weinstein formula. Here's this thing you've never heard of that probably doesn't even exist, which reflexively makes you believe I know more than you. Extend that to present an objective falsehood which conjures up conspiratorial thought. And the endpoint, blanket anti-establishment sentiment. In this case, the thing is the mysterious reference committee. I find no evidence of such a vaguely named entity having anything to do with nuclear fission. The falsehood is that nobody could publish research on nuclear fission. Total bullshit. In 1939, work was published on controlled chain reactions all over the world, especially in Europe, not Los Alamos. The internal logic doesn't even work. He's pretending that the only research being published was from the super secret group that didn't want anyone knowing what they were doing. He's constantly spewing trivially debunkable bullshit. He's just good at sounding like he's saying something important.
And I believe a lot of the junk is affixed to the narrative so that those who want to follow the institutional instruction to ignore the fact that this is happening can point to the crappiness, right? And so that's the out. And the really difficult thing that you do, and you do really well, is you try to piece together, okay, what's bullshit, what's real? There's a lot of real in the UFO story, and there's a lot of nonsense.
Right.
There's a lot of real in the COVID story, and a lot of nonsense. The same thing is true for physics. But physics is more dangerous.
That's so dangerous. Like, trying to give credit to, like, the COVID conspiracies. Like, that's why, like, Joe is, like, so... He's reckless with the people he allows on his platform. He's reckless with what he allows them to say without like fact checking them in real time, because everyone knows the saying, a lie can be halfway around the world before the truth is putting its shoes on. Like the amount of effort like the truth has to do to debunk the lie is exponential to the lie getting circulated.
Joe is specifically terrible at separating what's bullshit from what's real. That's why he's had you on his show 8 fucking times. And your shithead little brother. And dozens of other frauds just as worthless as you, often spreading medical misinformation that kills people. Joe being so bad at precisely the thing you're glazing him for is kind of destroying human civilization, actually. Everything about the UFO stories is nonsense. Everything you regurgitate about COVID is nonsense. Almost everything that happens in this podcast bro space is nonsense. Physics is not at all like that, and legitimate physics is nowhere near as dangerous as all the fallacious narratives that assholes like you peddle.
So these specific scientists that are missing.
Greg, who's that question aimed at? If you can be a little more specific. I know you can't see my name on the panel. I'm RP. We got Gretchen and J Money.
Yeah.
So if you want to be more specific about who your question is directed to.
Whatever the number is, 5, 6 that you think are legitimate. What specifically are they working on that's so dangerous?
Well, the fusion guy, obviously, is at MIT. Is anybody who might... I don't know. Fusion isn't my thing. Plasma isn't my thing. But that is unquestionably dangerous if you imagine how much depends on oil.
And is it a good assumption that if you have one incredibly brilliant person that's at the head of this thing and they make a breakthrough, if you kill that guy, the whole thing is in disarray because the people that are under him, whatever people he has working with him, aren't as fully immersed in it as he is, that you can kind of like handicap a problem? It's like, let's say if there's
the top 5 people.
It's an energy thing. Yeah. Let's say if it's an energy thing.
No, that's a terrible assumption that reflects a profound cluelessness about the scientific community. It is almost never the case that one singular researcher has exclusive domain over a particular breakthrough. There are so many groups working on fusion. There are over 150 research organizations, 50 private companies.
Yep, that's a great parallel. But like, you know, there are people who will straight up deny the history of January 6th. And we have, you know, Fox News like perpetuating their ability to be able to do that.
Tons of university physics groups worldwide, all working on fusion.
It's not even that they deny the efficacy of the vaccines. They actually go the opposite way and say that they actually kill people.
Right.
And that's like, I mean, that's like order of magnitude worse.
Absolutely.
Than just saying they don't work.
Yeah, it goes from vaccine skeptics to vaccine hesitancy, which is, you know, the wrong direction we need to be heading as a population. And you're good, Greg. Yeah, like using ats definitely helps clear things up. But yeah, I just want to make sure, like, you know, if people are trying to ask the panel questions, that we're interacting and answering your questions.
There are a plethora of operational fusion facilities with reactors such as tokamaks that effectively perform fusion. Multiple groups have achieved net positive fusion at the reaction level, and they're working on scaling up to a functional plant. There are thousands of people who collectively share this knowledge about fusion. The idea that murdering a single person could somehow cripple progress in this area is fucking idiotic, and the only people who could fall for such a narrative are science-illiterate toddlers whose entire conception of science is based on sci-fi movies where the one crazy dude with the crazy hair makes the crazy thing. End of story. Okay, let's skip a super long section where Eric tries to be relatable by talking about blues rock and get straight to the Epstein stuff.
No, you're one of the people that saw through him right away.
No, but he offered me partnership, and I didn't take it. And I regretted that for a while.
Because you would have been cha-ching.
I would have been made rich or deceased.
Did anyone else see, like, his eyes cross for a second there? Let me rewind that.
Cha-ching.
Look at that. Duh. Like, is he trying to look at, like, the center of his nose? Like, what's going on?
I would have been made rich or deceased.
Probably both.
Probably both. Yeah, a couple times I've been offered real wealth and with
Yeah, look,
crazy
the upper
stuff,
half of
but
his
the
face
Epstein
isn't
thing.
even moving. That's totally Botox.
Yeah, I think you called that spot on earlier.
I don't know that I've actually said
So
that on a
unnatural.
podcast. Yeah, he offered me partnership, and the only condition was that I had to get rid of my existing partners. Like, I had to stab my partners in the back in order to become his partner.
Oh, yeah, so he'd own you.
Yeah, in case you didn't know, Eric talks about Epstein all the fucking time. He's claimed on numerous podcasts that Epstein was closely following his development of geometric unity, which of course is a lie to inflate the legitimacy of his fake theory that absolutely nobody reputable would ever care about, while also making himself seem supremely adjacent to the cultural zeitgeist. Forrest Gump, remember?
I can't come up with a single explanation that makes sense of what I now know. And also the fact that the government outreached to me and to Sam Harris and to Lex Friedman. And, you know, there was this thing where these guys who checked out said there's going to be a massive disclosure and we need people to disseminate these things to the public, and you have a share of the public who listens to you. And we need to get you informed so that you can help mediate the disclosure.
That's right. The U.S. government selected Eric and Sam and Lex as the official ambassadors that would disseminate the super secret UFO truth, you guys. What an honor. I don't know what's funniest, a podcaster pretending to be important because they regurgitate these narratives, Eric pretending that the government would ever select him for literally anything, or that such blatant political distractions are being uncritically swallowed by the delusional masses who historically have always reflexively distrusted anything the government has ever said. Way to make an exception, guys.
On Piers Morgan, I said this thing, which is that New Mexico is the connector of the nuclear story, the Epstein story, and the UFO story. They're all going to come together.
That awkward silence, like not even Joe Rogan has something to follow up on that. It's just kind of like letting that crazy claim just like hang there in the air. Like, hey Jamie, pull up something so we can move on from this awkward silence.
Remember when we were only talking?
Holy shit! I want to time like how long that dead air lasted.
About they're all in Mexico. Connector of the nuclear story, the Epstein story, and the UFO story. They're all going to come together.
334.
Remember when we were only talking?
8 solid seconds of silence. God damn.
He tried to let it sink in.
It's like water, like trying to like permeate like a non-porous surface. It's just like sitting there and going nowhere.
Talking about the island.
Mm-hmm. My favorite moments are when Eric spews some conspiratorial crap that not even Joe will jump at, and he just sits and waits, hoping to get some traction. And when it doesn't happen, he just bails and pivots. It's so adorable.
But this is the story that, like, somehow we're so hung up about sex. We're either angry about trafficking or we're getting off on the idea that all these rich people are going to get their comeuppance, or, you know, we keep turning the Epstein story into something other than a scientific espionage story, which is one of its facets.
Eric is perplexed as to why everyone is so fixated on the global billionaire pedophile ring. Why is everyone freaking out about the decades of child rape that nobody is being held accountable for, you guys? I want to talk about scientific espionage. Holy fuck, what a douchebag.
Control of science, Joe, is not something that is officially a big issue, and it is a massive issue.
It's not publicly a big issue.
That's correct.
No, the idea that one person could control all of science is not an issue because that's objectively not a thing.
There's no thing more important than theoretical physicists, you idiots. And you don't fund these people and you don't watch them. Like, the Department of Energy is supposed to have counterintelligence to stop creeps from hanging around the national labs, which is America's secret university system. Hello?
Eric is too dumb to avoid constantly contradicting himself. Hey, Eric, are theoretical physicists the most brilliant paradigm-shifting geniuses in the world who wield such immense power with their big brains because they can create all kinds of crazy technologies that can be used to enslave the world? Or are they a bunch of clueless morons that haven't accomplished anything for the past 50 years because they all have their heads up a goose's ass chasing strings? Make up your fucking mind.
Epstein set up a listening post. Now, what's the UFO story? The UFO story is all about nukes. And what was Epstein doing in Cambridge, Massachusetts? The analog of Zorro Ranch is named 1 Brattle Square. It's right in the heart of Harvard Square. You know, I know it like the back of my hand. It's a 7-minute walk to the Science Center. The Harvard Science Center on floors 3, 4, and 5 is where the math department is. And who was Epstein's initial contact in the math department? It wasn't Martin Nowak, who he funded. It was a different guy named Benedict Gross. Dick Gross was an expert in number theory and in elliptic curves. And elliptic curves are what power the cryptography behind Bitcoin, behind public keys.
Random name, random concept, meaningless connections. Listen to my annoyed tone at having to explain all of this to you guys. This is Eric fabricating the illusion that he's the hotshot detective at the corkboard solving the case, when he's really just an irrelevant jackass with zero purpose outside of podcasts.
Jeffrey Epstein is a construct. You know, there's this whole question about, like, why won't Jews talk about Jeffrey Epstein and the sex shit? It's like, as if I haven't been on this since 2004. Well, who's the only person who has the ability to build something? The CIA has its own construction company.
Oh, look, Eric the Zionist cretin is trying to convince the viewers that Epstein was CIA, not Mossad. Isn't that shocking?
You know, Elon is constantly tripping over the fact that I think he's a wild guy. I'm up for wild guys. I want cowboy billionaires, cowboy physicists, cowboy everything. But in general, we don't want cowboys.
No, it's quite the opposite, in fact. There's nothing generally wrong with cowboys, but cowboy billionaires? Not so much. Riding and roping up politicians to serve the whim of the oligarchy at the severe peril of the public is not really a good thing, guys. Elon's a piece of shit, and so is your paymaster Peter Thiel.
He knows about the history of my stuff and something called Cyber-Witten theory. He doesn't know anything concrete. How does he know all this stuff? He was in my world.
I'm important, you guys. Epstein thought I was smart and he wanted to understand my super awesome work. Trust me, bro.
At every turn in my life, since I was a young man, Jeffrey Epstein was there in the background, even though I only meet him once.
Why do you think that is?
Because we're interested in the exact same thing.
I'm interested in the same thing as Jeffrey Epstein is a fucking wild thing to say out loud, Eric. I know you've been the biggest laughingstock of the entire internet for several years now, but you sure seem eager to keep the title.
I care about finance and financial markets. I care about the CPI. I care about the fate of Israel. I care about evolutionary theory. I care about mathematics that goes like geometry, like the geometry of elliptic curves, but really more differential geometry. You care about physics.
Right, you care about pretending to know about money, since that's your fake title for Peter Thiel to cover for your podcast grifting. You care about Israel because you're a worthless genocide-supporting sack of Zionist excrement. You care about evolutionary theory because you're gearing up to support the oligarchy you represent as they merge with Christian nationalism and try to get religion taught in public school science classes. And you care about math and physics because that's the language you use to pretend to be a genius. What else is new?
He was meeting in my offices in San Francisco while I wasn't aware of it in 2017. I didn't know that.
Meeting in your offices. Meaning he went to your office and met with who?
Well, with Peter. That's in the records.
About you?
No, I don't know. He hopefully not. I know that I'm in an email that he sends Peter late in the story, but I'm not going to discuss specifics. But no, I was telling Peter not to deal with him, and Peter thought I was overblowing the danger.
Well, it's a little too late for that, Eric. Thiel is all over the Epstein files, like thousands of direct correspondences, millions of dollars in investments. He denies having visited the island, but you go ahead and decide whether you buy that or not. I don't, especially given certain emails where he expresses specific interest in going. Thiel's Palantir is responsible for Israel being the high-tech terrorist state that it is, as well as ICE. And ultimately, that's the thread that always unites all of these assholes. Support for dystopian surveillance, domestic terrorism, imperialism, and genocide.
But what do you think his purpose was? Like, so getting connected to all these scientists, being around all this knowledge, the New Mexico, I still don't understand, like, what was the end game?
Can I get another drink?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Interesting moment to deflect, Eric. What was Epstein's ultimate purpose indeed? Many say it was to gain leverage over world leaders and other global elites to blackmail them into supporting Israel. But that would make Israel evil, and Eric loves Israel.
Standard framing of Jeffrey Epstein as a Mossad asset is well supported. Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine's father, sold Israel backdoored Promise software to Sandia National Laboratories in 1985. His eldest daughter, Christine Maxwell, built the FBI's post-9/11 counterterrorism data warehouse through her company, Chiliad. Isabel Maxwell, Christine's twin sister, co-founded ComTouch with Israel Unit 8,200 alumni. Ghislaine ran the human intelligence operation. The Israel intelligence network around both Maxwell and Epstein is documented and substantial. But the intelligence infrastructure supporting Epstein and Maxwell at Zorro Ranch points somewhere else, or to somewhere additional. It points to the United States military intelligence, plain and simple.
Right, list off a bunch of connections that firmly link Epstein and Maxwell to Israel, and then say, but look, also America. Well, the American-Israel military machine offers little distinction between the two regions. It's just a constant supply of weapons and money from one place to another. So there's not much to talk about here. Thoughts, Eric?
So this is what I've been trying to say all along. The only country that I'm absolutely positive was behind Jeffrey Epstein is us. You can't operate here. Look, right now we are in the middle of endless anti-Semitic Christmas. It just goes on forever.
That's right. Epstein has nothing to do with Israel. Everyone is just a bunch of dirty anti-Semites who don't like belligerent genocidal ethno-states that are currently bombing and annexing the entire Middle East because Yahweh said it was cool.
So you think Epstein is essentially just a construct figurehead of an intelligence gathering organization?
No.
No?
Epstein is a construct, first of all.
Okay.
Second of all.
I love Joe earnestly trying to follow this trail of grease, only for Eric to shut him down and immediately pivot. Nobody can be on his level, so stop trying.
What does this have to do with the science community?
One, we have huge amounts of power. The United States is terribly configured because we pretend that we're okay doing everything through our university system, which shouldn't be done.
All of science is done in the university system, and that's bad, but also universities are pointless shitholes for woke losers where nothing gets done, since all the real science happens in secret government programs. And by the way, physicists are so otherworldly powerful, but also physicists are idiots who haven't done anything but play with their dicks for the past 50 years because string theory is stupid. Even Joe isn't dumb enough to put up with this crap indefinitely.
Like, you have to be honest about the fact that we're badly configured.
What do you mean by that?
We didn't know how deadly physics was. When Rutherford in 1911 said that there's a neutron, I'm sure nobody said to him, oh my God, you've ended the planet. Now humanity is doomed. So it used to be the case that physics was something that was like interesting and fun. But now it's like the most deadly thing you can imagine, as well as being interesting.
Rutherford said there are neutrons in 1911. What? He discovered the atomic nucleus in 1917, and Chadwick discovered the neutron in 1932. This asshole is all over the place. Yes, physics produced apocalyptic weapons, and in possibly the most profound display of maturity nobody thought the human species was capable of, we didn't destroy ourselves with them. At least not yet. This news is older than Eric, so I'm waiting for the punchline.
So they let the physics people work out all these problems, and then they take whatever their findings are and apply them to weapons.
Boom, vroom, and zoom.
Right.
And that changed the economy. It changes the ability to compute. This is who I really am. This is what I really do. And I will not mouth this narrative that all of my colleagues will mouth. Physics is interesting. Yeah, a lot of the time it's dull.
This is who I am, Joe. I'm boom, vroom, and zoom. Just look at all of my incredible contributions to weapons and energy production and material science and propulsion and communications and so much other stuff, because I'm a wunderkind polymath Einstein guy. Just look at all of my precisely zero contributions to any area of science, since I'm not a scientist and never have been. Can you believe this, jerk? Your colleagues are Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn, dipshit, not scientists.
That's a real possibility?
Yeah.
That string theory exists as a...
What's up?
Nothing, I just left.
That was a chuckle.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Theo Vaughn is not like, top shelf when it comes to like intellectual pursuits.
Yeah, he's an idiot, and it's kind of ironic that he's the first one to do a U-turn on all this MAGA shit.
Right? Like if the idiot could like see like, what was coming, like what's everyone else's excuse?
Yeah.
They probably just enjoy the money, the grift too much.
Yeah.
But like, what's been demonstrated over and over and over.
The second one, Tim Dillon had no problem fucking about facing immediately. So.
Yeah. But what's been demonstrated over and over and over is like no matter how loyal or long you try to stay in the MAGA camp, you will get thrown under the bus eventually. Like just look at Kid Rock.
Hey, like Rick Wilson's been saying since 2016, everything Trump touches dies.
Yeah, it's proven time and time again.
Traction.
Joe, what do you think the odds are that a scientist can say, my failed theory is the only game in town and not get laughed out of town?
0, which is why absolutely nobody does that, since string theory isn't failed at all. You just refuse to talk about its empirical successes regarding things like predicting the viscosity of the quark gluon plasma. And absolutely 0 people say it's the only game in town, because it isn't, since most theoretical physicists are working on other things. You're just quote mining Ed Witten because he referred to the fact that string theory is the only theory of everything that has a tiny shred of empirical grounding, and he's right. Get a new script, moron.
So, what do you think they're working on? These people at this upstate New York university.
Well, what are we not working on? In other words, how do you discover what we're actually up to? Is in part you listen for the holes. What do I work on? I work on the ability to get out of the solar system. That is my life's mission.
Absolutely,
It's your life's mission to get out of the solar system.
Gave me whole new respect for him when he did that.
Also welcome to the chat.
He's still going at him like every fucking day, It's head first, right through the middle of them. It's fun to watch. So welcome to what?
I was welcoming UG to the chat tonight. Good to see you.
Yet you're 60 years old and you've done literally nothing whatsoever towards that.
Right. Us slow boys gotta start picking things up.
Mission. Your ego is over in the fucking Andromeda galaxy, but down here on Earth, you're just some douchebag who pretends to be smart on podcasts. It's absolutely insane that Eric would say something like this. He's not just glazing Elon Musk like he usually does, saying, I'm such a smart guy and I'm telling you that we should give money to the genius rocket man who will get us off-world. He is pretending that he himself is working on interstellar travel, despite never having published a single scrap of anything whatsoever in any area of human inquiry. This isn't 2017, Eric. Everybody knows what a loser you are. Just stop.
I think Elon is a bit of a pussy.
Okay. How so?
I don't know. He won't meet with me.
Well,
it's okay.
Maybe because you call him a pussy.
Even Elon knows enough to fucking
stay away from this guy.
Yeah. If nobody's a slow boy, I am a tricycle without wheels. Like I have zero velocity compared to nobody. Let's be fair.
I didn't say speaking of slow boys. Apropos of absolutely nothing. So, what happened with you and tacos tonight, Jay? Jay?
Jay, you still with us?
Jay Money?
I think we lost him to the blunt coma.
Guess so.
That's a pretty early tap out.
Yeah, it is. Maybe tacos stressed him out more than he thought. And I still don't know what it was about, and I'm not exactly going to go back and watch it. So
yeah, we can get the account from
we'll
Jay
get the Cliff's
tomorrow.
Notes versions. Yeah.
Yeah. Does anybody remember Spark Notes?
3 or 4 people came in here and like, hey, someone's tacos and Jay Money are going at it, or that's like legit all we know.
Yeah. Like back in high school, there was this website called Spark Notes where it was just basically a database of sharing like notes about like, English assignments and all that crap. And like, I was so fucking busy my junior year with all types of school band practice, my cross country and track, Boy Scouts, and I was heavily involved in my youth group, that like there were just certain assignments that like I didn't have like the physical time for, and so I would just go onto Spark Notes and like try to answer like my Grapes of Wrath packet by just like reading the chapter summaries and stuff. And I still somehow managed to get an A- on that module.
Yeah.
But since then I went back and I actually
all
read
we had
it.
was Cliff Notes in high school. So dating myself, but that's cool.
Yeah. No, but
maybe he's busy. Maybe he's trying to make chicks pregnant.
No.
Nothing like a little casual misogyny to endear yourself to the incels you're trying to win back, eh, Eric? Elon is a lot of things, most of them bad. But one feather in his cap is that he's too smart to give a shit about you. It's fun to watch you cry about it, though.
Elon doesn't trust scientists, for good reason, because they're weak.
You just got done with a huge rant about how physicists are the most powerful, super awesome mind ninjas in the world, making paradigm-shifting technology on the regular. The whiplash is exhausting.
The goal is to get out of the solar system, and we're so far away from everything good that there's no way of doing it under relativity. So why are we not researching the only thing that can save us, which is diversification? We need to spread out to the largest number of habitable worlds possible.
So this implies some sort of a new propulsion system.
This implies new science. Stop thinking technology.
Okay.
There's no way you can't engineer your way out of a science problem. You have to science your way out.
And what would be that science?
Post-Einstein, post-relativity. That's what I do.
You don't do any science at all, Eric. And no, the fastest way around the universe would be wormholes, which are firmly grounded specifically in general relativity. They just require an amount of energy that is absolutely unthinkable, making it an engineering and money problem, not a science problem. You are trivially wrong, as always.
If you can only go the speed of light at your best and you can't even get anywhere close to that, how are you going to get to something 4 light years away?
Okay.
In a fantasy world, by the time you go and come back, even assuming
everybody be dead.
No. Assume you can go under the speed of light, just under.
Joe's not even able to like track. Like he's like everybody would be dead. No, it's 4 light years away, numbnuts. Like that's less than a decade for like a round trip. Like this is how little like Joe is tracking about like anything that like anybody comes up and talks about. Like it's it's frustrating.
But he's the one talking the president into, using mind-altering drugs on veterans. So, yay, go us.
We, as a society, like, we deserve Joe Rogan, but like we don't need Joe Rogan if we want to survive as a species. Like, it is the punishment that we deserve for not being better.
Yes, it is.
You can use time dilation and relativistic effects to your benefit, but it's going to cost you 8 years to go and come back.
Right.
Nobody would be coming back, jackass. In every movie about this concept, you have a huge ship transporting thousands of people to establish a new colony on another world. Nobody is coming back. You say you want people living on other worlds because everything is going to go to shit here, so why are you pretending they should be coming back? The science behind new forms of propulsion are well established. Fusion, solar sails, matter-antimatter annihilation. We know about this shit. It's just a nearly insurmountable technical challenge. The physics itself is well understood. Making an engine that exploits that physics is crazy hard. If we could build an engine that operates on antimatter, we could get up to a quarter of the speed of light and send a few thousand people to another system within a generation. None of this is mysterious, it's just hard.
Okay, I don't want to do that. If I'm going to explore the cosmos, I don't want to
actually, that would make a great shirt. Like Professor Dave is the hero we need. Joe Rogan is the hero we deserve.
Oh my God. Yeah, that would make a great shirt.
That'd be great.
Maybe someone should message Dave about that.
Right.
How do we work Mr. Farina into that?
The Observerse. The successor to space-time, I'm happy to predict this on your show, will be named the Observerse, which is a combination of not just using a 4-dimensional space-time manifold, but a 14 and a 4-dimensional space simultaneously. This was what I was talking about at the university yesterday.
Observerse, whatever.
Yeah, very, very true, Hayden. Like, in order to not just explode into a million pieces from the force of the instant acceleration to light speed, you would have to take so much time slowly accelerating, but because anything except a proton has mass, it'll never reach light speed, and so this is already a dead on arrival, or this concept is already dead on arrival. Maybe we can make tachyon technology real.
And how would that, when you say the difference between science and technology,
so
how would that science be applied?
If we look at the surface of this table, I can't do this to it.
Can't spread it apart, move it, right.
It's called pinch to zoom.
Right.
It's a multi-touch gesture invented around 2003 or something, debuted at TED. But if I come to this device, I can do that.
Your phone.
Right. So imagine that this is space-time.
Okay.
And this is the Observerse. So if I want to go to a distant star, there's no way I'm going to just go really fast.
Right.
That's dumb. And I need an energy source, and I need to do things that we can't normally do. You have to jailbreak space-time. If Einstein is in force, we all die. If we go beyond Einstein, some of us will live and some of us will die.
It's so simple. The Observerse, you guys. Just pinch to zoom and make everything in the universe closer. Jailbreak space-time like the iPhone you bought on eBay. Einstein was too dumb to figure this out. He needed a W before his name to be smart enough to figure out the Observerse. This is how you know Eric is absolutely done pretending geometric unity is a thing. He has thrown in the towel. This is his new shiny toy.
In part, what I'm trying to do is to jailbreak space-time. That's what I'm actually doing. And I'm doing it with zero support, with no confirmation that this is real, because something is controlling my entire community. To make this funny haha, just like Forbidden City, was Jack Raper has gone mad. He thinks that there's a city in New Mexico where there's a mayor who's a second Einstein developing a doomsday weapon. Is that funny? What a loon, that guy. What an idiot. Ha ha. That's what's going on, Joe.
Yep, lone rogue cowboy trailblazer fighting against the evil corrupt system to bring everybody to outer space and save humanity. The physics community is all about boom, vroom, zoom changing the world, but nobody will listen to Eric's better than Einstein ideas because reasons. Same old script.
We live in flatland. We don't know we live in flatland. And I know what that, technically the name is fiber dimension, what it is. We have to gain access to it, which is discovering that somebody gives you an obsidian rock that has a property that you've never seen before called pinch to zoom. So I need to make the distance to the nearest star small so I can go with reasonable speed.
Or instantaneously.
I don't need instantaneously. If I have something 4 light years away and I can make it 100 feet away, I can walk 100 feet easily enough.
Eric wants to drag Proxima Centauri over to just 100 feet away so we can walk there. There is absolutely zero downside to being 100 feet away from a star. It wouldn't instantly vaporize the whole planet or anything. In general, nothing bad could happen by rearranging the entire galaxy like a fucking sandbox video game, a thing that is precisely as undesirable as it is physically impossible. Astounding.
And you feel like it's possible to hide all this from the general public?
Well, my point is you're not going to hide it. No. The same way they did it before would be spoiled by satellites. Right now, if you tried to do Los Alamos, You couldn't do it because of the satellites.
Right.
So it has to be hidden in plain sight. It has to look like something that it isn't. So if you asked me, let's imagine you asked me a different question. Let's imagine you asked me, Eric, nobody's willing to give you money. Nobody's willing to employ you. Nobody's willing to have you speak at their seminar, despite the fact you have complete blue chip credibility. How would you organize a secret team to get control of our adversaries, the world, and the ability to traverse the cosmos? I sure as shit wouldn't build a chemical rocket company. It's dumb. But I'd do it as cover.
Eric so transparently wants to have a conversation with himself that he's just putting flattering questions in Joe's mouth and answering them. You have zero credibility, Eric, and it's specifically because you say moronic shit like this. It's so dumb to build rockets if you want to go to space. Of course, he has to throw in the word chemical because it's true that combustion isn't going to get us very far. But once again, plenty of other paradigms in propulsion have been firmly validated on the theoretical level. Somebody just has to build the shit. And Eric has a better chance of fronting the next hit boy band than a crack squad of researchers that will fly us to the stars.
I'm using Soviets, Joe. Ex-Soviets.
Okay.
Because those guys haven't lost the magic. And, I had Frankel and a guy named Misha Kapranov.
No, he's around Soviets because that they're connected to the Russian oligarchs, and that's where Peter Thiel's money is coming from. Like it's that simple. It's not because they're better scientists. It's because they're on the roster of people who are okay to work with, according to the people who are funding all the projects.
I've come down for 5 days to kick the shit out of my theory. It was crazy, absolutely crazy. We're drinking vodka at like 10 a.m., having insane meals, and just working our asses off the way we're supposed to.
How'd it go?
Amazing.
What do they think about your theory?
So far, all systems go, Joe.
So basically, Eric sits alone in his kitchen, stuffing his face and getting hammered all day, while shouting, "All systems go," at blow-up dolls in the other chairs, which he pretends are physicists. At least that's my bet, because he sure as fuck isn't discussing any theories of his own with any physicists, since he doesn't have any. GU wasn't one, and his new bullshit isn't one either.
Can we just pull up... I just want to do this for my own reasons. Can we pull up the pinned tweet on my Twitter profile? Which, by the way, thank you for retweeting.
No problem.
Yeah. Love you.
Love you too. What is it? Go to it real quick.
Those two formulas. The bottom one says CFJ. C is Sean Carroll. The middle F is Fields. And J is Roman Jakiv, a professor at MIT. Sean Carroll's second most cited paper has this as its action, or Lagrangian. Right above that is my action, or Lagrangian. And what you see, all those zeros, is things that Sean Carroll doesn't know how to handle. And that thing where you see a P, you see star parentheses, P in the bottom line, not the bottom, the second from the bottom, is Sean's relativity violating hack. Sean Carroll did not disclose that geometric unity is a direct competitor to his most cited work.
Sean Carroll is a stupid butthole who doesn't even know how to do math, and he never even talks about how GU is a competitor with his dumb theory, even though no, it fucking isn't, since GU isn't a theory. But I just said a bunch of math stuff, so Sean is dumb, and he definitely didn't publicly humiliate me on Piers Morgan so brutally that I will never fully recover. Take that, Sean.
The good news is I have read Eric's paper. Here it is. I actually have it here, right here. First thing you got to do is make sure that your theory makes contact with modern physics as it is understood. If you have a new paper out, physicists are going to look at it. They're going to look for, where's the Lagrangian?
So this is, for people that are just listening, this is showing that you have Lagrangians in these
it's showing
equations.
Sean Carroll lying.
Right. The interactions are in there as well. But did you call him out on this on the show?
I couldn't believe that he'd do this.
So you didn't
I
say
was
anything?
stunned.
Oh, snap. Sean lied and Eric brought receipts. Look at his fake paper. It has the word Lagrangians as the header for a whole section. So Sean is a butt-faced liar and Eric is super awesome. In reality, there are no legitimate Lagrangians in this section. This was debunked in extreme detail with the help of Christian Furco in the video about his interaction with Eric at the Perimeter Institute debacle. I'll play a short clip now.
Is there actually any Lagrangian in this paper?
Now, technically, if we're being extremely generous, there is a section 9 of the paper, and below equation 9.4, he writes in very obtuse notation what he claims to be the Lagrangian for geometric unity. So there is a formula there that you can point to. But this is kind of fake. So I think merely mentioning, oh, here is a Lagrangian in the paper, but not actually defining all of the ingredients. Crucially, this Lagrangian involves the Shiab operator, which we've mentioned, which has not been defined. So you can write this formula, but if pieces are not defined, I don't think this qualifies as a Lagrangian, because no physicist can use this, can do calculations, can make predictions, because the pieces are just not there. So even though you can maybe point to this and say, okay, well, Sean says there's no Lagrangian, I think more precisely what Sean probably meant is there is no usable, well-defined Lagrangian in the paper, which is absolutely true.
That's right. Several qualified experts, including Tim Nguyen and Christian Furco, have debunked the shit out of geometric unity on my channel. Eric has never responded to any of their points or even acknowledged their existence in any way whatsoever. Sorry, Eric, everyone can smell the damage control a mile away, which is extra pathetic considering the Sean Carroll thing was a fucking year ago. So take your Shiab operator and go fuck yourself.
So my claim
Why
is...
didn't you respond? Like right there.
Joe, what am I... Let's just... For 1 second. I'm in a world that makes absolutely no sense, and I don't want to disappear. I'm not suicidal. I have been the major competitor of string theory for 42 years. I'm not a podcaster. I'm not a guest. I'm not an entertainer.
You are specifically a podcast guest and entertainer. That is literally all you are. That's even how you identify yourself in your fake GU paper. You are not a competitor of string theory. You don't even understand string theory. You're a fucking poser. And your response to Joe asking why you didn't press Sean about this alleged lie regarding Lagrangians shouldn't be, I didn't push back because somebody's gonna kill me. It should be, I can't push back because if I initiated an actual discussion about Lagrangians, he would have explained how this does not qualify. So I chose to stay silent and bitch about it later by pointing to the vague bullshit I call a Lagrangian even though it isn't. All set?
For some reason, the things that we're talking about on this show are dangerous. We're having dangerous conversations, Joe. That's what JRE does.
JRE has dangerous conversations. Whining like a little bitch about how much string theory sucks is dangerous, Joe. Spewing endless horseshit about advanced ancient civilizations that definitely didn't exist is super dangerous, because big archaeology is gonna roll a boulder on you like an Indiana Jones. Telling millions of people that ivermectin cures literally everything is dangerous because the big pharma mafia is gonna whack you. Even though nobody has ever done that because there is no danger, apart from the extreme danger of the medical misinformation Joe spreads that kills people. Jesus fucking Christ, what a melodramatic cunt.
And sometimes you go all the way and sometimes you puss out. But like, this is a dangerous place because they can't tell you what to do. And that's why they put you in like a different color on the screen during COVID, because you went against the narrative. The narrative was go get vaccinated. The narrative was if you think that COVID came from anything other than a wet market, you're a racist. Every time you've gone up against the narrative, they try to destroy you.
The infamous they is trying to destroy you for going against the narrative, Joe.
Right. Like, I always want to know who are they? Like, and nobody's ever able to give a definition that isn't like globally anti-Semitic.
Mm-hmm.
The NWO, the New World Order, the Illuminati.
Vaccinating during a global pandemic with vaccines whose safety and efficacy had been clinically demonstrated is just a stupid narrative. Not like the bullshit narratives that they're gene therapy, or that they make people's hearts explode, or that they cause cancer, or that they killed millions of people. Those are straight facts. SARS coronavirus 2 originating from the Huanan food market, like literally all of the epidemiological data confirms, is just a stupid narrative. Not like the bullshit narrative that is the multifaceted lab leak propaganda campaign. That's the super hot truth.
Well, and I always like to bring up the fact that like that lab pre-existed COVID, and that lab is there because the COVID SARS virus was very prevalent in that area, and so it makes sense to have a lab based in the area that's studying the virus where it's most prevalent. Like it's not that big of a stretch to understand why that lab exists where it exists.
Is just gargling Joe's balls and reinforcing the facade of what Joe wants to believe he is, so that he will continue to greenlight Eric's dogshit stories. Nothing more.
So then they leapfrogged us in some propulsion technology.
I believe that there's a nation in Asia, China, which puts on amazing drone shows and buys up our academics who aren't being paid because we're sitting around bitching. What have you technically?
So what if they have amazing drone shows? Like, I see amazing drone shows all the time at music festivals that I attend or that I help. work on production for. Like there are drone shows going on all the time here in the U.S. So like saying China has amazing drone shows is completely nothing. Like you can see those same shows in any other country.
Yeah, for real. And pretty soon, the Trump sons are gonna have their own bullshit drone contracts. Well, I guess they did get the contract, but unfucking real.
Remember the whole Burisma like bullshit with Biden and Hunter, and now it's just like out in the open corruption, and like zero Republicans are like giving any sort of protest. It's just so fucking tiring. The just total inconsistency. Like if conservatives didn't have double standards, they wouldn't have standards at all.
Correct. So I'm not even sure they do have standards. I think all they have is talking points.
True.
That's as much as their tiny minds can remember at any given time.
They got to get their daily dose of Fox News to know what to parrot that day, and like what they're parroting today completely contradicts what they were parroting yesterday. They give it no mind. They'll get their marching orders and march on like a good low soldier.
Absolutely.
People done for us. Why do you deserve to be paid from taxpayer dollars? And the answer is, oh, shut the fuck up. We created your economy, you stupid bitches. We're the baddest of the bad. We are the source of your wealth and your strength. And you come to us bitching about your taxpayer dollars? You deserve to lose to China, you little...
I love how Eric says we, like he's part of the community that innovated all the technology he's referencing, when he probably can't even build IKEA furniture without hiring a TaskRabbit. And again, are physicists superheroes or incompetent losers? Make up your fucking mind.
I have no words for the new crop of tech billionaires who were bitten by COVID.
What do you mean by that?
Well, they think that Anthony Fauci was a scientist, and so they believed in science before Fauci, and now they don't believe in science.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Oh my God.
I literally don't understand what you're saying.
All right.
I will give Joe an ounce of credit for not always blindly nodding his head when Eric is making 0 sense, but sometimes telling him he's not making a fucking ounce of sense. Fauci is objectively a scientist, a highly distinguished one. Eric's just name dropping him because the brain dead podcast bro masses have been trained to recoil at any mention of him. The next part also makes no sense. Who are the new crop of tech billionaires? Does that include your paymaster Peter? You're saying they were all pro-science before the pandemic and anti-science after? Or are you saying the opposite of that? Never mind, you're saying literally nothing as usual.
Silicon Valley had a huge about face when they figured out that Fauci was full of shit. A lot of them bankrolled our universities. They supported science. They were Democrats. And then somehow COVID happened. And because they had this childlike belief in universities, science, and the Democratic Party, they ran to the Republican Party like children, not understanding that Anthony Fauci was not a scientist. COVID is a giant lie. Collins and Fauci and Ralph Baric and Peter Daszak are menaces to the credit of science.
Okay, let's unpack that mountain of horseshit. The oligarchy has run over to the Republican Party because the Republicans are in power, and oligarchs can purchase the deregulation of all their industries. Elon can throw money at Trump, and Trump will give Elon the keys so he can tinker under the hood with Doge and execute mass layoffs, slash regulations, and gain access to internal systems across 15 federal agencies so as to halt investigations into Tesla, SpaceX, and Neuralink. They run over to the Republicans because Trump will deregulate AI and its data centers, expand federal contracts right after purchasing huge amounts of stock to enrich himself on insider trading, and appoint corporate shills to the head of every federal agency so that nobody can do anything to halt their expansion and wealth acquisition, no matter who they harm. That's why, Eric, and I'm not saying they couldn't do any of that with the Democrats, they can and have, but they can do it 10 times more with Trump. What else? No, Fauci wasn't full of shit at all. That's the narrative that was spun to assign a boogeyman to distract from the mountain of anti-science propaganda surrounding the pandemic and vaccines. When you say COVID was a giant lie, what the fuck are you even saying? That viruses and pandemics aren't real? well, because that's what it fucking sounds like, which would put you on par with flat earthers. You talk shit about Peter Daszak because he upholds the true narrative of zoonotic origin that contradicts the lab leak propaganda you support because it suits the agenda of the oligarchs you serve. A lot of people still haven't gotten this memo, and they whine about it in my comment sections. But let me say it once again for clarity, 100% of the science supports zoonotic origin, and 0% of the science supports lab leak. Lab leak is a multi-layered propaganda campaign that was started by Steve Bannon to redirect anger regarding Trump's abysmal pandemic response during his re-election campaign, and it morphed into a bunch of other bullshit thanks to Eric's loser baby brother and a bunch of other frauds. I debunk absolutely all of it in painstaking detail in this video, so please watch it.
Where are our scientists? Where are our intellectuals? Where are our people who care more about, how do I say this, glory and immortality rather than private jet travel? You could not get me to give up my claim on immortality for private jet travel. I don't understand the fascination with private jets. They're cool, mildly.
Eric, the only claim to immortality you have is going down as the single biggest douchebag in human history.
And Michael Vassar made a point to me, as he often does, which is really dangerous. And he said, when did the world's smartest people stop caring about their own game and their own prizes and start focusing on the prizes of the people pursuing wealth and status? And he said, somehow when scientists care about McLarens and Lamborghinis, that something terrible has happened. And boy, is that like a splinter in my mind turning over. I can't get rid of it. He's right.
Scientists don't have Lamborghinis, you fucking tool. Almost zero scientists are exceptionally wealthy. The average salary is barely 6 figures. They are scientists because they don't give a shit.
Who?
You recognize that handle?
I didn't really hear it, and it's Denizen X. Yes, I do.
All right. Hi there, Denizen X. How you doing tonight?
Not too bad. You guys hear me okay?
Yeah,
Yep.
you're coming through clear. Are
him
you someone
either
we know from chat?
I either know him from Tacos or Mezzo, one of the two.
Okay.
Tacos.
Tacos, okay. Yeah.
Well,
Who am I speaking to? I don't recognize your voice.
I'm
Arpy.
Gretchen.
Gretchen, hey.
I'm Gretchen.
Yeah, my name's Arpy.
Yep.
I go by
RB,
they,
nice
them.
to meet you. Okay, I'll try to respect that.
All right, and I won't burn you too much for it as long as you're trying. So what brings you up
He doesn't
tonight?
have gender dysmorphia, so he doesn't get hurt if you don't use it. He gets gender euphoria, so he feels joy when you do use it, when you gender him correctly. I mean them.
Oh, interesting.
Fuck.
If that's true, that's a motivation for me to do it then.
Well, I appreciate it.
I tried, man.
None of my friends are alive right now, and I don't feel like going to bed.
Oh.
Got that insomnia.
Yeah.
Well, same here.
Gotcha. Yeah, well, you can find us here most nights, so, and, you know, we haven't really been streaming long enough to get a regular stream of calls in yet, so we're working on that.
Yeah, we're hoping once we get that TikTok live access, we'll be able to, keep the discussion more debate oriented. But in the meantime, we're just hanging out with our friends in chat, reacting to some videos. Right now, we're watching a Professor Dave video about Eric Weinstein.
So,
yeah, I am not really into debate, but I know that a lot of channels that are about that aren't really doing it the whole time, and a lot of times it's just like, conversation and watching a video just like this. So when I saw y'all were watching a video, I thought I'd hop up.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
Happy to have you on the panel.
Yeah, whether we're debating or just shooting the shit or reacting to something, we'll always take calls up to come and do it with us. So that's like the whole point of async of the channel. So
yeah, more interaction is encouraged than just like watching the host or hosts with single callers.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you have any comments to say, just start talking, and I'll be sure the video gets paused so everybody can hear your contribution. But
Fair enough.
We'll go ahead
Thank you.
Yeah, of course, we'll go ahead and dive right back in.
Shit about Lamborghinis. They do specifically care about doing good science and receiving accolades from within the
Did
scientific
we
community.
mention that
This isn't
Griffin's the god now?
Buckaroo Banzai. The physicist, neurosurgeon, test pilot, rock star, millionaire, alien fighter isn't real. Tony Stark isn't real. You say shit like this, and then you wonder why real scientists treat you like a loser troll? Seriously?
We got to make sure that the public intellectuals are not dominated by billionaires. As much I love these guys. They're my friends.
I think you're right.
Yeah, they're smart as hell. They wouldn't have gotten to be...
This is so ironic coming from someone on Peter Thiel's payroll. Like, it couldn't be any more disingenuous.
How does he, how many degrees of Kevin Bacon are there between him and Thiel?
One.
He just paid directly?
One.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is it public knowledge what that job title is or what that relationship is exactly?
We can probably look it up. Eric Weinstein, Peter Thiel relation. Eric Weinstein served as the managing director of Thiel Capital, so he directly worked for him, like, publicly.
Oh, so that's past tense, though?
I'm not sure if it's completely past tense or if they've kept up that relationship. They've had intellectual partnerships, podcast appearances together.
Weinstein does like exclusively does podcasts and shit now, so he's probably more in the PR sector of Thiel.
Didn't pay too much attention to either one, but
kind of like the same way
what
JD Vance isn't technically on the Peter Thiel payroll on paper anymore, but he still fucking is.
Well, what I was going to say is it kind of suggests a shared ideology. If you're going to make someone managing director and you're someone who's outwardly politically active, and then at the same time, again, I haven't paid too much attention to Eric, but it would suggest from like my impression that I'm getting now that you're mentioning that he's kind of like not really that upfront about his activism, because he kind of couches his political opinions in like a non partisan sort of neutral, middle of the road, sometimes a little bit on the left, sometimes a little bit on the right kind of manner, right?
Yeah, Weinstein definitely tries to toe that line for appearances, but like knowing the kind of science that he pushes and supports, it gives away his ideology.
Yeah, I would say that relationship with Thiel is pretty suggestive.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah, that it is. So.
But they're always talking their book. Always. Look at, people are like famous libertarians and they become surveillance people.
Right.
Bill Gates, is he just buying farmland for he wants to make sure that we have a steady supply of food, of something. Right. We've got to stop the addiction to billionaires as the only people we trust because at least they're rich.
Let's end it there. Got to wrap this up, but I appreciate you very much. This is very good.
I can't take it.
How funny that fucking Rogan. Let's wrap it up there. Don't go after my billionaires, dude. No. Anytime any guest tries to fucking throw Thiel or Elon Musk under the bus, it's like all of a sudden there's Rogan like, oh, okay, we're good. We're done.
Rogan knows where his bread is buttered.
Absolutely. He considers them his friends.
I read that differently, like he was letting it stick like a landing without any pushback.
No. Oh no, he carries water for his billionaire buddies all the time.
Like just the amount of times he's had Musk on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, clearly they're friends.
What blows my mind is that Musk, faced no backlash for, smoking weed on the podcast with Joe, because that's supposed to be a huge no-no when like you're seeking defensive contracts. Mm-hmm. Like you're not allowed to like have ingested any sort of marijuana like within the past basically year.
Yeah.
But because he's on track to being the world's first trillionaire, he gets to play by different rules.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you go back and watch the last episode that of Joe Rogan that Theo Von was on, I mean, as soon as Theo Von started tearing into Peter Thiel and Palantir, oh shit, Joe Rogan couldn't shut that down fast enough.
Did he push back and argue with him, or did he?
Oh yeah, he actually at one point he told Theo Von that he was wrong. He's like, no, that's not a Peter Thiel thing, and they looked it up, and he looked it up on I think Perplexity is the one he's using now, and yeah, the producer Jamie was like, that's a Peter Thiel thing. Oh, well, that's obviously a biased source. Look at that. And I'm just like, oh, fucking come on. I think they were talking about the plot. I think they were talking about the flock cameras and the surveillance state or some shit, and how Peter Thiel was connected to that.
Right.
Maybe.
I mean,
or maybe it was Palantir and something going on in Israel. That's what it was. And yeah, they just looked it up to find that Theo Von was right. And
what's Peter Thiel's connection to Palantir? I know it's well documented. He like on the board,
right?
or whatever that is. That would create a direct connection between whatever Palantir does.
Oh, absolutely. So hold on a second. Peter Thiel.
Yeah, I just pulled it up. Peter Thiel is a central co-founder and the chairman of the board of directors at Palantir Technologies.
Yeah. So yeah.
So
part owner.
Must know that.
You would think
must
he'd know
that.
Yeah. You would think he would have to know that. And the fact that they're involved in shit that Israel's doing is kind of a given at this point, but Rogan acted like, oh my god, this is biased news. How could you fucking say that? Like, no, dude, come on.
Yeah, so that's either, deliberate gatekeeping or some cognitive dissonance being exposed in real time. Or both.
It could be both. I mean, he likes the perks he gets from being able to have Elon Musk and Peter Thiel on his show anytime he wants, and he, he gets to talk to Trump.
Yeah, it's fuck you money, though.
Yeah, but
the whole point of fuck you money is so you can be yourself.
I don't think it's the money that I don't think it's the money Rogan cares about. I think it's the status of
rubbing elbows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
I always project myself into these things and forget that people have different motives.
Yeah.
You know, I've always loved that term "fuck you money," but like I've always been curious, like, what is the financial threshold of "fuck you money"? Like, what
It
is
is a
the
floating.
minimum
I think
amount?
it depends on who you are and what your goals are. You know.
Right.
Because people would say like
It's
Jerry
in.
Seinfeld has "fuck you money," but he's not like, you know, a crazy business entrepreneur like billionaire.
No, it's just having enough money to where if people try to come after your financial status, you don't have to worry about living out the rest of your life.
You can
Like you can,
brave that storm.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
it
People can.
totally depends on who you are. Like for me, $1,000 is fuck you money to me because
Well, that, no offense, sounds like poor financial planning.
well, no, it's just that there's an amount of money that would that would make me not share it with people that needed it.
Oh, you would give it away, you're saying?
Yeah. I don't
I
need to
dig it.
have a certain amount of money to tell people to fuck you. I mean, I've been poor my whole fucking life. I'm used to it. I can handle being poor for another 10 years before
Oh,
I
I
drop
see
off
what you're
this
saying.
rock.
Now I understand. I
You
got
can
you.
come after me
I
all you
got you.
want.
You're already living the lifestyle of fuck you money, even without the money.
Exactly.
So, like,
Yeah.
I hear you. I feel it.
You follow the subtle art of not giving a fuck.
Absolutely.
I'm a lot like that too, but I do try to protect my my official government identity that interacts with the economic system. I try to keep it off the streets, and I do like that because I feel like it's a like a vulnerability, and I have like an amount in my mind or like a level of assets that I would have where I would not worry about that anymore.
It's harder than you think, actually, to be a person who truly does not give a fuck. It's a lot more difficult than you think.
Well, and I think there can be like a compartmentalization of not giving a fuck. Like you can not give a fuck about the things that like don't really matter, but then still give a fuck about the things that matter, like, you know, people's rights, people who are being subjugated, people who are actually in need. And like giving a fuck about that isn't like some sort of like character flaw. It's more of like a testament to the strength of your character.
Yeah. I do find that there's been times where people have tried to make me give a fuck about something that I just don't, that maybe I should, but I don't. So I'm not gonna, and I guess that kind of makes me a shitty person at times, but at least I'm me, and I'm honest about it.
Yeah, for me that's always been sports. Like people around me like care so much about sports, but like I couldn't give a shit about the Broncos. I couldn't give a shit about the Avs, the Nuggets, the Rockies. Like I don't give a shit about your sports ball team.
Yeah, I generally don't either.
And they try to make you?
Oh yeah. Like people look at me weird. They're like, "You're not gonna watch the Broncos game?" It's like, no, I'm gonna watch a stream where people are like trying to talk about philosophy and shit. It's 1,000 times
actually
more.
matter. Sorry.
Well, things that are entertaining to me, like whether philosophy matters, could be like up for a debate, I guess. But like, I at least find it entertaining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm talking more like, like there was one time where I got completely chewed out by my friends in the local Democratic club because there was some trans rights rally we were all supposed to go to, and I'm like, yeah, except I got to go serve breakfast to homeless veterans, so I can't. And they gave me shit for like 2 months after that because how dare you skip a trans rights rally? And I'm like, we have more homeless people on the streets of LA than we have trans people in this country. I'm like, I don't know what you guys think you're getting by judging me, but fuck you. And some of them actually never did get back as friends, but fuck them.
Well, and if you didn't have that previous commitment, you probably would have went to the rally, right? Or maybe not.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean,
I
this
guess
was
it's kind of non sequitur. Like you were still trying to, help your community.
Yeah, I mean, and whether they liked it or not, I was literally going to help homeless veterans that day. And me being a veteran, they are my fucking community. And just because most veterans are right wing, that doesn't mean that, I mean, I even worked for the VA at the time. So it's like, come on. But I did lose some good friends over that one.
Yeah, sometimes people get tunnel vision.
I'm like, why do I have to like make my life about fighting for trans rights? I'm like, you know what? I know one fucking trans person. I mean, like in real life, like on the internet, I know several, but in real life, I know one. And she doesn't want anyone fighting for her. She just wants the right to exist. That's it. She's not asking for anything special. She just wants to legally be able to exist. And all right.
And that's your prerogative.
Why do I have to make that my number one priority when I have like probably 6 others that are more important to me, to who I am, with my lived experience as a disabled veteran and all kinds of shit. I have things that I care about more than that. That doesn't mean I don't care about it.
Right. As long as you're not getting in the way of them doing their social work for their interests. As long as you're not being a hindrance, I don't really see an issue with that.
No.
But
I would never do that. In fact, I sent them with money to fucking donate for me. But
oh, there you go. My social circles, being more involved in like the local music scenes, like we're a lot more, oriented on helping the LGBTQIA plus community, just because there are a lot more members in the circles that I run in. And me being a bi.
Be right back.
Yep.
I'll be back in a bit. I need to take the trash out.
Cool. And me being a bi non-binary individual, I have a little more vested interest in, perpetuating those rights.
But would you judge your friends because
no, I wouldn't
they don't
judge.
have the same priorities you do?
Yeah, no. Like they're them casting judgment on you is definitely
Yeah, like 2 of them
not the right
legit
move.
never fucking spoke to me again. Of course, they were a couple, but neither one of both he and her just wrote me off after that.
Yep. And I try to, stay pretty diverse in the charity and community service I do. Like I work the Ronald McDonald House, like usually every month, if not every other month. Before I moved to Colorado, there was a local soup kitchen in Des Moines that I'd volunteer at. Growing up, I would volunteer at the Salvation Army, but now I understand that they have some issues. They're a bit problematic, but I'd always help with like their Christmas toy drives, helping organize all the donations and things like that. So I've always understood the importance of like serving your community to help uplift others that like don't have the strength to pick themselves up.
I'm sorry that happened to you, Christopher. But, that fucking sucks, man. And, yeah, my friends could suck my dick, too, from that day forward. If they couldn't understand that, then they're fucked. So.
I think it's important
I get that they had their priorities, but to expect me to change mine to match theirs that's some fucking leftist ass purity testing nonsense bullshit to me. And I don't play that game. Never will. So
yeah, it's important to understand that there are several aspects of our society that need work, and like we can't just like get tunnel vision on one aspect. Like we can prioritize based on like who may be the most at risk, but I think it's a pretty hard toss up between the two groups that are in question for your scenario, especially considering that like trans and LGBTQIA individuals are at a higher risk for homelessness too, and so like there's a good chance that like the veterans that you're helping serve could be queer individuals that fall under that category. So when you go to help feed homeless veterans, you could be helping two birds with one stone.
could have been. I didn't even think about that at the time.
Yeah,
Because it's it just seemed like a bullshit purity test power play to me. It's like, hey, come prove that you're as fucking left as we are by doing this. Well, no, I'm not gonna do that because I have my priorities and I'm gonna go deal with that. You guys go deal with yours. Divide and conquer. What the fuck ever happened to that? Right?
That's not quite what that term means.
Well, but we have a multi-front war we're fighting against the
Right.
fucking right, I
Right.
mean, so let's
You want to
those of us who are
fight the battle
fucking-
on all fronts.
Yeah, I mean, some of us are more fit to go battle a bunch of fucking veterans and try to maybe bring some of them to our side. Whereas you go stand up for trans people. Let's get it all done. There's no reason why we can't get it all done. Because some asshole with a microphone from Fox News decided that everybody's going to answer for fucking trans rights now. Which, if you go back and look, that's what happened. Generally, people on the left weren't all up in arms about fucking trans rights and trans everything until the fucking right went and shoved the microphone in Bernie's face and AOC's face and then, in Pramila's face and wanted to get the whole squad's opinion on trans rights and then fucking used it against them. And then after that, every Democrat in the country had to start answering for fucking trans rights, even though they weren't even up to speed on them yet,
Well, the reason why the right is trying to, pick trans people as the boogeyman is because like they're such a small group, so they're easy to like vilify and subjugate without having like the social power for them to fight back. Like they're an easy target because they're so small, and that's what they want to do, is just bully the easiest victim. That's all bullies do, is they find the easiest victim and laser target on them, and that's
backfiring on them in the end, just like the gay marriage thing did. It ended up backfiring on them, and this will too, but will they have had enough time to do their damage? You know, like it'll definitely end up backfiring on them when they get, half the people in the country understanding what transgender really means and where it comes from. And, when you get people understanding that gender's a spectrum and it's not the same thing as sex. And, it's like you get, like even me, I've had to learn all this shit. I didn't give a shit about it, 7-8 years ago. I didn't have a clue, but I've had to learn it since, and so has half the country, and that's what's gonna backfire on the right. The fact that everybody's learning all this shit about it, and
more knowledge leads to more empathy.
Yeah, that's the last thing they wanted, was for that to happen. But really, their real goal is to do enough damage while that half the country is catching up.
Well, and there's plenty of damaging happening every day with bathroom bills and pathways to legal discrimination, like ability to like even like discriminate as it comes to like housing, and that's just going to exacerbate the homelessness issue among trans individuals.
That's the shitty part, that they are doing enough damage, to where by the time it backfires on them, they can, they'll still come out ahead, I think. And that's really all they care about,
Well, they just want to like hurt the right people. And it's what good is that going to do? These are human beings, like, and they're doing their best to dehumanize them so that like their in-group doesn't view them as human beings anymore. That just makes it easier to subjugate them and discriminate and ultimately try to erase them from society.
For real, JR, it's not even just a fucking habit, it's practically their fucking foundation. It's written into the Democrats' Constitution, eating their fucking own.
Well, it's because the Democratic Party is a big tent, and when you have a big tent, you're going to have different groups that don't necessarily align 100% of the time, and so you have to navigate like those interests and like kind of define a common goal. You got to understand the intersectionality of all these different groups.
I know it.
Whereas Republicans, they fall in line.
I spent 10 years working for the California Democratic Party, and oh my god, the cat fights. You wouldn't believe it. The fucking cat fights. It's insane. So I haven't checked to see how the primary results came out.
Yeah, I heard you mentioning to someone in your home about Election Day.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Becerra and Hilton, but for governor. I already know who's going to win for Congress, or at least through the primary, because we're a top 2 state. Everybody runs in one primary. Whoever gets the top 2 vote getters go on to the general election, regardless of the party they're in.
Looks like Hilton is the top pick for the GOP, and Becerra is the top pick for Dem right now. Only 57% of votes are counted so far.
Yeah, and it'll take us weeks to count the whole thing. What percentage does Becerra have?
25.4.
And what about Hilton?
27.8.
I'm guessing Steyer's in third.
Yep. Bianco is in fourth.
Yeah. Bianco's a joke. He'll never win anything. But
Yeah, I've got to do a little more due diligence for our choice of governor here in Colorado. I'm just glad that Polis is out. He's been way too milquetoast, especially as it comes to like dealing with ICE over the last year.
Is he stepping down or is he termed out?
I think he might be termed out.
Yeah.
Like he did all right over COVID,
People in
but
California would love to have Gavin Newsom again, but he's termed out, so we can't. I love Gavin Newsom.
I know you do. you talk about Gavin pretty often.
I know. I'm a big fan.
Now let's wrap up this Professor Dave video.
Back from Peter just isn't worth it. By the way, the little gem at the end of how we need to stop trusting billionaires while your entire existence is peddling propaganda for billionaires was just the last straw. Shut your dumb face forever. As depressing as this can get, I do want to offer a tiny kernel of hope. If you scroll through the comment section of this episode, it's almost exclusively people shitting all over Eric, remarking at what an insufferable, pretentious douchebag he is. Even the Rogan sphere that made Eric doesn't want anything to do with him anymore. Could the tide be turning? Could the podcast bro space be slowly figuring out that they're being lied to at all times? I don't want to get ahead of myself, but whatever we can find that nudges them in that direction, let's be sure to keep pressing. And finally, be sure to never fall for Eric's crybaby reaction to those who expose him, about how we are such awful mean bullies that thrive on being toxic, negative jerk faces all the time. Me especially.
I don't sense with either you or myself any desire to just negate people. If somebody is just determined to be horrible, yeah, I don't mind commenting. That person seems to want to be horrible. Dave Farina, perfect example.
Yeah, that's the stuff. Never forget, Eric works for Peter Thiel. His entire purpose in life is to spread propaganda on podcasts that massages the public towards accepting Thiel's agenda. He runs Palantir, which is a fucking nightmare. His tech is used to carry out genocide. His tech is being used to turn America into an authoritarian surveillance state. And that's just Exhibit A. Thiel runs Inference Review, where all the Discovery Institute asshats publish fake papers. He is aligned with Christian theocrats. He represents the eradication of democracy and freedom. He is a disgusting, evil man. And if Peter was Jabba the Hutt, Eric would be this little shithead. Did you know that this thing from Star Wars has a name? It's Salacious B. Crumb. That's Eric. A shrill creature making loud noises for scraps from his mob boss master. That's Eric's legacy, and it sounds like the internet has finally caught up to this fact. So that's it for this installment of Eric Weinstein plummeting towards rock bottom. Has he gone as low as he can go? One would think so, but he always seems to surprise us. So let's see what other self-humiliation he has in store. Until next time.
Another marathon Professor Dave reaction on the books.
Yeah. I love me some Professor Dave.
I think I'm gonna stick around for until the middle of the hour, and then get off a little earlier. I've got a checkup for RP Junior coming up this morning. I want to make sure I've got at least a little sleep to be good to drive him to that. Gonna make sure he's growing and
So you're
hitting
getting
all
off
those
now or an hour
milestones.
from now?
7 minutes from now.
Okay.
Because
Cool.
that's only 30 minutes earlier than what I usually do.
Yeah, and normal. Yeah. So.
He's getting so close to his first word. He's going yeah. So he just needs to put like a consonant in front of those like oscillating A sounds. It could end up being Baba, Mama, Papa. Who knows?
Yeah. It's never what you think it's gonna be.
As long as it's not Elon or Trump.
I remember with my middle one, I was just so curious what it was going to be because he was doing that really spitting shit out early, and was like, "What's his first word going to be?" And I'm like, you know what his first word was? Me. He developed this like when he wanted something, he would just go. He would hold his hands out and go, "Me." It's like, okay. First word in the books.
I'm back.
Hey.
What did I miss?
Welcome back.
Just the wrapping up of the video. Professor Dave actually went over Eric Weinstein's ties to Peter Thiel and Peter Thiel's involvement with Planeteer. So like the things that like we looked up before
we were talking about
were confirmed. Yeah, were confirmed directly in the video.
Oh, what's up? Jay Money's here.
Only in spirit. He's passed the fuck out.
Yeah.
Took some blunts to the dome and went to La La Land.
We just let him hang out and sleep, and we kick him before the end of the night. So.
Yeah, this must be like dream ASMR to him.
We didn't get to ask him about the tacos thing, though. That's a bummer. I'm going to put money on it that they were arguing about God, and Tacos tried to go like full Philbro with it, and Jay never probably could explain what exactly he was trying to explain, and it just became a circular crash out with Taco saying, "You're confused. You don't know what you're saying. You're not listening. You're not answering. You're not engaging. You're confused. You're so lost, J Money." That's what I imagine. And then the more you say that to J Money, the more it riles him up. So. And then he ends up yelling at you, "I am not fucking crashing out." While he's crashing out. And knowing the two of them and their history, I'm going to bet the RMOA was involved somehow. Just because it always is with them.
Yep, I'm sure we'll hear about it tomorrow. Get the side of the story.
It's a kind of a bummer it happened like that though, because he was so happy last night that he was gonna go back to Taco Stream finally, and you know, he's like, "Oh, I found out that I wasn't banned, and I'm welcome back, so I'm gonna go back tomorrow night." All right, have fun with that. I guess he didn't have fun with that.
Yeah, sometimes holding the memory of the thing is better than actually going back to it. Like so many
I don't
times,
know.
like
Maybe he did. Maybe he did enjoy that, because I mean, we give him the same kind of shit over here. You know, when we attack his, I want to say ideas, but whatever you call them. When we take, we take chunks out of his fence posts.
yeah, but at least I try to do it in a way that isn't like too inflammatory. It's more attacking the idea than attacking Jay himself.
Yeah. Well, the way Tacos does it, it's not necessarily inflammatory. It's more condescending.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what gets at J Money the most, is that he's very condescending about it. And then, Tacos always managed to pull rank on him and say, you're banned from the channel until you apologize for this and tell me that the RMOA is correct. You have to say it in front of everybody. It's like, really? You ask a grown man to come fucking prostrate himself just to what? Please you? That's kind of fucked up, but I don't know if that happened tonight, but that did happen like months ago.
Hey, missing mod. Good to see ya.
Hey, mod.
All right. Well, I think it's about that time.
Okie doke.
Good luck with the rest of the stream. Yeah, thanks. I'll see ya. We doing it same bat time, same bat channel.
Yep.
Cool.
Sounds good to me.
Well, Denizen, it was nice meeting you. Yeah. Hope you have a good rest of your morning/night.
I subbed up.
Let's go. So I'll probably be seeing more of you.
Woohoo.
All right. Take care, y'all.
I think we're going to hit the watch hours requirement before we ever hit the sub requirement for monetization. I think we're a quarter of the way there with subs, but then we're like 3/4 of the way there with watch hours. So we're growing in a weird way. All right. Thank you, Christopher. You too. Let's go. So, anybody want to come up and shoot the shit? Anybody have any suggestions on what to watch or react to or talk about? You don't have to be a theist to come up and talk. You can be an atheist. You can be a leftist. You can be whatever. We don't do gatekeeping here, so. Yeah, Mod, we missed the drama too. RP and I were already into the stream, and we had 4 or 5 people drop in the chat and say that Tacos and J Money were fighting on Taco's channel, and they were crashing out or something. I don't know. And then J Money showed up over here, but then we were watching a Professor Dave video, and we didn't actually get to ask him what happened, but now he's asleep, so. It happens. In fact, it happens to Jay every night. He gets into that bag of weed, and she's done for. So, actually, that's not true. If you can keep him talking, you can keep him awake. But, you know, once we had a video on, then yeah, he's not a fan of Professor Dave because he thinks he's mean or something. So. You're here for the long run? Well, I mean, sure, he's mean, but so am I. But at least I'm funny and mean. I mean, I hope. At least I'm God now, so I don't hope. I say it, and it makes it true. Damn it. So, the long run, you mean tonight or like forever? JR? Define long run. Oh, I'm not mean like Professor Dave? I'm gonna have to work on my meanness then. I'll have to level up. Okay. Let's see if we can find something to watch. Let's see. I really want to check on the election returns, but I think I'll wait. It's kind of pointless to check on California election returns the night of the election because it takes like weeks for them to count them all up. So. Alright. Let's see here. Wait, what? Oh wait, Justin was streamed today? I didn't know that. Ooh. This looks good. All right. Well, copy. No, I don't want to do that. Just get out of the studio. All right. So the best. I have to take my dog for a walk. I might hop on after if you're still going. Yeah, I'm gonna watch a video about pseudoscience just because no one else is giving me any suggestions, and this one has been on my watch later list for a while. But it's not Professor Dave, so. So nobody should have a problem with it being too mean. Theoretically. I mean, I don't think there's any hardcore right-wingers here, so. How's everybody feel about Hank Green? We all like Hank Green? Yes? Maybe? Little? Never fucking heard of him? Well, you're about to, unless somebody complains. You've never heard of Hank Green? Oh, well. Interesting guy.
I've been spending a lot of time thinking about what science actually is, in part because I've been working on a crash course series that is recently launched. It's called Crash Course Scientific Thinking. This is not as simple as one might expect it to be. It's going to be fraught. There's a great deal of disagreement about what precisely science is, but I'd like to hit you with a 3-phase definition. And this is just me. This isn't the crash course team, and I'm not an epistemologist or whatever, but I am a science communicator. So here's how I think about it. The first phase of the definition is what science actually is. The second is narrowing down into what science currently is. And then the third thing is talking about what pseudoscience is, which helps me solidify my understanding of the first two things. And I'm going to try to do all of this as quickly as possible, but you will see that this video is not short. So I'm not the kind of guy who thinks that the first person to ever do a science was born in the last 500 years. Like Isaac Newton, huge scientist. People say he's like the best scientist ever. He's definitely a doer of science, but he didn't do many of the things that we would now consider to be proper science. Science, for me, and this is just me, is anytime you're listening to the universe and learning from what you hear back. And then, if it is more than that, it is also figuring out how to intentionally ask the universe questions in ways that get the universe to deliver an answer. So if you notice that the river floods most years, you have listened to the universe. If you notice that planting a seed from a red rose gives you more red roses, you have listened to the universe. I think that on its own is science. But for those of us who may want more than that, I am willing to allow that perhaps it only really becomes
Whoops. I stopped it. Hang on. My bad.
Comes science when you ask a question of the universe designed to get an answer. If I cross a red rose with a white rose, will I get red roses or white roses or pink roses? Now, you're asking the universe questions. And when I say the universe, I don't mean this is just a thing about the like space and stars and stuff. I mean any piece of the universe. And roses are a piece of the universe, and a river is a piece of the universe, and you are a piece of the universe. I think that people have always done this. I think that people did it like before there were humans. This is how we ended up in a world with beer and bread and cloth and salted meats and persimmons. Science is listening to the universe and asking it questions it will answer. But that is not what we mean when we say science nowadays. There is a different thing, a structured thing, that is a real thing that kind of has the same name. It is a thing filled with experts and equipment and error bars, and it is a thing that is an outgrowth of asking the universe questions, but it's also an outgrowth of a philosophical movement that began not that long ago and has continued to evolve since then. And I also have a working shorthand for that thing that I'm gonna hit you with now. These are still people listening to the universe and asking it questions in ways it will hopefully answer, but they also had literally one single idea that changed everything and created scientific journals and the structure of a paper and randomized control trials and peer review and the entire field of statistics. It goes like this. Your ideas sound interesting. Could you let me check your work? Now, this idea didn't really grow out of people like wanting to be really nice to each other and like get to the truth as a team. It grew out of people thinking they were right and wanting to disprove the people who disagreed with them, which is not really supposed to be a motivation of science, but it is. And what that motivation created was an expectation that the methods of an experiment and the data created through those methods would be made available for other experts to inspect. The scientist's job became to convince other scientists, and not with argument, not with like power and prestige lorded over them and ostracizing people who disagreed, not by like hiding all of their data and encoding it in secret notebooks like the alchemists did, not by closing down defensively, but by opening up. This is a cultural change that created what we now call science. And it meant the development of a bunch of tools. And those tools are now what we call science. The scientific method, the preference for ideas that are falsifiable, testing treatment against controls, standardized statistical tools for determining how likely it is that a result could happen by chance. The format of a scientific paper. All of these systems were built by scientists because they got tired of other scientists saying to them, okay, you might be right, but I remain unconvinced. All of these tools were developed as ways to speed science along. If everybody understands a tool or a procedure or a statistical measure, then it gets much easier to check each other's work. And if anyone ever says, like, I don't want to tell you how I got my data, but it is real and it's true, they just get laughed out of the room. That's not science, that's politics, that's lawyer. Scientists do a different thing than that. And if they're not sharing their data, if they're not saying, hey, you try, you do a replication, you show me what happens when you do it, then that's not science. And this caused a transition from here are things that we know, and if you'd like to challenge those ideas, then I will defend my ideas using whatever social and rhetorical power I have, to instead, I believe this is right, and I will defend my ideas by letting you do the experiment yourself, and if you come up with like some other explanation, then I will further refine my experiments to try and ensure that I am right. You hear about this experiment about the swan neck flask a lot, where people were arguing about whether life could just arise spontaneously or whether it would have to be seeded by other life, like only from a cell can a cell come. And there were lots of people arguing about this. And people developed, I'm not going to get into the details here, they developed a series of experiments that each time someone said, okay, yeah, I see what you did there, but what if you do this? It's very important to understand. Nobody would have done these experiments. Nobody would have designed better and better and better experiments without, one, argument, but more importantly, two, without doing this all in public, where everybody could see it and everybody could argue it and everybody could like come up with their own theories about what was going on. So this is what science has become. When we say science, what we usually mean, well, sometimes we mean like a body of knowledge. That's definitely not what science is. Science isn't all the facts in the fact book. When we say science now, what we tend to mean is it's a bunch of tools for making evidence uncovered by asking the universe questions difficult to challenge, and thus much more likely to be right, or at least, if, you know, there's epistemologists in the chat, what is truth, but at least more representative of reality. Science is our attempt to be less wrong over time. By the way, science is our attempt to become less wrong over time. That is a shirt that you can get, and it will help support Crash Course if you want to get it. Now, I also think it's definitely true that this rigid box of what science currently is limited. And it's not necessarily even reflective of the actual processes of science. Lots of science doesn't fit neatly into the scientific method. There's a huge amount of noodling around and taking things apart and putting them back together again, and like seeking out personal inspiration and motivation and discovery-driven tinkering. That's all very important to science, as is people feeling strongly about their ideas being right and having fights with people who disagree. That doesn't fit into the framework of objectivity. But it is still a thing because science is done by humans and we're working with this software. Galileo. Let me hit you with Galileo. Everybody talks about Galileo like he was the one rational actor in a giant world of idiots who wouldn't take their blinders off. But Galileo's telescope was bad. It was one of the best ones that had ever been invented, but it was bad. It would show weird artifacts. It would show double stars. People thought that perhaps the moons of Jupiter that he was seeing through his telescope were just the artifacts of the glass lenses. And they might have been right. He felt like he had a good explanation for the solar system in his guts, and he had some good evidence to support it, but there were perfectly legitimate arguments against his perspective, and they fought about this because they liked their ideas, which I do still see happening in science these days all the time. Ultimately, Galileo turned out to be right, but he might not have. He was wrong about a whole bunch of other stuff, like when he was proposing that the Earth was going around the sun. He wrote that also explained the tides, because as the Earth moved around the sun, the oceans would slosh around. And that's not good. That's bad science. People at the time, they'd known for a long time that the tides were linked to the movement of the moon and had nothing to do with the sun. Kepler was actively publishing about it at the time, but Galileo could not accept this weird idea of things acting on each other from a distance, even though that's the very thing that was keeping the Earth going around the sun. Anyway, it's great. It's great. It's not perfect. And I have no idea where I would have sat on that debate at the time, because it was all very mysterious and confusing, and no one would have proved anything to anyone if there weren't a bunch of people all trying to prove each other wrong, but being required by culture or etiquette or their own sensibilities to not just argue rhetorically, but to make their methods and their data and their tools available to other experts. So everything in science is emergent of these two things. One, I am listening to the universe and I am trying to ask it questions it will answer for me. And two, I am open to the ideas of others, but only if they will let me check their work. That's the majority of the story, but I do want to finish this off by kind of checking my work, and I want to do that by looking at something that definitely is not science, which will have the added advantage of explaining what pseudoscience is, which is great because I think everybody misunderstands it. We sometimes use the word pseudoscience as just stuff that's wrong. Anything that's pseudoscience is somebody making a claim that's wrong. That's not what pseudoscience is. Being wrong happens even in science. If just being wrong made something pseudoscience, then physics before 1905 was kind of pseudoscience. Pseudoscience is also not stuff I personally disagree with or stuff that makes me uncomfortable. Science says, here's my idea, and here's the method I used to get it, and here's the data I got, and here's what I think it means. And if you think I'm wrong, here's everything I used so that you could check for yourself. You could do the replication. Outgrowing from all of this is all of the tropes of science. It's the papers, it's the citations, it's the graphs, it's the stats, it's all of the stuff. Pseudoscience is a way of marketing ideas by making the ideas sound science-y, attaching the legitimacy of science to those ideas without actually performing any of the actions of science. It borrows the graphs and the citations and the terms and the confident tone because those tropes are persuasive and they are legitimizing. You latch onto the credibility of science without engaging in the hard parts of science, the messy and expensive and time-consuming work of science. And the annoying part of being okay, here it is, check my work. Here, critic, you disagree with me, have at it. That uncomfortable part. They don't have to do that part. They sometimes say that they do or that they will, or I'm open to all interpretations. But when they get feedback, they are invariably antagonistic to that feedback. And there is one thing that I've not actually seen people talk about this that much that actually outlines for me kind of what's going on with pseudoscience. And I'm trying not to be too mean about it. I'll try. One of the things about scientific discoveries is that they're usually not that interesting. And even when they are, they're confusing and they require a lot of knowledge to understand what the heck is going on. They'll tell you that they detected gravitational waves, but what? What? I don't know what that is. They'll tell you like maybe the cosmological constant isn't constant. And you're like, okay. And that's the interesting stuff. Right? Like almost all of actual science, like any individual paper that gets published, like you don't care. It's not at all interesting to you. Here's a good example. There's like a little controversy in biology right now, and it's in a corner and like nobody talks, like it's not like a big thing, but it's interesting to me. There's this question of whether it might be possible for a lineage of cancer cells to over time evolve into a free living organism, and whether that has actually happened. And there are some potential candidates for existing living single-celled animals that might have evolved this way. Now, most people disagree with this. They don't think that this has happened. But there are people doing research and writing papers to argue about whether it might be possible, and if so, whether it has happened. Some people are writing papers analyzing the genomes of these single-celled animals and talking about how they may have evolved, and other people are writing other papers and talking about other ways.
And if any of you guys were here earlier, you might recognize this thing from the Dr. Blitz debate that RP played earlier, to where, you know, cancer mutations are not random. And this is Hank Green kind of talking about the same kind of deal. So I'll fill out nearly 100 forms and it's not even finished. Yeah, security contracts can be like that. So see, now if you're in the US, you just have to fill out an SF-86, and you know, you'd think we'd take our security much more seriously, but I mean, in the end, it comes down to one fucking form. It's sad. Yes, we are watching Hank. Thank God thanks for Holy Gore, and I'm not the only one that's ever heard of him. I like Hank. I'm a big Hank fan. So this one is called what is it? The trick pseudoscience always uses. Okay.
Is that those particular genomes might have evolved. And it's all very specific to taxonomy and genomics and like all these little details. And the most likely thing that will come of this is that someday everyone will agree that actually everything is the way that we thought it was. But even the interesting outcome, that a line of cancer cells could become a free living organism, isn't that interesting, right? It probably, I don't think it would make headlines. Like I'd want to make a video about it, but I probably wouldn't. It'd probably be too busy, and I probably wouldn't make the video. And I would guess that if this video gets watched by 100,000 people, that maybe one of them has heard about this idea. It's called the scandal hypothesis. Maybe two. I have talked to lots of cancer biologists. I have never met a cancer biologist who has heard of this idea. It's interesting, and I like it because it's an example of where there actually is debate in science. There's lots of places like this. There's lots of debates going on in science. They just aren't about the things that pseudoscientists bring up, and we're about to find out why. Because most of science is way more boring than the scandal hypothesis. It's figuring out a new cell signaling pathway, or cataloging the feeding strategies of a species of frogs, or developing a new and better method for estimating the number of red dwarfs in the Milky Way. And you'll notice something. Pseudoscience is never going to touch any of that. Pseudoscience is always, and I'm not saying sometimes, I am saying always, it is always about some very attention-grabbing thing. Sunscreen, you thought it was good, but it's actually bad. Vaccines, you thought they were good, but they're actually bad. Diseases can be cured in simple ways that nefarious groups are hiding from you. The pyramids were actually created by an ancient civilization, or possibly aliens, or possibly both, I think. These ideas are very interesting. Like, I think that the idea that a line of cancer cells could potentially evolve into a free living organism is pretty cool.
That's the thing, though. These ideas are not that interesting. The fact is they touch on people's need to know things that not everybody knows. I think they touch on people's narcissism, you know? I don't know. I could be wrong. That's just my take. I think people like to feel like the, you know, the world's special little child because they know stuff that the rest of us don't know. And all we had to do was listen to the right guy. And I mean, that's how we get fucking flat earth. So it's just ridiculous. But I mean, here we are.
But it's definitely not as cool as aliens building the pyramids. That would be a really big deal. That would be exciting if we found that out. And certainly, like, a free living cancer lineage is not as vitally important to my life as cures for diseases being hidden from me. If I had to imagine the most interesting, attention-grabbing idea possible, there'd be an element of, like, this thing that everybody thinks is good is actually bad. Like, that's very attention-grabbing. There'd also probably be an element of, like, a powerful force that is doing something nefarious to me, who is unpowerful. The idea of being manipulated and controlled by something much more powerful than me, especially if that's like somewhat shadowy, or if I'm like supposed to trust it, but actually I shouldn't trust it. So again, kind of a good thing is actually bad vibe. And then the final thing that I'd toss in is like, and it is causing direct and immediate harm, not to you, because like that's bad, but what about even worse than that? It's causing direct and immediate harm to your child. So imagine a thing that we thought was very good that turns out to be very bad, that's being imposed on you by a powerful thing that's much more powerful than you, and it's doing direct and immediate harm to your child. And I think that you've probably got the thought in your head by now, but I'll just say it out loud. That's the idea that vaccines, which we had previously thought of as like a very good thing, actually are bad and are doing direct and immediate harm to children. And all these people who say that they're just trying to do the best for you, they too are, you think they're good, but they're actually bad. Man, I tell you what, this thing you think is good is actually bad, top tier clickbait. Like that gets you so many views. I mean, you're talking to the guy who knows. Pseudoscience is the act of taking something that would be super interesting if it were true, and then surrounding it in the tropes of science to make it seem more true and more legitimate. You don't do good statistics, you've got citations, but they link to blog posts, and you never ask anyone who might disagree with you to critique your ideas. But if you're savvy, you'll say that you do. You'll invite it because that makes it look like you are doing something that's more like science, but then when they actually do critique you, you don't like go back and try to make your data better. You don't respond to it. You don't do science better because you never did science in the first place. You just read stuff. So you didn't have methods. You didn't really even do statistical analysis. You just sort of like were making a case because there was a lot of attention to be gained by making that case. There are legitimate controversies in science. There are places where people disagree. There is not currently consensus around whether or not a linear.
Yeah, you don't go back and do the science. They just claim that, you know, the academic science is gatekeeping and they won't let us have the information, and you're just trying to keep me out because they're super special and they fucking figured something out that the rest of the freaking PhDs in the fucking world have already put down. So every apologist is pretending they know something so they sound smart. Yeah, it's very much like apologists. Agreed.
Lineage of cancer cells can become a free living organism. But this process where people get extremely focused on the most attention grabbing ideas possible and then surround those ideas with the vibes of science without actually doing any science, that's pseudoscience. From our little exercise here, what becomes quite clear is that pseudoscience isn't a knowledge building strategy. It is an attention building strategy, which is why I'm not surprised that it has become more.
Hit me, UG. What you got? Whoops. That's not good. The Lego scandal. We started with the Lego scandal thing tonight. He actually did. That was my first suggestion. Cool. Good. We all like Hank Green.
Become more common in our very attention competitive era. I think this helps show us what science is and isn't. Science isn't
right back,
arguing like you're a lawyer. Though sometimes scientists do this, and I don't like it when they do. I think that it demeans science a little bit when you pop on the internet and you start arguing like a lawyer. I don't know the best way to deal with the sort of sets of problems that we've got right now, but that's not how I like to do it. I like to try and do it in a way that like accepts that people have a different view of the world. This is much more labor intensive, and I feel like is a little bit screaming into the void because I don't know how to not do it just one person at a time, but whatever. What science is not, it is not arguing like you're a lawyer, where you fight for your idea, tooth and nail, truth be damned. Science is where you argue like a scientist. And you do that by using a lot of built-up infrastructure around open critique and shared data and shared methods and shared strategies for processing data. And yeah, it turns out that the pseudoscientist is largely ignored by the institutions of science because it doesn't fit in. It's not doing the science part. And there's no way for that to be clear to the average person. And so this can actually be advantageous to the pseudoscientist. They don't actually have to care about that. Maybe because they know that they are right regardless. I think that some people certainly, I think this is mostly the case. Mostly they know that they are right regardless of what the universe is telling them. And so they're out there looking for anything that will confirm their perspective. And then they latch onto that as truth. And I think that in part, it's because ideas that are very attention grabbing, we tend to find them easier to believe. Like, there's a weird thing about people. There's research that if a phrase rhymes, we're more likely to think it's true than the same meaning in a non-rhyming phrase, because the rhyming phrase is easier to pay attention to. Isn't that weird? It's so strange. And so like this very easy to pay attention to idea of pseudoscience, which is like maybe aliens did the pyramids. It's very easy to pay attention to. It's a cool story. Very exciting. Our brains can actually think, well, if a thing is easier to pay attention to, it's actually more likely to be true. Or if not that, then like I enjoy this story, and so I'm going to look for reasons why it might be true. And maybe enjoy is the wrong frame because, of course, vaccines being dangerous is not an enjoyable story, but it is a titillating story. It is an attention-grabbing story. It is a salient story. That's like the real word here. And I hesitate to use the word salience because I think it's not like a well-known word. We should all know it more. But at the root of pseudoscience is salience. It's how easy is it to get someone to pay attention to this topic. Whereas at the root of science is truth. And those are two very different things. So that's pseudoscience. People who don't really have an interest in engaging in all the messy, slow, esoteric processes of science, even though those are the processes that developed for actually coming closer to truth. And instead, they take all of the legitimacy that long process has built over centuries, and they connect to it. They perform it. They wear it as a costume. Pseudoscience is the process of attention merchants wearing science suits. And they could not exist without the trust gained by the winds of science, which makes it remarkable that they continue to exist while intentionally, or I don't know if intentionally, I don't know if I should imply intentionality, but while undermining science. So by looking at that one thing that is not science, this helps me see what science really is. And that is bigger than just the current methods we have. Our current methods for asking questions about the universe, which we call science, is an outgrowth of our long-lived innate ability and desire to listen to and learn from the universe. And that outgrowth has been standardized because it makes it more useful, but that standardization can also make it more limiting. There are many ways to uncover evidence about the world, and we've worked out some truly, truly powerful tools that have delivered remarkable gains, including my continued existence on the planet. But sometimes when you create a bunch of standardized rules, it makes it harder to do certain kinds of exploration of the universe, and I think that's something that we should be cautious about. And I will defend science from charlatans more interested in looking sciencey so that they can get attention, or push their predetermined narrative. But I will never tell you that science is locked into a rigid box, must always follow the same methods, or can exist only in a world of pure objectivity. Especially that last one, because a huge amount of scientific progress has come from accepting that objectivity is very difficult, if not impossible, to attain, and so experiments must be designed to reduce or eliminate opportunities for human bias creeping in. Science can and will change its methods as new and better methods are developed. And all along, the human will remain the individual person who suddenly thinks to themselves, wait, what if, like that piece, that inspiration, that human thought piece, that's also part of it. But it is kind of nothing without all the other parts. Science is a set of tools for making inquiries of the universe. It is how we become less wrong over time. And we must remember the tools we have, know them well, and seek to create new ones. And I love watching that happen. But as we say here, everything we know is something we figured out. And I learned so much from working on and hosting the new Crash Course Scientific Thinking course, which we just recently started uploading. Maybe 2 episodes are out now. And I had an idea. I thought it would be very cool to interview Megan Montefiore, who is the executive producer of Crash Course, about how Crash Course works, about how science works. Also just chat about like the world of information and pseudoscience and why we've never done a Crash Course on math. Everybody, here is that chat with Megan, the executive producer of Crash Course. But before that, yes, you can get this shirt. Science is our way of becoming less wrong over time. You can get it right now, and I do not know for how long, but you can get it right now at complexly.store. There's also, as you might expect, a link in the description.
So currently, I'm executive producer at Crash Course. We have 2 kind of teams within Crash Course. One is the editorial team, and that's made up of writers and editors. And then the other side is the production team, and that's made up of producers and APs and video editors. And I kind of liaise between the 2 sides. So for any given series, we begin by developing a curriculum, we write scripts, and then those things evolve into videos that we shoot and edit and add animation and design and elements to.
Yeah. So you are what one might call the boss.
I am what one might call the boss, yes. At the time of doing Scientific Thinking, I was the editorial director, so I was only the boss of the word stuff, and now I am the boss of all the stuff.
You did come from the editorial side. I always am surprised that, like, at Comic-Con, you think more about Chris Hemsworth than whoever wrote that movie. Because what did Chris Hemsworth do? He came out and he said the words. So for clarity, what's my job, I should say? I am the host of Scientific Thinking. My job was not, in this case, it is sometimes, but in this case, it was not just Hank show up and say the words on the teleprompter. You actually did get me involved, which I appreciate. It was a really fun process, but the editorial is like the foundation that everything is building on, and it has to be good. And it's not just the foundation, it's like the building materials that you're building around.
Yeah, I mean, I think something unique about Crash Course relative to the rest of YouTube is that everything is built on truly a curriculum. Mm-hmm. So we don't start by just researching and outlining an individual episode. We start by like considering the scope of an entire subject and deciding what needs to go into that frame, like what makes the cut of a crash course, because we're not going to do a full semester. What are we going to exclude? And also in what way are we going to present it? So are we going to go chronologically? Are we going to do case studies? Are we going to do a thematic approach? All these questions are like well before we have our first video title or our first even episode script. In that way, it's like the education. The education is really like the big hidden iceberg of Crash Course. Is like that we got to know what we're going to teach before we start teaching it and making it engaging and digestible. And that is so much harder than you might imagine. We can't just like hit a textbook until it becomes a Crash Course video.
And I think Scientific Thinking is a good example of this because we started out with a pretty different goal. Even it wasn't even like, how do we teach this topic? It was to the level of topic selection. Like, what is the actual course going to be here? What's our big goals? I can't remember how it started, though. Do you remember how it started?
Yeah, our friends at HHMI, the Howard Hughes Medical Institute, came to us with an idea for a 5-episode series on the scientific process. We saw the seeds of a really exciting series, but it was really zoomed in to like, okay, what exactly is peer review, this very specific point. And what we did with your help, because you brought in the focus of like, you're not exactly a scientist, you're a science communicator primarily. primarily. So zooming all the way out to people's experience of science communication, which begins in their brains with our cognitive biases, I should say, and also begins at the beginning of time in the entire human condition of trying to figure out what is and how things work and why. So we end up starting with, you know, heliocentrism and like looking at the sky and thinking, makes sense that we're at the center of things. And then science as an invention that helps us to become less wrong, I think is what your shirt says, become less wrong about our sort of intuitive assumption.
When you get philosophical about it, it gets messy because it's like, what is knowledge? What are things? What is truth? There is a definite and clear path toward better representations of reality. And that's definitely true. Heliocentrism is a much better representation of reality than geocentrism is. And then, you know, if you're working on the initial perspective that it's all going to be circles, because of course, why would anything be imperfect in the heavens? If the sun is at the center, that's less wrong. But if everything's ellipses, then that's still, once again, less wrong than circles. This is a tricky thing for people because, of course, they intuitively, we think the truth exists. And then the epistemologists enter the chat and we're like, get out of here. And stop making things complicated. Can I hit you with something that is not about this topic?
Yeah.
I've been working on a different model for bias, which is sort of taking it out of me and putting it into the world by talking instead about what's easy to pay attention to. Because of course, I think about almost everything through the lens of attention, but I think that that's a good lens because what else do we have? And I think that like there's this weird thing happened in the last 30 years where we just kept identifying new cognitive biases.
There's like 100 now. They all have cute names.
Yeah. You go to the Wikipedia page and it's like the window pane bias.
Yeah, we got to get one named after us.
That feels a little bit like what happened. A bunch of people are like, I got to come up with one so that I can be in the Wikipedias. I think that a lot of, not maybe all, but a lot can be just thought of through the lens of what is easy to pay attention to and what is hard to pay attention to. And that actually is very clarifying for me because, of course, it's easy to pay attention to things that I have been paying attention to recently. Instead of bias, which feels like this flaw that I have in me. This is like a problem that we had writing the script is that like we are aware that a lot of people are going to come into this thinking that bias is something that only bad people have and that it is something that you need to eliminate from yourself. But in fact, this is not at all the case. This is like a normal human thing. And then what science is trying to create structures that filter the bias out of the final product. And when I think of it through an attentional lens, it becomes more clear to me what bias actually is. And it also becomes clear to me that I don't have like a thing that is wrong with me. I have systems for interpreting the world. And like they are not necessarily going to lead me toward the best explanation for reality.
We talk about this and we have a crash course lecture with Amanda Montel that's about like the linguistics of cult language and persuasion. And we talk about bias as hard coding in the human OS human. I think it connects to what you're saying because you're kind of just talking about the water we're swimming in. And the idea is that like when OS human was launched, we were, you know, running from lions and things like that. The water that we were swimming in was incredibly different. And these biases were strengths. And now the water we're swimming in is attentional warfare.
Yes.
So suddenly the biases are not necessarily flaws in every sense, but they're pulling us away and toward things that they weren't evolved.
Yes.
I was going to say designed to do, but evolved to do it would be more correct.
And also they are existing inside and being constantly exposed to the most well-optimized machine for constructing salience of all time. Salience is like such an important word that like when I say it to people, I get like a 50-50 hit rate of like, wait, what's that? Which is just like how easy something is to pay attention to. It's like a second level thought. There's like attention, and then there's like a quality an object can contain that is like, how easy is it for me to pay attention to this? It's something that we all know about because it's like all of marketing, you know, you put the pretty person on the billboard, put the person who like your attention is drawn toward their symmetrical face. And the social internet as constructed, or the content platforms as constructed, it's not even that social anymore. I am in this landscape of people whose job it is to compete for attention. We will do anything. And Crash Course is in that space for trying to compete for attention. This is something we always talk about at Crash Course, which is we want to be very educational. And we also want to compete in the landscape of like the attentional warfare. We want to be in that space competing because it drives us to make stuff that pulls people in and then keeps them watching. Whereas, you know, the average classroom environment is like, you're here and you're stuck here and don't look at your phone, and you're paying attention to this thing. And we don't have to be optimized the same way that a TikTok does. We want to be a little bit in like a foot in both worlds so that we really are incentivized to optimize for holding attention.
Yeah, I was just saying to someone the other day that we were competing with Mr. Beast, but not very well. We actually have a lot of boundaries up around what we're willing to do and what we're trying to achieve. I think we're in this really interesting middle ground where I think you can think of education and textbook education as taking all the noise and stripping away the stuff that we don't want you to pay attention to and just leaving what we want you to know, which is so boring. I think the work of Crash Course is to look at the textbook, and I use textbook broadly. I don't always mean literally textbook, but to look at the stuff that we want people to know, which has been completely stripped bare of anything that might actually hold their attention, and then search for an interesting story, an interesting hook to put the like attentional incentives back in. Not all of them in all different directions, but a few like well-placed strategic ones so that we're working with OS human, if we want to call it that, we're working with how people are motivated, not like just fully giving ourselves over to the kind of abyss of TikTok or whatever.
So there's a lot of people on the team. So once we figure out what our topic, like what we're actually going to be talking about, what happens to a crash course?
We start by developing, like we talked about, a curriculum that underlies the series, and we work with subject matter experts in order to do that, who are usually freelancers, because we can't have every single subject matter in-house at Crash Course. Then, we're starting to look at scripts for each series. So we have writers. Our in-house senior staff writer, Jamie Chambers, was a big player on this. We also had Maya Lannon of the study hall team write for this series. And in about a week, they explore about, most Crash Course episodes have 20 or more sources at the end of them. So they write just like a massive term paper of exciting video script. Then the scripts are edited by a number of people for this series. Gary Redden was our script editor. The script editor focuses a lot on making sure everything is digestible, everything is broken down enough, and also making it interesting, making it compelling. And then our subject matter expert reviews everything. We get everything fact-checked.
Was I a SME on these scripts?
You were, yeah. We had our HHMI Biointeractive folks be kind of science SMEs, and then you were kind of the science communication SMEs.
We call them
series
SMEs.
kind of, yes. Kind of transcends. But then we shoot the video with a host, which was you.
And Sage. We double hosted this one.
Yes, and Sage, Sage Bad Naturalist is her channel, and we're really excited. She will soon be fully hosting our Crash Course Geology series, but it was fun to have her as a kind of special correspondent for this series. The producers and then our design team really do a ton of work to bring the video to life. Our producer for this series was Julie Levitsky, and producers think about B-roll, they think about animations, they think about any sort of visual that you're going to see on screen, as well as pacing, sound effects, things like that. And one really cool thing that Julie came up with for this series was we have a metaphor in one of the episodes about scientific knowledge being an accumulation of pebbles. Like an experiment is like one pebble, and it like bounces down the road. And eventually when we get to consensus, we have like a massive pile of pebbles. And so Julie communicated to our design team this idea of like a bouncing orb that you see animated throughout the series. And there are these moments where, for example, in our episode on peer review, there's a mistake in the orb. So it's glitching. And then at a certain point, it bounces down the road and you see it kind of eject after the correction has happened, and then, continue bouncing along. And these sorts of subtle things, I don't think folks think about all the time, but they really help make the information stick and make the series memorable and unique.
And then the editors, the design, the production.
Yes, and it never ends, right? We also have
somebody's got to upload it. Somebody's got to do a thumbnail.
We have folks building sets and video editors on our team. Bridget Kennerson worked on this one. Then someone's got to upload it. Someone's got to watch how it performs, and on and on and on. I'm sure I didn't name everybody, but that's kind of a snapshot of the process.
Have you ever read Measurement by Paul Lockhart?
No.
So we've never done a math course course on Crash Course.
No.
People may be suspicious about why that is. Can you talk about why you think that is?
Our sister series, Study Hall, has done some math courses.
Yes.
We are not sure how to make it interesting. We're not sure how to make it visual. Like, I think we could. I think if we really committed to it, we could do it. I think we have a lot of wordy humanities minds on the Crash Course team. And so no one has really taken up the banner of the truth is, like, no one has pushed hard enough to make this thing happen that feels a little bit outside of our normal storytelling abilities. Math too, you could say, is like, in education, there's the content and then there's the application. And it is like the application where you actually learn the thing and encode it into your long-term memory. And what we do at Crash Course is provide content, provide resources, and then we trust that people are on their own or in their classroom doing the application. With something like math, we've also never done like a writing course. We've talked about it, but that's the same thing. It really feels like the content is the application in such a major way. So it's been, like I said, I think probably not impossible, but difficult for us to figure out exactly what our role is as storytellers there. I think like a philosophy of math would fit right into what Crash Course does, but an actual practical math class would require us to do some reinvention.
Excellently phrased with regards to application. Oren, my son, super into math, and like what it really comes down to is like putting a bunch of math problems in front of him and having them get increasingly trickier and then seeing him figure out how he will respond to the trickiness, which is a joy. You know, like when he surprises me and I give him something that I'm like, well, this is going to be one where he asks me for help and then he doesn't and he gets it. And I'm like, what's happening? You're a baby. How did you do math?
That's amazing.
But this is why I bring up Paul Lockhart's measurement. There's this problem with math education. And I think that eventually we should do something. I don't know if it's like a philosophy of math, but I would love if it takes a similar approach to Lockhart, which is everything that you've been shown in math class is as if you were to take a history class and it were all you knew was a list of names and dates. He doesn't say this, but like this is kind of the vibe. And like all story has been stripped out of it and all human effort has been stripped out of it. And I'm not just thinking like, you know, Pythagoras was a freaking cult leader and math was a like secret language that they must keep secret from everybody else. And they had a weird magic cult around it. I'm thinking here's something that it doesn't seem like you'd be able to figure out. Even as something as like x squared equals 2x. You give that to me and I'm like, I don't know. I got to do algebra to that to figure it out.
My bad. That was kind of boring though. I didn't know it was an interview about documentary stuff. But
and I'm not just thinking like, you know, Pythagoras was a freaking cult leader and math was a like secret language that they must keep secret from everybody else and they had a weird magic cult around it. I'm thinking here's something that it doesn't seem like you'd be able to figure out. Even as something as
Ladies and gentlemen, Dave Rubin, suffering from a huge drop-off, I would imagine, of viewership, but also suffering from a real loss of guiding principle as to why he's still doing this. You can see he has AI doing half of his show now.
Can you make the AI talk to Russell Brand and Jillian Michaels?
He's just like, he's just going from August vacation to August vacation, trying to get through. Let me record a bunch of these and I'll just say this stuff. And then my producer that we hire for August will just throw in clips, and he's trying to revive his desire to do this. And he knows ever since the Russian money that was supporting his show, unbeknownst to him, dried up, the road has gotten a little bumpier. And that money's just not flowing the way it is. The Koch brothers don't want to support him anymore. And so he goes out to L.A., thinking I can revive my career by going on Surrounded.
I thought
because now he's been reduced to a gaydar
correspondent for Glenn Beck.
Right-wing
broadcast. I can't believe he set foot back in LA, right? Didn't he have to leave there because of COVID? Or was it wokeness prior to that? Who knows which pandemic affected him more?
He went down to Florida, and so here he is. He is on Surrounded, and
he thought it was going to go well.
He thought it was going to go well, and this is fascinating. I don't think I have seen more fact checks of the guy doing the claims, right, than on this, and it is amazing. And again, we have very good reason to believe that my name was brought up multiple times to him, and if it's not there, I suspect part of the reason is because he insisted on it being edited, and we'll get to that. But in the meantime, he's sitting down with this kid. I don't know what this guy's name is, but he's good. I've seen
Parker, I think.
He's very, very sharp. And just look at the expression on Dave Rubin's face when he realizes, like, I've got a problem here.
His facelift can't even hide it.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is a Parker Get a Job on Instagram.
Nice to meet you. Hi, how are you? All right, good. What is one main metric that Donald Trump has made better off since he got in office? So like an example would be GDP, unemployment, inflation, et cetera.
Well, right now, first off, the big beautiful bill was just passed last year and it's kicking in now, right? It's kicking in now.
Pause it for a second. We got to stop right there. It's kicking in now.
It's just about to kick in.
We've just only now begun to throw people off of Medicaid.
Yeah.
People are laughing at him. Like within seconds. So the whole premise of what he's about to say is like, believe me, it's coming. Infrastructure week is going to be here.
This is the same Dave Rubin who thought the Iran thing was going to be wrapped up in a couple of weeks.
And here is the amazing thing. Rubin knows he's going in there. He writes the claims. Right. And his claim is, if you're voting for Democrats, you're voting for broken cities, broken schools, broken borders. And he's being asked, like, what is the evidence that what your project is doing? And Dave, if he really believed like the big, beautiful bill was going to pay off, he would cite specific elements of this big, beautiful bill. He would, like, everybody knew the tax cuts were coming. The rich people who got all the tax cuts, they knew they were coming. So it's not like, oh, they're only finding out now that they're paying less taxes. No, they've known for over a year. And according to Dave Rubin's, like, that's what's going to help the economy. They know they're not going to have to pay these taxes. So they got this extra money to invest in all this job creation.
The job creators had to wait till April 16th because they didn't know what they were getting in their tax return yet to invest in the country.
And now it's job creation season.
It's job creation season. There's a time to reap and a time to sow. Good.
Passed last year and it's kicking in now, right? It's kicking in
They're
now.
laughing at him.
Okay, so we're going to now see results of that, like even the tariffs. All right, so let's do tariffs. Are you for or against tariffs?
Against the universal tariff. So what's the main metric that he made better off?
What?
What's the main metric that he made better off? GDP, unemployment, inflation? Do you have any idea?
Listen.
They're all laughing at it. Okay, we got to play. And is there a way to slow this down? Because he tries to distract. Because Dave obviously has like one thing to say about tariffs. And he says, are you for or against tariffs? I mean, we're talking like this is, honestly, I went to a friend of Saul's bar mitzvah yesterday. And the level in which these 13-year-old kids speak to each other is about like 10 times more sophisticated than the way that Dave Rubin presents. Are you pro or anti-tariffs? And this is so dumb.
But I like this freeze frame. Look at his eyes. There's nothing there. There's nothing.
Panic. Exactly.
But just searching and like but searching aimlessly, like a child
This
walking
is what
through
a
the woods,
buzzed
picking things
boxer.
up. What?
It looks like a buzzed boxer trying to find the clock to see how much time is left in the round.
Right. Or, he might actually be literally looking at the clock on the wall.
The best thing to do though is watch the people in the background who are out of focus but still looking at each other to scoff at whatever. This is down to 0.85 speed, by the way.
Okay, now wait a second. I just want to remind, so he says and what's this kid's name again?
Parker.
Parker. Let me see if I can distract you with tariffs. Are you for or against tariffs? And Parker says, I'm against universal tariffs, which is exactly the right nuanced answer. There are instances where tariffs can work if it's combined with another policy because you want to build an industry, or maybe we need to do this for national security. We don't want all of our computer chips made in a country that can, I don't know, have COVID and we have no computer chips.
But you tailor it with an industrial policy, and you have to make sure that we have the capacity to make those goods here before you implement universal tariffs.
Or you build that industry.
Exactly, but that's what Biden was doing. And give credit to Parker here, or he is at the very least, that was a very efficient way to say exactly what we just said, and then goes, let's get back to the issue
Let's
at
get
hand.
back to the question. What's the one metric?
Yes.
And Ruben, you have to wonder, is he thinking, what is the metric system?
Get inside that head.
What is the metric system? Is this the thing where it's like 3 feet long? Is that what, are we talking kilograms, or is it, how do I measure? There's nothing I can reach for as a measure, but he'll find it, folks. He thinks he'll find it, but here he goes. And then he says, look, and everybody laughs at him.
Yeah.
Listen.
I don't think you do.
Do you think, hold on. So you're arguing that things economically were better under Joe Biden
at the end of his administration, absolutely.
Yeah. So can you give me an example of how?
Yeah, GDP growth was better off. Real median wage growth was better off. Inflation was better off at the end of his administration. Unemployment was better off at the end of his administration. We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years, just this last year under Trump's administration. The inflation 3.8% year over year since Trump got in office. We're seeing all of those economic indicators
Go back. That was the cut. That was the face that I thought was just like, honestly, this is like the look on the face of someone who's just been punched in the head like 10 times and is trying to make it seem like to the ref, the fight's not over.
I'm good.
Go back just a hair.
Job growth in the past 4 years, just this last year under Trump's administration. The inflation 3.8% year over year since Trump got in office. We're seeing all of those economic indicators become worse off. Can you tell me anything that he's done to make it better off? You say it's broken for Democrats. It sounds like it's broken right now under Trump.
Have you looked at the stock market?
It's worse off in terms of growth in 2025 as compared to 2024. If you look at Dow Jones and S&P 500,
they're both up quite a bit right now,
but lower
doing
growth
quite
rate.
well. Things don't happen overnight. So Donald Trump, for example, things don't. That's true.
Let's just be clear. Everyone knows that the stock market, stripped of 6 AI stocks, is underperforming. But even if that wasn't the case, the only metric that Dave Rubin has for the success of the economy is one that benefits really in any way 20% of the population. That's it. And he has no answer for that. He's literally saying, well, rich people are doing better. Even though there's a lot of concern by rich people that this is just a house of cards. But good.
P500.
They're both up quite a bit right now,
but lower
doing
growth
quite
rate.
well. Things don't happen overnight. So Donald Trump, for example, things don't. That's true. There's reality. There's actual reality. Like you put policies into place, and they don't just kick in the next.
Let's read the fact check, shall we? GDP growth, Trump 2025, 2.2, Biden 2.4. Inflation, Trump 2026, 3.8, Biden 3%. Unemployment, Trump April 2026, 4.3, Biden 4.1. 2025 was Trump's worst non-COVID year for job growth. True. The S&P 500 returned 16.39 in 2025, which was a decline from 23 to 24% growth seen in 2024. Whoops.
So
but that was when Trump 1 was just kicking in.
Yes,
right.
It doesn't happen overnight, Sam.
It doesn't happen overnight, but then it does, and then it doesn't.
Also, like, I think the gas prices thing, it might not happen like right overnight, but the night that we heard that we're going to war with Iran and the Strait of Hormuz is going to be closed, the result kind of changed a lot.
That's true. I do like that the 5 for 5 for Nathan in the fact check.
Parker.
Oh, sorry, Parker. Sorry.
Day, right?
Donald Trump. A year and a half.
Donald Trump said when the tariffs.
He said in a year,
hold on.
prices would be down 50% for electricity. Are they up right now?
Hold on. Donald Trump, when he brought in the whole idea of tariffs, would you agree that for
everyone is just like, yeah, this is just a. Yeah. Oh my God!
You saw them all throw their head back, like half of them in unison in laughter with his answer.
It's like having a hungover substitute teacher.
I want to put this out there right now. If Dave Rubin sues Parker for this type of reputational damage, that he will, I will help Parker raise funds to fight this suit. I don't think it's actionable, but it certainly is clear that Parker set Dave Rubin's career back another couple of years.
I mean, gosh, this is coming out right before Gay Pride, right? Jillian Michaels has got to say that it's a hate crime to own him like this.
Right now? Hold on. Donald Trump, when he brought in the whole idea of tariffs, would you agree that for the last 4 decades, we have had completely lopsided trade deals with all of these countries where they're tariffing and taxing our products that go to them, and they're getting sweet deals when they sell to the American public? Do you think that's a fair...
Didn't Trump address that with the USMCA, but he went against that when he didn't extend it through the context of his new trade agreement because he wanted to place tariffs on all of them again. And his tariffs that he's placing on are destroying our relationships with countries all around the world.
No, it's
costing consumers here in this country. A Federal Reserve report just came out, indicated that we'd be below pre-pandemic levels of inflation if Donald Trump never imposed the tariffs in the first place. Meaning we'd be able to bring down interest rates and we'd be able to increase investment within our economy and bring more jobs back.
Hold on. When you say destroying our relationships with other countries, well, other countries were getting sweet deals, right? If Canada, which was charging crazy
taxes. Pause it for 1 second. Fact check. 2026 Federal Reserve analysis finds Trump era and renewed tariffs have raised core goods prices by about 3.1% and roughly added 0.8 percentage points to the core PCE inflation, meaning inflation today would likely be much closer to the Fed's 2% target without those tariffs, which means, of course, too, that they would be able to lower interest rates and it would make it more affordable to buy a home, let's say, or a car. Now, Dave has pivoted from the tariffs are meant to help our economy to the tariffs are supposed to be fair. And we no longer give these countries sweetheart deals.
You know who the sweetheart deal, who benefited from the sweetheart deals that caused, like, say, the offshoring of American manufacturing? It wasn't other countries. It was the capitalists that made those decisions to move those operations to places with lower labor costs to avoid American unions. Like, this whole nationalist framing of trade is moronic.
Our products that were going to them, and we were basically charging nothing back. How can we sell to their market? So if they're upset with us, right? So China is a little upset with right now. Upset with us. We're trying to get fairer deals. Canada, obviously under Carney, is upset with us because we're trying to get fairer deals. Donald Trump is trying to reset things. We were basically the world's piggy bank for the last. It's really basically post-World War II, and Donald Trump is trying to
Pause it for a second. What does that mean? A piggy bank? That's the place where you put your money.
Yeah,
and save it.
Savings.
We were the most secure place where people wanted to put their money.
And Donald Trump is trying to fix that.
And Donald Trump is trying to make it much riskier to invest and keep your money in this country.
He's actually he's doing a really good job at that. I mean, with long-term bonds and with the long-term yields for the United States dollar.
I mean, what was Dave Rubin even trying to say there? We were like the world's ATM.
Yes, that's what he was trying to say.
Collecting fees.
Yes.
On people withdrawing their own money. What? What
checkbook?
What economic problem could he point to that was a function of our not having access to specific markets? Like, we can't sell our cars in Japan or Europe because of the size of the cars. All we do is make SUVs. There's just no room, literally no room in most of these countries for an SUV. There could have been specific products that he wanted to push, but I don't know, agricultural products or whatnot, saying, hey, this country is not, we don't have a fair trade deal. We want to renegotiate in some fashion. But it has destroyed our farmers. The tariffs destroyed our farmers. Destroyed our farmers. The number of bankruptcies amongst farms has skyrocketed because of the tariffs. Go ahead.
Deals. If you told me that it was just zero across the board and there were no tariffs going any which way, I could completely get on board with that. But as long as countries are going to treat us unfairly, often while we foot the bill for the defense or a series of other things, and we give them foreign aid and everything else, well, then we should have equal.
What is the biggest recipient of our foreign aid?
Dave doesn't want to talk about that.
But what's the second biggest?
Well, Egypt, but probably for the same reason.
Exactly. Go ahead.
Other things, and we give them foreign aid and everything else, well, then we should have equal playing field going both directions.
What better deal did he get?
What?
What better deal did he get?
What do you mean? Several countries have already come back, and we've
named any of the conditions that made the trade better off. Give me the specifics.
Canada, I think they had something like a 60% tariff on cheese, literally on cheese, that was being sold from America, from Wisconsin to Canada, and that basically is zero right now. That's one little example. I think it's zero right now.
Okay, so that's a targeted tariff, not a universal tariff. Can you name
Pause it for 1 second.
Parker is owning this motherfucker, which I mean I absolutely love, but wow. I didn't think it was this much of a bloodbath. I didn't.
Fact check. Now, you can't, Parker's not going to know all of the potential world of lies that Dave Rubin can. Canada did not have a flat 60% tariff on U.S. cheese. That's now basically zero. Under the USMCA, which was negotiated by Donald Trump.
Yep.
U.S. cheese gets expanded duty-free access within quotas, but Canada still applies a steep over-quota tariff of about 245% on cheese. So a certain amount of cheese can go in to Canada, which incidentally also has dairy products, and the protection was not reduced from 60% to zero. He's just making this up.
All of our lives are so much better because of that, too.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Cheese quota tariff.
Yes.
But his answer even is better than what I would have come up with in that moment, which would have been try to address that specific claim as the fact check does. He's absolutely right that is a targeted tariff and not the universal nation-based ones that the Supreme Court just declared unconstitutional, which is what Parker had said earlier was the thing that he disagreed with. And it's just the contrast with him bringing out all these statistics that then get completely backed up by the fact check, and Dave just waiting around in Trump speak about how we're getting ripped off. I mean, it couldn't be more obvious who's got stuff going on in their brains.
I think there are several countries that
name
did.
one.
I think there are several countries
name
that
one.
did. Honestly, I'm not sure, but I think there are several countries that did.
Okay, so why are we placing
zeroed out the tariffs?
So
I think Argentina did, if I'm not mistaken. I think Israel did. I think a few other countries did.
Why don't we put a proportional tariff?
I'll say Argentina, a place famous for eating beef, is at its lowest beef consumption at all time because the economy is absolutely crushed. I don't even know that it's true whatever he said about the tariffs, but I would imagine Milei probably did something with him.
Incidentally, I'm looking at.
Wisconsin saw.
2025, Wisconsin saw an increase in Chapter 12 bankruptcies, despite the fact that the cheese quota was raised.
On them the same that they put on us so that we can negotiate that down. It doesn't seem like Trump's looking for that.
What do you mean? That's exactly what Trump did.
Let me just clarify. The tariffs are being paid by our consumers. So Trump, while trying to get his deals, is making inflation go up and making it worse off for you at the grocery store, worse off for you at the gas pump, worse off for you when you're trying to buy a house. So can you, again, like you mentioned before, can you name one metric that Trump's made better off since he got in office?
I'm just not sure the premise of what you're saying, because do you think we should just have free trade with everybody without any penalization?
I thought you were like
either
libertarian.
Way.
Don't you want free trade?
No, that's what I'm saying. So, so I think you're agreeing with me. What Donald Trump is trying to do
is an overall decrease tariffs.
He's trying.
That's a great. The Supreme Court did more to decrease tariffs than he did.
It doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen overnight. They're negotiating these things.
Have we done anything in his office yet?
Yes.
What?
Yes. Scott Besson every day is negotiating with these other countries. You think that
what has Donald Trump done in the past year and a half that he's been president? I got this. Scott Bessent has been negotiating with everybody.
It's such a smart move, though, when you're getting smoked to be like, it feels like we're agreeing.
Yes.
Yeah. The other guys just
you just clearly don't understand anything I'm saying, and therefore we agree. You're not completely embarrassing me in front of a room full of 20 people.
Same thing. Right. You rattled off all these statistics that backed you up. All I had was the cheese example.
I made up.
And then it's just the monkey symbol clapping up there.
I think the cheese quota
is negotiating with these other countries. You think that
I think the negotiations are worse off with the JCPOA. We have less political concessions right now than we had a decade ago under the JCPOA. So tell me, what political concessions have we got with the war with Iran since Trump started it?
Well, right now, Iran literally exports no oil. Every day they are losing $500 million. So what you can do over time is you
pause it for 1 second. Fact check just comes in. Iran is not, quote, exporting no oil. And it is not losing $500 million a day. Recent tracker trading by the Wall Street Journal, Bloomberg, and others show Iran exporting roughly 1.5 to 2 million barrels a day and earning around $100 to $150 million in oil revenue per day, which, incidentally, so I want to make this clear. When you gain $100 to $150 million per day, you are not losing $500 million per day. Interesting. I know it's a weird dynamic. You know who is losing a ton of money, though? Our allies in the region. Go ahead.
Which we had 40 days, which we took out their Air Force and their entire Navy and everything else, and now we completely control their economy.
What's the political concession since the beginning of the war?
What's the political concession from Iran since the beginning of the war?
Yes, name more.
Well, we're having negotiations with them right now.
And we haven't gotten anything?
We're having negotiations with them right now.
So nothing?
Well, we're in a negotiation process.
We've been in a war for 2.5 months now. We got no political concessions.
A war for 2.5 months? How long do you think wars are supposed to take?
A decade ago, we had a limitation in terms of them enriching uranium to 3.7%. That was going to be in place until 2030. It would still be in place to this day.
We started with this. They admitted they were enriching past that point.
After the JCPOA.
Steve Witkoff said 2 or 3 days before the war started that they admitted they were enriching more.
Also, you pulled out of the agreement and then the original strike that we made a year ago.
You also have to.
They haven't been building up.
You also have to go on the assumption.
DNI.
Why is it that you believe? Why would you believe the Iranian theocratic regime? Why would you believe that they are doing right?
That's the director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, appointed by Donald Trump. So explain to me why you don't believe her.
Listen. Marco Rubio. Why don't you believe Marco, hold on.
Yeah. So to be clear, I mean, U.S. intelligence said that Iran is not close to a bomb. You can enrich to 60% uranium. You can enrich uranium to 60%, but it still doesn't mean that you have a bomb. It just means that you are close to enriching uranium to 90%, which would be bomb worthy. But that doesn't mean that you have figured out a delivery mechanism. That doesn't mean that you have a weapons program. That doesn't mean, it just means that you are trying to increase your negotiating power because Donald Trump quit the deal that had a cap on the uranium. And if you do not increase how much you enrich after you are out of the deal, what's the incentive for the other side to make a deal with you? What do you have to give them? Oh, we were constrained in only enriching uranium to 20% under the JPCOA. And now that you canceled that deal, we're still enriching it to 20%. So let's get back into a deal. Of course not. Why would I? What are you going to give me? Well, we enriched it to 60% and we will get rid of that. I mean, this is just so dumb. Go ahead.
That's the director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, appointed by Donald Trump. So explain to me why you don't believe her.
Listen, Marco Rubio.
Why don't you believe her?
Hold on.
Why don't you believe the entire U.S. intelligence committee? Why do you think they're all lying?
So, are you saying that Donald Trump just ignored the entire U.S. intelligence committee?
Yes,
no,
literally, that's what he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes.
That's it. That's okay. So that's an interesting disconnect that we have. I mean, Marco
Then why
Rubio.
do they contradict each other?
Marco Rubio very clearly laid out what was going on
Pause
here.
for a
And by the way,
second. It is an interesting disconnect. Let's see who else Dave Rubin's disconnected. Could you
disconnect? Dude is getting fucking frog marched. Like it's not even fucking cool, man.
Could you please type into your special Google that you have, Matt, and type in the words Tulsi Gabbard Intel Iranian nuke bomb, and see if Dave has a disconnect with this kid or Gabbard says Iran did not rebuild nuclear program after 2025 strikes, contradicting Trump.
And this is also what that Joe Kent guy who resigned from her office has said publicly at the very
interesting
least. Interesting
disconnect. Interesting. It's fascinating. We have an interesting.
It's like some kind of weird communication theory mix-up going on here.
What could be the third party involved here that would be giving intelligence that might be contradictory to the United States here? Did Dave just take a trip there, sponsored by that same country?
It's 2:21 in the afternoon. Yet you seem to think it's not the middle of the night. It's an interesting disconnect.
Well, it is interesting. Marco Rubio did lay it out exactly, and it's what you said. He said Israel was going to attack.
We needed to because Israel was going to force our hand.
Yes.
And then, a week later, he came up with a whole new case, and
Yes.
that's what Rubin's referencing?
I mean, it wasn't just him. Mike Johnson was saying it too.
What, are you saying Trump's just lying and doing whatever he wants?
Right.
That's not like you.
Donald Trump and every president for the last 40 years has said that Iran will not get a nuclear bomb, right? Every president has said that. Joe Biden said no. Remember, Kamala Harris said no
Yeah,
or
the JCPOA
don't,
limited
right?
it to a greater extent.
Okay.
Why didn't you address that point?
Again, you are going on the assumption that you can trust these random inspectors that are going into these places.
IAEA?
Literally,
They're not random inspectors.
all right.
The IAEA is the International Atomic
Hey
Energy.
man, my name's Carl. I'm here to do the inspection.
I got the inspection lotto. I guess I'm supposed to follow these instructions here.
Sorry, I'm late. Parking was a bitch.
Got the job on Craigslist.
I got a checklist I gotta run through here. You guys,
$28 an hour. All you gotta do is get on a plane, get over there. You kidding? No.
You guys aren't enriching urine, are you?
what percentage is was that? Was it say stockpile?
I love how on one hand, the Iranians went and told Witkoff, "We've been enriching more." But now we can't trust the weapons inspectors. It's just unbelievable.
We've been enriching our Death to America stockpile.
Honestly, you have to show some measure of respect for Dave Rubin for not just saying like.
What do you mean? What happened? Did it stop for a minute or something? Or Gretchen Z, since you became my god, I can no longer claim to be an atheist. It's fine because I value truth most. Bless you, my child. You know what's up. This is definitely a way to be my favorite, JR. Just letting you know. Flattery will get you everywhere.
In the middle of this going like, I'm sorry, I am a total fraud and I can't do this anymore. But yet he pushes through.
It is his superpower, his shamelessness.
He is completely without
like water
shame.
off a duck's back. I mean, honestly, I almost envy that, being completely untethered from any sense of shame or, I don't know, ego.
He has
an ego.
I bet it eats him up.
It honestly, I bet it does. But he
There's
right
not much
now
going on though.
He is like, this is a guy who is just treading water desperately, trying to keep his mouth, above and going like, everything's fine. This is the guy who's standing in front of the fire and going, everything's fine.
Well, we've made references to Succession before. How that, no spoiler alert, but the guy who can be the pain sponge ends up succeeding. It's just like, how much humiliation can Dave absorb and continue to put himself in the situations? It pays off.
There's a few more seconds of Parker here.
With all due respect, I think that trusting some of these international things that they somehow have America's interests or the West's interests in mind, I think is a kind of faulty. It's just a faulty premise, I would say.
So the international actors that are lying, they don't actually have legitimate surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities.
No, they don't.
Okay, so
they don't.
You think
they have. What do you mean? They were buried. They were buried under. They were buried under mountains. They were buried underground.
You can't. Nothing is real.
Yeah,
nothing's real. No, there's no.
I do agree with Dave that there are certain foreign entities that I don't think we should take their word on certain things.
But God, you trust the Iranians? Are they Muslim? One of those inspectors might be Muslim.
Random inspectors? As opposed to which inspectors? Like, which inspectors would he want to be there? Does he think that there's no Americans on the island?
On the night of May 28th, a Blue Origin New Glenn rocket exploded during a ground test at Cape Canaveral. This was not a launch attempt. The rocket was on the pad for what is called a hot fire test. This is where the vehicle is held down while the engines are fired, and the goal is to test the rocket and the engines and the fueling systems and the launch pad before doing an actual flight. New Glenn is Blue Origin's heavy lift, partially reusable orbital rocket. It is the company's big entry into the commercial orbital launch market, and it is also connected to NASA's Artemis program. Blue Origin has contracts related to future lunar landers and cargo delivery, so failures like this can ripple out beyond just one company's launch schedule. The rocket's first stage is powered by 7 BE-4 engines, which burn natural gas or methane, and there's also like a liquid oxygen portion, and then there's also an upper stage that is powered by hydrogen and oxygen. The test happened basically right at 9 p.m. Eastern. The video shows the engines beginning to fire, and then the vehicle is engulfed in an absolutely massive fireball, followed by like a full-on mushroom cloud. Blue Origin described the event as an anomaly during the hot fire test, and I'll say so. That's what I call anomalous. The Amazon satellites that were supposed to fly on the upcoming mission were not on board, so they still exist, but obviously the launch pad in large part does not exist anymore, and of course neither does the rocket. And also probably other nearby structures were damaged. We don't know the cause yet. With rocket failures, usually this comes way late after engineers review a lot of stuff. And of course, because it was a thing that is hard to look away from, the internet wanted to have a lot of takes on it. And I saw like a variety of takes depending on platform. On X, the mix was basically like people bummed out that the rocket had exploded, potentially knocking back a lot of future missions, and then also people saying, but yeah, that was a freaking cool explosion. On YouTube, I saw some actual good analysis of what this means for Artemis and for Blue Origin, and lots of questions and not a lot of answers, because those answers are just gonna have to take time to come out. But on Threads, I saw like a really repeatable, different vibe. And here is a version of that vibe. Let me just pop out my phone and read it to you. Whilst I rinsed out a yogurt pot for recycling yesterday, Amazon billionaire Jeff Bezos' failed rocket launch emitted the CO2 equivalent to 1 year's output from several thousand diesel cars, with 22,000 likes. I couldn't help myself actually going down the rabbit hole, so I did. I think it is completely worthwhile to consider the environmental impacts of spaceflight, including, of course, the carbon impact, the impact on global warming, but also impacts that might be like less salient but more important, like, for example, the effect on the ozone layer of satellites constantly re-entering and burning up in the upper atmosphere. Anton Petrov has a good video talking about research on that. I'll put a link in the description. When it comes to this explosion and its environmental impacts, I think that it's important to take a look at it, because I think that we should be concerned. But I also don't want our concerns to get pointed in the wrong direction by the sort of salience factory of the internet, or lead us into places that we should not go. For example, complete nihilism, which is an easy place to go if you spend all of your time on social media. And one example of that nihilism would be recycling is not any use actually. Perhaps I should just stop doing it in such a messed up world. And that's something that I have heard a lot, and that I've actually been working on a much longer video about, which maybe I won't make because I'm making this one, but it means that I've got a lot of the data already ready to actually talk about this and to answer a question like, in a world where rockets are exploding, what use am I? What use is recycling? So to get started on that, let's do the rocket math. This is confusing, of course, because this fuel would have burned anyway. It just all burned in this particular way all at once, which isn't great. It is, of course, a waste, but when you're talking about the CO2 emitted here, you're going to be talking, I think, basically entirely about the first stage. The second stage uses hydrogen and oxygen. Now, I will say there's carbon impact to that hydrogen. It's not made from like breaking up water. It's probably made by heating up methane really hot, pulling the hydrogen off and emitting carbon dioxide. So there is a CO2 impact there, but it wasn't impacted during the explosion. I'm not entirely sure what we should be considering here or not, but it seems like the thing that we're worried about is the explosion. So we're just going to take the explosion. If you add in the upper stage, it's not going to change the equation much anyway. I'm going to do it based on the actual emissions from the explosion. New Glenn's methane tank holds almost 25,000 cubic feet of liquid methane. Cubic feet is a weird unit, and we're going to be eventually converting into tons of CO2 emitted. So let's just convert that into tons, which I have done using a calculator, and I got around 300 tons of methane in there ready to burn. But that does not mean 300 tons of carbon dioxide were emitted. When methane burns, it turns into carbon dioxide and water. Methane is CH4, carbon dioxide is CO2. H is much lighter than O, and so when we do this conversion, we end up with more tons of CO2 than we had tons of methane. The molecular weight of methane is 16. The molecular weight of carbon dioxide is 44. So every ton of methane that burns becomes like 44 divided by 16 tons of carbon dioxide. Did that make sense to you? 44 divided by 16 is 2.75. So 300 times 2.75 is around 825 tons of carbon dioxide emitted if all of the methane burned. And that's not a lot. It's a lot. Like a typical car, like you driving around doing your commute, that's going to emit like 4.6 tons of CO2 every year, which is a lot less than 825. It's like 179 times more, almost like I did the math. So if the methane burned entirely, that explosion is something like 180 cars driving for a year, all released instantaneously. And that's big. It's not a yogurt cup. It's not a household. It is almost 200 cars driving around for a year. It's not several thousand diesel cars, but you can get to several thousand diesel cars, and maybe this is what they did. You just need some of the methane to escape unburned. Methane is a much more powerful greenhouse gas than CO2 in the atmosphere. On a 100-year time scale, and if you do it on shorter time scales, it's actually more, but on a 100-year time scale, it's about 28 times stronger than CO2. This is the number that I have in my head to be like a useful conversion factor. On a 20-year time scale, it's more like 80 times stronger. So basically, it has a very strong impact, but it breaks down in the atmosphere. So longer time scales, less impact. Shorter time scales, more impact. Now, if none of the methane burned, which is obviously not what happened because there was a giant fireball, which is something that happens when a lot of methane burns, then you have 300 tons of methane being emitted. So that would be 8,400 tons of CO2 equivalent on the 100-year time scale, 24,000 on a 20-year time scale. Then you would be talking about 1,800 car years on the 100-year time scale, or 5,000 car years on the 20-year time scale. So of course, this ends up being complex. You have to think about like what time scale you're looking at, how much of the methane actually burned. It's not impossible to get to several thousand cars of CO2 emissions. This depends almost entirely on how much of the methane burned and how much of it escaped. And you can't look at the fireball and know that completely. The fireball is definitely the part where a lot of the methane is becoming CO2. How much, we don't know, we're probably not going to know. I'd be fine with calling it 1,000 cars worth of CO2 emission equivalent, but that would probably be an overestimation. Regardless though, there are of course pollutants from an explosion that are not just CO2. There could be soot and particulates and nitrogen oxides and the combustion products from all of the other materials that were involved in the explosion. Those can matter a lot locally. Soot high in the atmosphere can also have climate effects that are different from CO2. But in general, I don't spend a lot of time comparing one-time events to things that happen all of the time. Like, for example, Western wildfires, which can burn for weeks. Explosions are like a thing that happened, and they don't happen very often. They're unusual. Wildfires are like regular seasons. I wouldn't compare these two things just because it's not something that's going to keep happening. But anyway, it was definitely a giant, visible, spectacular industrial failure. Also, if the methane mostly burned, it was roughly a few like full transatlantic flights. Not a few passengers worth, like the whole airplane. You could say there's like maybe 500 people going to Paris from New York and then back to New York. We're in the ballpark of like 3 or 4 full airplanes doing a transatlantic trip, or like 1 or 2 doing trans-Pacific, which is a lot. But also in general, you don't look at 500 people flying to Australia and think, oh my God, what is the point of washing out this yogurt pot? Every airport you've ever heard of is doing rocket explosion-sized emissions of CO2 events all of the time in a way that we've gotten used to, so we don't think about it very much. Now, I don't want any of this to sort of take away from, I think, like the deeper level of frustration here, which is more, I think, with Jeff Bezos in particular. And I'm not going to sit here and defend Jeff Bezos. I think that he's a pretty intellectually lazy guy who believes whatever is most convenient to him. That's what it seems like when I hear him talk. In general, having talked to a bunch of them, I find any billionaire who's been a billionaire for more than 10 years becomes like very weird between the ears and also has a very hard time imagining the world being the way that any normal person would imagine it being, which makes sense when you're like very powerful and no one you trust has told you that a belief of yours is objectionable for the last decade, because why would they do that when you have so much power and they would like a piece of it? Just basically don't become a billionaire, y'all. It's not good for you. People who have been a billionaire for a little bit of time tend to be better about this, but man, it doesn't last long. You got to be careful. You got to get rid of that B before you go numb in the brain. If you've got it, I need you to lose it before 10 years is out. That's my policy. If it ever happens to me, don't let me keep the B for more than like 5 years. Because I know what happens. I've seen it. They're crazy. They say wild stuff. My deeper point here is that the world is very complex and has a lot of things. And like you can see a thing like this be this giant explosion and think that must be a really big deal. I talked to my son about this. He's 9. And he was actually really good at kind of guessing the carbon impact connected to this explosion versus cars or planes. But what he was bad at was the recycling bit. He got this entirely wrong, and I bet that you would too. Now, I will say plastic recycling is real in some cases, but it is really limited. So cleaning out your yogurt cup at the moment, I wouldn't think that much about. And this is tricky because I do want people to keep recycling plastic because I believe that we will eventually, for a number of reasons, start recycling more of it and be doing a better job of recycling more of it. But in general, there isn't that much embodied energy in plastic at the moment. There's not that much embodied CO2. Now, it's not nothing, of course. I run an all-profit to charity, eco-friendly cleaning products line that does not use anything near the amount of plastic that is used in like your average cleaning product. For example, if everybody switched away from big, thick plastic jug-based laundry detergent and went to our laundry products, that would be the equivalent of taking like 93,000 cars off the road, which is a lot. But there are a lot more cars on the road than that. But you should still do it. And I guess this is an advertisement now for EcoGeek. And you should look at our eco-friendly cleaning products line because it's cheap, it's good, they do a good job of cleaning, it's eco-friendly. And also all profits go to the Coral Reef Alliance to help coral reefs survive the strains that we are putting on them right now. Why wouldn't you do that? But we're going to get deeper into this. Plastic is not an insubstantial carbon impact, but recycling it is hard, is not done that much. Recycled plastic is significantly more expensive than virgin plastic. Oftentimes you can only recycle plastic once. There's like a lot of contamination problems. Like your average bottle contains like 4 different types of plastics. There's the cap is made of a different thing from the bottle, which is made from a different plastic as the label, which is made from a different plastic as the gooey part of the inside of the cap that keeps the pressure seal. That makes all of this tricky. It makes it so that plastic gets degraded every time you use it. But we're working on all of these problems. So I want people to continue recycling plastic so that we can continue to have the feedstock so that we can continue to get better at it and then eventually compete. But I will say recycling plastic is not the thing that is the most important part of recycling. And so maybe it makes sense to feel a little insane that you're like cleaning out the peanut butter container to try and recycle it. Just don't. Like I don't do that. I don't clean out the peanut butter container to recycle it. I throw that away. But there are kinds of recycling that definitely are better and are great. Cardboard is one. Aluminum, though, is like the top tier of things that should be being recycled. Aluminum is materially different from basically everything else we recycle. It's very valuable. It can be recycled over and over again, doesn't degrade upon recycling. Making a can from brand new aluminum takes a ridiculous amount of energy. Recycling aluminum takes much less, like 5% as much as making a brand new can. And because I've been working on this, I know the numbers here. So recycling one aluminum can saves about 98.7 grams of CO2 equivalent. And that doesn't sound like a lot. Like one aluminum can is not like a rounding error. It is not a thing that has an effect. Like there is no effect of throwing away a single aluminum can. This is the weird thing about recycling. That basically you are doing things over and over again that matter not at all. But then it ends up mattering so much more than you'd think. So, rocket explosion, 825 tons of CO2. One recycled aluminum can saves about 1/10 of a kilogram. 825 tons. We've been talking about tons, T-O-N-N-E-S. There's multiple tons, which is very annoying. But anyway, that's 825,000 kilograms. So this blew my mind when I did the math. So stay with me through this. In order to save the amount of CO2 that was emitted during this rocket explosion, you would need to recycle around 8.4 million cans. And I would totally use that stat if I wanted to rage bait people on threads. I would say, what's the use of recycling? You'd have to recycle 8.4 million cans in order to be the equivalent of this rocket explosion. As I sit here drinking my Diet Coke, I don't think I'm going to get to 8.4 million cans in my life. That seems unlikely. This is not a prop. This is the Diet Coke I was drinking when I came out here. But how many aluminum cans do you think the US uses in a year? It's about 100 billion. It's so hard to remember how many Americans there are, y'all. This is like one of the top 5 main things I think we're really bad at. You don't understand how many people there are. There are a lot of people. Last year in the US, we recycled around 46 billion aluminum cans. So that's the number that we ended up recycling. 46 billion cans times 1/10 of a kilogram is about 4.5 million tons of CO2 equivalent avoided. That's actually substantial. Divide that by the rocket explosion, the cumulative impact of people in America recycling is saving us roughly 15 of those rocket explosions every day. When I told my son that, he was like, what? He thought it was going to be, everybody working together was going to be about 0.75 is what he said of that explosion. Turns out 5,500 of those rocket explosions happening every year is prevented by us recycling aluminum. And we're still bad at this. We threw away around 61 billion aluminum cans in 2023. If we had recycled those, that too would be another 61 billion times 98.7 grams, which is about 6 million more tons of CO2 equivalent added. So by not recycling those cans, we do 7,300 rocket explosions of damage to the climate every year. That's too bad. Like, we shouldn't do that. We should recycle. It's very easy. If every aluminum can in the US got recycled, we would be looking at something like 12,800 rocket explosions worth of emissions avoided each year. And like, it really does come down to not understanding how many people there are. Like, the aluminum can does not make the difference. There's not like one person who makes a difference. There's not a household over a lifetime that makes a difference. There are just so many households. There's so many cans. There's so many hours of people's time. There are so many minds that think and believe different things. And our brains just break about this. Like, a rocket explosion is so understandable. It all happens at once. It's a big event that's very easy to look at. I've watched it a bunch of times. But as I have said 1,000 times, the difference between a billion and a million is a billion. You can't understand how many cans that is. It doesn't make any sense. Here's another thing that won't make any sense. The global aluminum industry, it emits about 1 billion tons of CO2 per year when you include the electricity that's used to make the aluminum. So we use electricity to take aluminum out of bauxite, which is the ore that aluminum is in naturally. There are 8,760 hours in a year. So the global aluminum industry emits around 114,000 tons of CO2 per hour. The rocket explosion, again, keep this number in your head, was 825 tons of CO2 emitted. 825 divided by 114,000 is 0.0072. So that spectacular viral explosion was 0.7% of 1 hour of the global aluminum industry's emissions. What I've done for myself here, and maybe I have or haven't done it for you, is not been like, oh, this rocket explosion isn't a big deal. It's like, oh my God, there's more than 100 of those happening every hour just to make the aluminum. We should make as little new aluminum as possible. The modern era just asks too much of us. Like, it shouldn't be up to me. I should just like trust somebody who knows about this, because we're not all gonna get how big the global aluminum industry is. And of course, it's not just aluminum cans, but that's a big place where aluminum goes. Understanding the difference between a 43% recycling rate and a 90% recycling rate shouldn't be the thing that I need to do, but like, I guess it is now. The whole idea of recycling, the thing that I like about it, honestly, is that it is both something that does not matter when only one person does it, and it is something that absolutely really matters. So you have to keep both of those ideas in your head at the same time. Like, me doing it doesn't matter, but the fact that it is done does. And the only way that makes sense is that all of us are doing it. And all of us turns out to be a really large number of people. So every person who decides to start doing it kind of isn't, to me, just one person. It's all of the people who are like them, who also started doing it because they were convinced by the same campaign or the same city program or the same deposit law or the same YouTube video. And every person who does not do it is also not just one person not doing it. It's all of the people like them who stopped or never started because they were convinced by the nihilism of the social internet that a rocket explosion with a CO2 equivalency of less than 1% of 1 hour of the global aluminum industry means that their care, their worry, their work is stupid and not worth it. It's hard because, of course, I get that the original intent of the tweet wasn't like, don't recycle. The original intent was like, Jeff Bezos, I don't like him, which is fine. Like, you can go on threads and say you don't like Jeff Bezos and, you know, you'll get retweets. But there's this like crazy thing about the modern world where like we started recycling back when we were kids, and now like, we just forgot why. We just forgot that it matters. We forgot that it's like a big deal, cool thing that we all do together that has a real impact. You know? I like that. I like pro-social activities that have true impacts on the world. Good job. I just like, good job. I don't know what to say. Like, good job, everybody. We need to care, but I think that there's like a way in which care can destroy itself. Like, you have to care about so much, and then you're just like so overwhelmed that you just lose touch with it. And I don't know what to do about this. Like, I just think the information systems aren't very good. But like, you need to care about the right stuff. And like, our care will be undermined by the misery machine that is the internet if we're not careful. And the only thing that does is makes things worse. Let's play connections. Butter, salt. I like it so far. Steak, break, jack, soak, pocket, spine. Ooh, I don't see anything yet. Rubber duck, tar, rack, school bus, Pikachu, sea dog, sash, Q. I saw nothing. Terrible. Terrible news. Spine, break, steak, pocket. Yellow things, rubber duck, school bus, Pikachu, and butter. Those are yellow things. I like that. That seems like it's a thing. Be weird for the red herring to be that separated on the board. Tar and Q, like these short words always make me think there's something on. Rack. Could, like, if you add something, it becomes something, or track and star or something. I don't know what Q would be. Soak, salt. Things you do to food to turn it into better food. Like a rack of ribs, a barbecue, salt. That's really iffy. Tar is weird. Sea dog is especially strange. I don't know what a sea dog is. It's a sea do with one letter changed. It's a sea dog. Sea dog is definitely the weirdest one on here right now. Oh, we got pool things. You gotta rack them, you gotta break them, you gotta pool Q. What other pool words are on here? Jack, soak, pocket. People are sometimes like, why can't you reach the Joe Rogan audience, Hank? It's because I do that. Pocket. Sea dog. Scuppers. You guys know about Scuppers, the sailor dog? Is that what it's about? Jack. Cheese. It does still feel like we've got kind of a cooking thing, but like butter and Q ended up in different categories. So I think that's probably the red herring. I have to go check on my son. Words that start with S. That's not a thing. We got soak, spine, sea dog, sash, salt, and steak, which is too many, but that seems like a lot of words that start with S. Alt. Maybe if you take the S away. Alt, teak, oak, pine. Hey! Not alt, but ash, oak, spine, pine, and teak are woods. I had to walk away for a second. Everybody, that's the power of walking away. Okay, and then we've got jack, sea dog, tar, and salt. No idea what that is. I don't know. This seems like the purple, though. Like, that doesn't seem like the purple. So let's hope. Let's hope that that's the purple. Right? And there's just like a thing I don't know that's these ones. This feels like the purple. Hey! All right. Well, that, I mean, could have gone way worse. That was hard. And then jack, tar, sea dog, and salt. Something to do with sailing? Like sea dog, tar is a thing with sailing ships. Maybe these are other sailing ship terms. Well, that I could have guessed it's sea dog. The rest of them I literally don't know. That's another reason I could never have Joe Rogan's audience, because I don't know slang terms for sailors. So that was lucky that I got the purple. I'm going to get the reverse rainbow, everybody, because I'm pretty sure that this is going to be the green. Sweet. Hey! All right. I feel happy about that reverse rainbow. Was that a hard one? It seemed like a hard one. All right. Maybe people know more about sailors than I do, but I know more about aluminum than them. Also, recycle. Also, if you want to lower your impact in another way, check out EcoGeek. There'll be a link in the description to all of our eco-friendly cleaning products that are high quality, they are not expensive, and also all of the profit from them goes, instead of to some weirdo somewhere, because I tell you what, they're all weirdos, it goes to the Coral Reef Alliance, who are normal people trying to do good work.
You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family